Tales of the Reincarnated Lord. Chapter 126 Night Carnival. It was currently the 5th day since Lorist returned to Firm Rock Castle after receiving the news of the initial setbacks suffered by the forces there. The horns outside the city once again sounded. Another night had come for a challenge. Yesterday afternoon, 3 challenges were carried out with Ovides winning 2 of the matches and gaining a total of more than 30 gold fords from the ransom money. However, he was unable to continue after the second match as he had sustained a light injury to his arm. The one who replaced him was Pat, who had picked to fight on foot and used his shield-bearer skills to his advantage to wear down his 2-star silver-ranked opponent, who gave up in frustration after 1 hour of not being able to defeat Pat. During dawn just now, when Lorist was patrolling the walls, he noticed that there were tents set up by the other noble families near the empty space in front of the castle walls and felt that his side would definitely receive a few more challenges from them. As expected, at 9 in the morning, a knight showed up and blew the tune of challenge. Pat once again headed out and fought on horseback. However, given Pat's acquired dynamic vision, he was able to strike a 1-star silver knight which was of the same rank as him off his horse within a little more than 10 minutes. Normally, a knight would be allowed rest for an hour before accepting another challenge to ensure fairness. However, when Pat was on his way back to the castle, a wandering knight emerged from the campsite of the Warzone merchants and issued a challenge to the knights belonging to the side of the various noble families. That was when many other lordless, wandering knights showed up all of a sudden to compete with each other in front of the castle walls, effectively turning the battlefield into a carnival for knights, causing the knights of the Norton family to be pushed aside and forgotten. As the wandering knights, the lordless freelance knights and the knights of the noble families faced off against each other, the whole situation became confusing rather quickly. During the afternoon, a few other noble families arrived at the place. They were not requested to come over by Viscount Kenmays to help him defeat the Nortons. The real reason they came was because they heard rumors of a night challenge carnival being held nearby. The family knights of the newly arrived nobles didn't even bother to set up camp and joined the fray of challenges instantly. Ugh! We've been forgotten, said Ovides as he sighed and looked at the chaotic scene before the castle walls with his left arm all bandaged up. Currently, 3 pairs of knights were fighting each other in front of the walls. My lord, I really don't understand why so many wandering knights and freelance knights came over to participate in matches over here. Usually, they would only join fighting tournaments organized by other nobles, right? This scenario, however, unfolded on the battlefield. The knights have effectively occupied the place for themselves, said Butler Boris, a look of fascination on his face. This. Lorist paused in thought before he continued, as the Northlands are relatively poor compared to other territories. Dominion lords here usually wouldn't organize tournaments like that because that would cost quite a bit of money. Given the chaotic situation of the Northlands for the past 2 years as well as the countless conflicts that broke out here, many of the lords have lost their riches or their lands, so many knights no longer continued to serve them as they had lost their means of securing a stable life. You should know that night challenges like these are a lucrative source of income. If they win, the ransom they would gain was almost equal to the salary a family knight would receive for 3 years combined. That was why most of them scrambled right over the moment they heard that a challenge bonanza was being held here and couldn't care less about whether this was a battlefield or not, since the challenges would be conducted according to very stringent rules. If they perform well during the competitions, they might also be noticed by the nobles present and gain employment. Why would they miss out on a chance like that? During noon just now, Jim came and told me that there were 4 knights who had lost all their belongings and had no choice but to join his mercenary squad, Pat interjected. That's right, where has Jim gone? Lorist just remembered that he hadn't seen Jim even once ever since the morning. Look, he's over there at the Warzone merchants campsite and running a gambling pool for the competitions. It seems like he's earned quite a bit, Pat said. Soul, that bastard still can't change his old habits. While it wouldn't be a problem if they were betting on small stuff, betting on the honor of knights is a huge taboo. When he comes back, I need to find someone to teach him the proper etiquette and customs of knights, Lorist said. "My lord, do you want to see if you want to recruit any of the wandering or freelance knights into our family?" said Old Man Bok, expressing his thoughts on the situation. "Well, I can definitely consider that. But I still haven't seen any knight that managed to pique my interest ever since the morning, and most of them seem rather plain and have only normal fighting skills. Look at the 3 pairs of knights who are fighting down there, none of them would be able to best Ovides in a fight. Well, the freelance knight Waxima who fought earlier this morning still seemed okay. Pat, go with Shadecamp to visit him later tonight and see if he's willing to spend some time with us as a probationary knight," Lorist instructed. "Yes, my lord," replied Pat. A freelance or wandering knight didn't have to accept or reject outright the recruitment of a noble family. Instead, the noble family was merely a party who was offering those knights an opportunity and choice to change their lives in the future. To both the noble family and the knight being recruited, that was a huge choice to make. Once a Dominion Lord gives an offer of recruitment to a knight, the knight can choose to follow the Lord for a period of time ranging from 1 month to half a year to see if their goals and values aligned with each other before a proper decision is made. During that time, the probationary knight would receive the same treatment like the other knights serving the noble family. As a saying that Lorist had heard in his past life went, "A ruler can pick his subordinates." However, the same is true for a talented individual in that they can pick the ones they pledge allegiance to. Similarly, if the Dominion Lord is not satisfied with the knight, he can also ask him to leave the family. Old Man Bok shook his head and said, "My lord, that Waxima might be hard for us to recruit. He is a freelance knight that is unlike wandering knights who have nothing better to do than to travel the land. Waxima is quite famous in the Northlands and he also has a rather extensive family background. His father was a gold-ranked knight who had perished in the final battle between the Empire and the Ford Trade Union. At that time, he was only 7 years old and he had inherited the manor and land of his late father. However, he was known to be Waxima the Slow, as many people believed that he was unfit for combat and slow in his wits. But Waxima was the tenacious sort and managed to awaken his battle force in the end at the age of 23 using the battle force manual his father left for him. Currently, he's 29 years old now and he has already reached the 3-star silver rank, and it is even rumored that he had once refused an offer by Duke Loggins before. I don't think that he would even consider the Norton family. No wonder I felt that he was far more stable than the other contestants of the duels. After hearing your explanation, I now know that he is a person who has very firm foundations that came as a result of hard work and preservation. Nevertheless, we should still try to recruit him. How would we know if he will refuse or not before we even ask?" Lorist said as he nodded. "Hehe, I'm trying to imagine the look on Viscount Kenmay's face right now. At first, he wanted to attack our castle. But it ended up turning into a night carnival. His anger must be off the roof by now," said Pat as he suddenly laughed. Lorist said, "Those nobles are not idiots either. If we had taken over the Redriver Valley Bastide of the Kenmayses, then the noble families the Viscount invited might have gave it their best to drive us away. However, now that we've burned that place to the ground and returned to our own dominion, what do you think the other nobles would choose? They can't say that they are fighting to liberate the Kenmay's family dominion from us, as we don't even have a single soul on their lands. Given that they have absolutely no chance of conquering our walls with only their family knights, a number of guards and farmer soldiers, they have chosen to only make night challenges. With that, not only would they be able to stall the Viscount, they also managed to avoid thoroughly offending us. What a perfect way to resolve the situation. However, I bet that even those nobles didn't expect that this would blow up to become a full-fledged carnival beyond their control. Look, another group of people have arrived. It must be another noble family that has come to join the party," Lorist said as he pointed in the direction of the newly arrived group. Viscount Kenmays was so enraged that he felt like he was going to explode. Currently, he was thrashing and smashing everything he could get his hands on within his tent. Not only did he reject the invitations of other Dominion lords to watch the night challenges, he felt that the invitations were insults to his family. The main reason he invited the other noble families over was that he wanted them to help conquer the Norton family and not organize a night carnival. Though, the other nobles knew that the Kenmei's family did not have any family nights, which meant that they could not issue any night challenges either. Is that their way of ridiculing my family for having a merchant background instead of a traditional noble background? Naturally, Viscount Kenmei's was also a 2-star silver-ranked fighter and he could go into battle himself. However, he understood his own temperament and abilities, as the reason he so painstakingly raised his battle force rank was not because he wanted to compete against others but rather to put on airs to seduce women into bed with him. While he could still command his troops on the battlefield, there was no way he would be willing to lead a charge. What Viscount Kenmei's didn't expect was that the 2,000 or so soldiers the family had tried so hard to recruit almost rebelled against him after 2 failed attacks on the castle and were still unwilling to follow his orders while accusing him of not knowing how to properly lead an army. The Viscount's efforts to invite the other 7 noble families were also for naught, as they had turned the war into a battle between nobles, letting his enemy, the Norton family, sit back and relax as they watched the proceedings from their castle. Other than that, the sudden influx of wandering and freelance knights had further fueled the Viscount's anger. If he could, he would kill all the soldiers who refused to listen to his orders as well as the knights who had disrupted the battle. "I see you're doing quite well as a Dominion Lord, smashing things around alone in your tent," said a cold voice from outside the tent. Viscount Kenmei's seemed like he was struck by lightning as he hurriedly stood up straight and said, "Father, you're here. If I don't come right away, did you think I would just sit back and watch you ruin the future of our family?" 3 people entered the tent, with the person at the forefront being a well-built elderly man with a benevolent expression. However, his face was rather stiff with a savage aura leaking out from his eyes. He was the true family leader of the Kenmei's family, the chairman of the largest construction merchant guild in the former empire, Viscount Kenmei's father. The Kenmei's family leader went before his son and gave him 2 slaps on the face before he said anything else. Even though the Viscount was a 2-star silver rank, he felt a chill down his spine when he faced his iron rank father. He didn't dare to move and obediently took the slaps without resisting. "Do you know why I'm hitting you?" asked the family leader. "I don't," replied the Viscount. Slap! Slap! Another 2 harsh strikes on the face caused Viscount Kenmei's lip to crack and blood to flow from his mouth. "Let me ask you. Why did you force our soldiers to attack the Norton family's castle?" the Kenmei's family leader asked in a loud voice. Didn't they burn down our bastide and take all our resources? They also conquered our construction site. I just wanted to take it all back for the family," stammered the Viscount in response. "Is that so?" Slap! Slap! 6 more slaps landed on the Viscount's face. "You still dare to talk back? Did you think that I wouldn't know about your personal little fund of 100,000 gold fords that you lost to them? I'll tell you what, that money has already entered Duke Loggins's sights and he had already sent someone to the Norton family to demand them to hand over the money and resources to him. In the end, they were chased out of the Dominion, and that arrogant knight Tobik had also had both his hands crippled, not to mention all the other injuries he suffered that would take him at least 1 year to recover from." The Kenmei's family leader just revealed a shocking piece of news to his son. The Viscount instantly said happily, Then we should take this chance to conquer them and take back the gold before the Duke gets it." "Idiocy! On what grounds do you think you'll be able to defeat them? They don't even put the Duke in their eyes and even managed to cripple Tobik. How do you think you'll go about getting all that back?" But I've already reached their main castle during my previous attempt and even managed to besiege them for 3 months," said the Viscount, dissatisfied. "Then do you know why the Nortons were so stubborn towards the Duke this time? Do you know why we lost contact with the Feathersore mercenary crew? Do you know why our bastide fell to them in the first place? I bet you don't. That's because the second young master of the Norton family has returned and brought a group of people with him, within which includes a gold-ranked marksman. To top it off, Tobik was personally injured by the second young master himself. Now do you still have the confidence to be able to fight your way to their main bastide? Said the Kenmei's family leader before he drew a deep breath and sat down on a chair near him. This. Is the news reliable? The Viscount asked suspiciously. Duke Loggins's butler told me all that personally. I even spent quite a sum to bribe the silver-ranked knights of the Northland army who had been there as well, and they told me that they had witnessed it all with their own eyes. By the time I was rushing back here, the Duke was already preparing a large force to punish the Norton family, said the Kenmei's family leader. Then that's great, we can attack the Nortons along with the Duke, said the Viscount. Imbecile! Roared the family leader loudly. Do you have a pig's brain in that head of yours? Are you seriously that fixated on beating the Norton family, or are you just trying desperately to get your 100,000 gold fords back? By the time the Duke's army comes, our forces will officially be used as projectile fodder. Do you intend to end the last hope for our family? Right now, the first thing we need to do is to avoid the army of the Duke and find other targets. We must abandon our original plans. But our losses are so huge and the Nortons took so much of our stuff. Said the Viscount weakly. Then consider that a lesson you paid a huge sum to learn. If we run out of slaves, we can buy new ones with money. If we lose our resources, we can gather more in time. If our goals far exceed our current ability and we strive towards it desperately past the point of no return, that would spell our true downfall. Now that we've lost, we should accept it. We just picked the wrong people to mess with. The Norton family is a family with 300 years of heritage after all. I thought at first that they have depreciated over the years, but who would have expected their second young master to turn the whole family around all of a sudden? This situation is not all that bad for us either. With the Norton family occupying the Duke's attention, I believe he would not be able to find out about our other movements. I am looking forward to them tearing themselves apart. Said the family leader. Then, what should our family's next course of action be? The Viscount asked. The Kenmei's family leader took out a beast-skin map of the Northlands and thumped his fist on one spot. Over here. That is where we will attack next. Chapter 127. Viscount Kenmei stared at the spot his father's fist landed on while breaking a cold sweat. Father! Are you crazy? That is Count Lopez's dominion and he is one of the most prized subjects of the king. Have you forgotten the king's words? He wants our family to work well with Count Lopez. We're supposed to distract Duke Loggins on the surface while the Count works in the dark and sends the Duke a critical strike with his elite troops, right? Even if we were to decide to attack him, what would we use against him? Our disobedient soldiers? Also, Count Lopez has quite a number of silver-ranked knights. The king? Are you talking about that idiotic second prince? Right now, he already has his hands full with other stuff, so there's no way he would have time to care about the happenings in the Northlands. Before I departed towards here, I received a piece of news that the army of the second prince suffered huge losses at the Malene Duchy and has almost crumbled completely. Duke Malene led his army on a counterattack at the borders of the Iblia kingdom and he is currently sweeping 3 districts within the royal capital with his forces. I think that the second prince will have to prostrate himself in front of his father-in-law, Duke Fisibalin, to save his arse this time. Otherwise, he might even lose the royal capital. Said the Kenmei's family leader as he snickered. As for Count Lopez, do you think he is truly loyal to the second prince? Even though the second prince asked the 2 of our families to work together, has the Count done his part? After he got his dominion from the second prince, he has been doing nothing but flattering him. The Count only knows how to demand our family to help him out with something, but never once has he reciprocated the favor on the occasions when we requested for some additional forces from him and used the barbarians in his dominion as an excuse. Ironically, the barbarian threat he kept musing about actually dealt him a rather fatal injury and a few of his silver-ranked knights even perished in battle. Look at this, said the family head as he took out a letter. This is the letter requesting reinforcements sent by the Count himself. With this, we can even bring all our troops in the open into his dominion and castle without the slightest resistance. When we arrive, the Count will simply die on his sickbed from the injuries he got. After that, we can swallow up his dominion and men and attack the surrounding nobles until we conquer the whole of the eastern part of the Northlands. But father, that area is quite close to the magical Dragon Mountains. The barbarians are bound to be a threat to us. Didn't we give up on taking over the eastern Northlands so that the Count can resist the barbarians for us? Asked the Viscount. The current situation has changed completely from that time. After the return of their second young master, the Norton family's strength has increased by leaps and bounds and their land is no longer something we can aspire to take for ourselves. The plan to develop Morgan Hills will also have to be scrapped. While our losses are still minimal, let's head east and let the Nortons face off against Duke Loggins while we wipe out the rest of the nobles in the eastern Northlands and take their dominions instead. Father, even if we unite the eastern Northlands, the mountain barbarians will still remain a problem. The barbarians there are far more active than those of other places and they would be quite the obstacle for the family's plans for the eastern Northlands. Said the Viscount, unconvinced by his father's reasoning. Hee, did you forget the barbarian slaves I bought some time ago? Weren't you curious why I treated them like important people and gave them whatever they wanted? This is where they finally come into play. I can start relations with the mountain barbarians of the magical Dragon Mountains and trade with them. I could even hire some of their troops for our own ends as well. I promised the barbarian slaves that as long as they can satisfy my requests, they will be able to continue to live their lives in luxury. With their aid, I believe the barbarians of the magical Dragon Mountains will become a new source of wealth for our family, said the Kenmay's family head as he pointed on the map. Look closely at the map. If we continue our plan to force the Norton family to submit and develop the Morgan Hills, then our route outside the Northlands will be within the grasps of Duke Loggins and he'll continue to suck out the blood and wealth of our family like a damned leech. However, if we take over and develop the eastern Northlands instead, we will be able to construct a new metal bridge across Metropolis River to link the eastern Northlands to the outside world. As a result, our family will no longer have to rely on that Duke's Hand lift suspension bridge and hand a part of our profits to him. Based on these reasons, I believe that focusing our efforts on the eastern Northlands will be the most optimal route for our family to take. But the forces we have is not enough to carry out your plan. The soldiers are still against following any of my orders, said the Viscount while he looked rather crestfallen. That's because you ordered them to march forward to their deaths, said the Kenmay's family leader angrily. I, on the other hand, am glad that they didn't follow your orders. Apart from women and your personal fund of 100,000 gold fords, what else do you have in your head? Did you think that you would be able to conquer those extremely well-fortified walls with only 2,000 soldiers? If that were the case, the second prince would have reigned supreme long ago. I already thought that we were rather lucky for our forces to have arrived at the Northlands before the second prince suffered his recent losses. Otherwise, they would have been ordered by the second prince to become fodder for the forces of the Maline Duchy. I didn't expect that the first thing I heard when I came over would be bad news. 500 people. A quarter of our forces have already been wiped out within one afternoon. I really want to pummel you to death. The family leader took some deep breaths to calm down and retained his calm. From now on, these soldiers will no longer be under your command. Murabad. Sir. One of the men who entered the tent with the Kenmay's family head stepped forward and replied out loud. He was a big-built man with a military air about him and looked to be over his 30s. Murabad, I hereby appoint you as the regiment commander of the Kenmay's family forces. Take command of that unit from now on. Yes, old master. I will not let your expectations down. The Kenmay's family head nodded and said to the Viscount, Murabad was originally the regiment commander of the local defense army of the Roman Empire and is a 3-star silver rank. However, his whole family had suffered as a result of offending the nobles of his nation. I brought him and his family over and he has agreed to serve the Kenmay's family as our knight. Sully, Come over. The other man stepped forward. He was a dark-skinned man who was at least 1 head taller than Viscount Kenmays at a height of 2.2 meters. His bulging muscles seemed to give of a metallic sheen and made him look exceedingly tough. He is called Suleimas and he used to be a gladiator of the Hanayabarta kingdom. A 2-star silver rank, he was forced to fight countless death battles for the entertainment of the people. I spent a huge sum and used some favors to purchase him and had someone else teach him the ways and practices of a knight. He is also willing to serve our family as a knight. Now, you will perform the knighting ceremony on the 2 of them, instructed the Kenmays family leader. After the ceremony, the family leader asked Viscount Kenmays why he was smashing everything within the tent with abandon when he entered the tent. Viscount Kenmays proceeded to explain the issue of the night carnival to his father. The Kenmays family leader shook his head and said, "You really need to use your head more. You could have participated in the carnival without necessarily having to fight yourself and used the chance to see if any wandering or freelance knights were willing to join our family. To the Northlanders, we are outsiders who are not familiar with the land. That's why we will be able to better integrate ourselves here with the help of the knights who are willing to serve us and assimilate into the ranks of the Northland nobility. Father, I think that these wandering knights are nothing more than savage dogs with poor upbringing who will leap at the slightest chance to grab a piece of meat. They are not so different from mercenaries and don't have better fighting prowess than them either. I think we should not recruit them into the family." The Viscount voiced his full objection to his father's suggestion. "You're wrong. While 1 or 2 dogs won't amount to much, if we have a whole pack of them, even ferocious wolves will have to retreat and be on their guard. Our family can't only rely on our soldiers. Even a person will need 2 legs to walk stably. While these wandering knights are not excellent if you consider them individually, they are perfect candidates for a knight brigade. Afterwards, bring Suleimas with you to participate in the carnival and let him pick some candidates to join our family. Other than that, spread the word that the Kenmays family is intent on forming a small knight brigade and that we welcome wandering knights to join us. Do we accept everyone who applies?" the Viscount asked. "No, we will only recruit silver-ranked knights. When we begin our plan to unite the Eastern Northlands, a silver-ranked knight brigade will make sure that the mountain barbarians think twice of offending us. Let any knight who comes to join us stay within the camp. I will bring Murabad and Suleimas with me to the dominion of Count Lopez tomorrow afternoon while you will mingle around here with the other nobles and focus on recruiting the wandering knights. If anyone asks, tell them that we have mobilized our forces to answer the Count's plea for reinforcements," said the Kenmays family head. "All right, Father. I understand. You mean to say that we're not recruiting the wandering knights to become our family knights, but rather only to join our knight brigade, right?" "Yes. You can also tell them that anyone who performs well will be promoted to a family knight one day," said the family leader as he nodded. Lorist was currently watching the battles of the knights from the walls while Telesty accompanied him. "My lord, I really don't like to witness violent acts like that," complained Telesty. She had unwillingly accepted Lorist's invitation to watch the carnival battles moments ago. On the other hand, Vinny looked at the battles with an expression of excitement and fascination. "My dear Telesty, you can't stay cooped up in your room all day only to analyze the construction models. That will affect your health, you know. There are lots of benefits to taking a walk now and then in the sun. Don't tell me it's a waste of time. If you fall sick and can do nothing but rest in your bed, you would waste even more time as a result," Lorist said. Sigh. Telesty looked at the battles with a furrowed brow. "Why do men love to fight and compete like this? Isn't it much better to sit down and chat while drinking tea?" "That is a good idea. I have some fine tea leaves within my room. Should I invite my beautiful Miss Telesty for a lengthy chat on life while we enjoy some drinks?" said Lorist with a brilliant smile on his face. Telesty rolled her eyes and said, "It's just another one of your tricks again. I will not be tempted by it. Ah, it truly is wonderful being able to flirt with a beautiful woman." Just as Lorist was about to resume his advances, Pat rushed over hurriedly with a solemn look and said, "My lord, a messenger has arrived." "Sigh, I guess I have no choice. Urgent matters come first." Lorist could only bid Telesty goodbye and head to his room with Pat. The messenger was a mercenary who was sweating profusely. Anyone who travelled 7 hours straight switching between 3 different mounts would no doubt look like that. Lorist recognized that mercenary as one of the guys who had dueled with him back at the construction site of the military base near Poplar Coast. Upon seeing Lorist, the messenger revealed a startling piece of information which shocked him deeply. "My lord, a military unit flying the flag of Duke Loggins appeared outside Wild North Town this morning. The people of the town opened their gates to receive them, and there is an estimated number of 3,000 to 5,000 soldiers within the unit that had set up their camps outside the town. Boss Hosky has already led some scouts to try to find the route the Duke's men took after he ordered me to come to report the news to you." "What did you say?" Lorist refused to believe what he had just heard. He was not unfamiliar with the terrain of his dominion. Given the presence of the Blood Edge Mountains, the Black Mud Marsh, the Magical Dragon Mountains, the Black Forests as well as the Morgan Hills, there was no route through which an army could enter the Norton family dominion without passing through Firm Rock Castle. He really couldn't fathom how a unit that huge could have made its way undetected into his territory. Thinking that Lorist had not heard him clearly enough the first time, the messenger repeated what he said once more. "Pat, bring me the map of the family dominion." Lorist turned to the mercenary and said, "Have you notified the people at Maplewood's Bastide?" "I have when I was on the way here. I shouted the news to the guards of the walls without going inside and travelled here right away," replied the mercenary. "Shadekampf, bring this comrade of ours to get some rest. Make sure he has a good meal before he sleeps. It's best if he takes a quick hot water bath as well," said Lorist as he tossed a small money pouch to the mercenary. Pat then placed the beastskin map on top of a table. The two of them looked closely at the map and didn't spot a single route which could allow for thousands of men and horses to cross. However, Lorist did not discount the possibility of one such route existing. "My lord, when I was a child, I heard that Wild North Town had a smuggling merchant convoy, but I've never seen a trace of them all my life. I think the people of the town must have used that secret route. Otherwise, they would have had to pass through Maplewood's Bastide if they wanted to reach the outside world. Unless the soldiers of the Duke somehow flown their way into our territory, they must have taken that secret route," said Pat angrily. Lorist nodded and said, "We already know that Wild North Town has been preparing to rebel for some time now, but since when have they got in touch with Duke Loggins? Also, the messenger must have taken at least 7 hours to get from the Maplewoods Bastide to this place, and we still don't know the status of the Bastide. Is that army heading for Firm Rock Castle right now? Pat, get Paul Obens to immediately to lead some scouts for some reconnaissance and make sure to monitor the Duke's army from afar. I will also have to ask someone to let the soldiers who are camped outside of the walls into the castle before I do anything else." Chapter 128. Lorist stood on top of the inner wall and looked at the group of people who gradually entered through the castle gates. Butler Boris and Supervisor Hansk came to Lorist's side. Hansk asked, "My lord, why did you suddenly order the people within the camp to enter the castle and stop all the construction work outside?" "A group of soldiers of Duke Loggins's has made its way into the inner part of our dominion. There is a huge possibility that the people of Wild North Town were the one who guided their entry," Lorist replied. "What? Is that true?" Both the butler and the supervisor revealed faces of shock and surprise. "That's right. Even I wouldn't dare to joke about this. Ovides, when everyone enters the castle, recruit another group of soldiers from the ranks of the laborers and form a defense unit company," Lorist said. "Yes, my lord. I'll be on it right away," Ovides said as he rushed away. Hansk took out a beastskin account book from his sack and flipped it as he asked, "My lord, what are you going to arm the new soldiers with?" "What's wrong?" Lorist asked. "While we have a lot of leather armor within the storehouses, we only have around 10 chainmails remaining. During the past 4 months, Grand Master Sid, his son, and his other laborers who had been recruited because of their smithing experience had produced around 1,200 sets of chainmails using the assembly line method that you suggested. The 2 companies stationed here at Firm Rock Castle and over at Maplewood's Bastide respectively have all been armed with chainmails. However, we're running out of iron ingots and only have a total of around 5,000 kilograms left as an emergency resource, reported Supervisor Hansk. Understanding the supervisor's concern, Lorist said, "How about this? We'll arm the new soldier company with leather armor, pikes, wooden shields and short swords. Will there be a problem that way?" "No, m'lord. We have more than enough of those within our storehouses," replied Hansk. "Also, Hansk, reward Grand Master Sid with 10 gold fords on my behalf and don't forget to give his other smiths 1 gold ford each. Let them take a short break in the meantime. I will need them to forage the area for mining resources after we defeat the soldiers of the Duke," Lorist said. "Understood, m'lord. Butler Boris, you will be in charge of the people I've asked Old Man Bok to bring inside the castle construction site, all right? When they finish moving, bring a group of laborers and Old Man Bok outside to sweep the surrounding area clean of any stone and wood construction material. After letting them rest for another 2 days, begin construction on the residential area inside the castle, understood?" "M'lord, please be assured that I will carry that out flawlessly," said Boris before he left. "Shadekampf," Lorist called out. "M'lord, what are your instructions?" "I want you to join the other nobles over there at the Kenmays family's camp and tell them that after seeing the hectic battles from the walls, I would like to organize a proper knighthood contest and am ready to use some equipment and prize money as rewards for the victors. Tell the Kenmayses that if they are still intent on attacking us, wait until the contest is over since they won't be able to do anything given the current situation anyway," Lorist said. "Ah, m'lord. You mean to do? I want you to stall the Kenmayses and the other nobles so that they don't know about the presence of the Duke's army within our territory to prevent them from launching a pincer attack from both inside and out. Currently, the enemies within our dominion is the priority and I'm prepared to gather all our forces to face them first." "M'lord, I understand. I will be going there shortly," Shadekampf replied. "Pat, escort Shadekampf on his mission later. Also, send someone to bring Jim over here. I have something I need him to do," Lorist said. Ever since he received the news from the mercenary messenger, Lorist moved his place of residence from the outer wall to the inner wall at Telesti's room. Telesti on the other hand moved down from the wall and picked 2 newly built houses in the planned business sector, with the larger one being the main headquarters for the construction operations and the smaller one which was situated at a quieter area as her residence. Shadekampf and Pat entered the room only to see Lorist comparing large and small maps, seemingly in an effort to find the route that allowed the Duke's regiment to make their way into the Norton family dominion. "M'lord." "Oh, you're back," Lorist said as he tossed the map in his hand onto the table in futility. "It can't be possible. There isn't a road they could have used at all. While 2 or 3 people could have crossed the mountains without too much trouble, how did they bring thousands of them over?" "Oh, and Shadekampf, what was their reaction when you went there?" Shadekampf thought for a while and replied, "M'lord, when we arrived, Viscount Kenmays was holding a welcoming feast for the nobles who had just arrived. When I announced our plans right there and then, many nobles agreed to the proposition. However, the Viscount made an unpleasant look and the 7 nobles which the Viscount had personally invited over didn't make a single sound. After that, the Viscount said he had to excuse himself for a while, and by the time he returned, he announced that the Kenmays family was willing to make up with the Norton family and organize the knighthood contest jointly with us." "Make up? What does that mean?" "I burned his Bastide down as well as his immigrant town and took all their resources and citizens. They should be hating us to the bone. But now they're willing to let go of all that for a knighthood contest? How is that possible? What is the Kenmays family leader planning? Don't tell me that he's planning on attacking our castle during the knighthood competition." Lorist asked as he stood up and paced around in thought. My lord, I believe they are indeed sincere about their request. That's because I've met with Viscount Kenmais's father, the family leader of the Kenmais family, Shadekampf said. Oh! Mused Lorist as he looked towards Shadekampf. My lord, after the Viscount announced his decision, he invited us to the tent nearby to discuss the details of organizing the knighthood contest and quickly made a draft of the plans for the nobles to see. Suspecting that something was amiss, I went to the next tent only to see the Kenmais family leader waiting for us within, Shadekampf said. Lorist looked towards Pat and saw him nod, indicating that what Shadekampf just said was true. Then what did the family leader say? Lorist asked. He looked really angry and said that the actions of the Kenmais family against the Nortons were purely his arrogant son's fault. Originally, the Kenmais family had a mercantile background and they had just become a noble family recently, so he said that they weren't too familiar with the traditions and customs of nobles yet. He mentioned that as someone who ascended into nobility after the Norton family, which had hundreds of years of history behind it, their family should have treated us with respect. But due to his son's aloof ambitions and short temper, they have mistakenly wronged us and have learned their lesson ever since. The family leader also said that the Kenmais family did not wish to make an enemy out of the Norton family, citing that during the 3-month siege by the Viscount's forces on the Maplewoods Bastide, they have suffered huge losses as well. He stated that as fellow neighbors, our two families should help each other out instead of becoming arch-enemies. He wishes that our families would put our past grievances behind us and look towards a better future of cooperation in the long term. He added that the Kenmais family was willing to forfeit and concede all their territorial arguments with the Nortons so that there would be no more room for conflict. My lord, the Kenmais family also revealed 2 important pieces of information, Shadekampf said. What are they? Shadekampf said, first, they said that they would bring their forces to heed Count Lopez's call for reinforcements first thing tomorrow afternoon as the Count's dominion had come under serious assault from the mountain barbarians. I think that's the main reason for their sudden proposal for peace. Lorist nodded and thought, that's right. There was no way in hell the Kenmais family would be so gracious and let us go for nothing. The reason they made that action was because they would profit from it somehow. No merchant family would do anything unless the profits involved were high enough. However, Lorist still did not understand the overall situation of the Northlands as he was almost blind to any happenings outside his own dominion. Lorist asked suspiciously, what is the second piece of information? Shadekampf said, the Kenmais family leader said that when he passed through the Duke's territory to arrive at Firm Rock Castle, he noticed that the Northland army was being mobilized and heard that they were coming for you, my lord, the new family leader of the Nortons who had chased away the ambassadors the Duke sent to threaten us and even hurt their arrogant gold-ranked knight Tobik severely, causing the Duke to enter a terrible fit of rage as a result. The Kenmais family leader mentioned that since he was able to travel faster with few people, he was able to make it in time to warn us a few days in advance of the arrival of the Duke's army so that we may make our preparations. Lorist was currently in deep thought. Why would the Kenmais family leader bother to warn us? Originally, they were the ones that wanted to take over Firm Rock Castle in the first place. I think that also indicates that they still don't know that the Duke's army is already within our territory. Then again, he did mention that he was going to help Count Lopez out and bring his forces away. Is he trying to avoid the Duke's army? And if so, why? If I were the Kenmais family leader, the Duke would be someone whose good side I have to get to no matter what. That means, that the Kenmais family's forces would become enemy fodder for the Duke's army when they arrive. Lorist's eyes gleamed as he came to the realization. That's right. When the Duke's army arrives, Viscount Kenmais would have to heed his orders, and if I take into account the difficulty the Kenmaises experience to get authorization for their army to enter the Northlands, there's no reason why the Duke wouldn't want the 2,000 soldiers to become the vanguard of his attacks. Given the Duke's personality, that much is a given. The more Lorist pondered on that issue, the more he felt it was possible. The main reason the Kenmei's family wanted peace at a time like this was so that they could escape the worse fate that lay ahead, as well as stand at the sidelines while the Duke's army and the Nortons ripped each other apart. On the other hand, it would also save the remainder of their forces. That was why they chose to use helping the Count out as an excuse to have their army leave the area so that their soldiers wouldn't get caught up in the crossfire. Gosh, they're all old, cunning foxes. Despite his losses, he told us about the Duke's arrival and retreated his forces to not cause us any worries so that we would be able to cause as much damage to the Duke as possible, which would also become beneficial for him. My lord, these are the rules of the knighthood contest which the Kenmei's family leader provided. He said that their family had organized quite a number of such competitions before and had lots of experience with them. As long as we are willing to supply the rewards, the Kenmei's family will be sponsoring all the costs involved to run the event. He wants the function to be called the Amity Cup to commemorate the renewed good relations between the Kenmei's and Nortons. The family leader also mentioned that the longer the contest could be carried out, the better, and that anyone who dares to interrupt the proceedings will become the public enemy of all knights. That's why, even if the Duke's forces arrive, they would have to wait until the whole thing is over, said Shadekampf as he passed a stack of beast-skin documents to Lorist. Lorist smiled. The Kenmei's family leader was doing his best to put Duke Loggins in as tough a position as he could and decided to organize the contest despite thinking that the Duke's troops were on their way. How would the soldiers have any morale or motivation remaining to attack the castle after the contest? It was a shame that the Kenmei's family leader was unaware that the Duke wouldn't be showing up at Firm Rock Castle as they were already at Wild North Town. Lorist took out a feather pen and dipped it into some ink and started writing as he said, I agree to most of the stuff in the regulations, but I want to split up the category of the silver-ranked knight competitions into 3 according to the star rank so that there will be winners for the 1-star silver rank, 2-star silver rank and the 3-star silver rank respectively. Also, only competing in foot battles and mounted battles is far too plain. Let's add another archery competition for each rank. Shadekampf, pay them a visit tomorrow morning and tell them that the Norton family is willing to forget the grievances of the past and be at peace with the Kenmei's family, and mention that we absolutely cannot let them bear the whole cost of organizing the contest. Since it's a collaboration, we will split and bear half of the organizing cost and sponsor the prize money for the knighthood competition while the Kenmei's only have to pay for half of the labor cost. Yes, my lord. Pat stepped up and said, my lord, when Shadekampf was discussing the details of the contest, I loitered around the area and discovered 2 things. Oh. First, the Kenmei's family already have 2 family knights. One of them looked to be someone who had been in the military with an air that's similar to Potter Fong's. The other was extremely tall and huge with a sturdy look and emitted a heavy killing intent that would intimidate anyone at first sight. Other than that, the Kenmei's family is preparing to form a small knight brigade by recruiting the Wandering Knights. I found out about that because I saw 20 Wandering Knights within the camp and had a short chat with them, Pat reported. Oh, it seems that they have other stuff up their sleeves as well. I really wonder what they'll be up to next. Pat, find 2 guards tomorrow to spy on the forces of the Kenmei's family. Let's see what they intend to achieve by aiding Count Lopez as an excuse, Lorist said. Also, I will not show up during the knighthood contest and it will mainly be organized by you and Shadekampf. Make sure to pay attention to the knights who get the first few places in their categories and recruit them if you can. However, I want you to focus on the archery competition specifically. It's okay if the knights there are lacking in other respects. As long as they're good at archery, ask the participants whether they want to serve in our military force and tell them that there will be opportunities for promotion if they perform well. Commonly speaking, knights seldom cared about the art of archery as they believed that true knights would face each other off in a bloody melee battle, as attacking from afar was often considered an act of cowardice. However, Lorist understood that his force's ranged units suffered as he wasn't able to effectively train them. That was why he had no choice but to secretly place his hopes on the knighthood contest's archery competition to find him a few good archers. Also, the Kenmei's family might think that the additional competition segment was merely the Norton family's attempt at showing off their gold-ranked marksmen, so there really was nothing to lose. "Yes, my lord. We will do as you have instructed," said Shadecamp and Pat in unison. Chapter 129. "My lord, I've brought Knight Waxima here," Pat said. "Who?" Lorist asked, having not clearly heard him. Shadecamp explained, "My lord, when we left the camp of the Kenmeises, Pat said he wanted to recruit Knight Waxima as a family knight as he had won 3 straight challenges in a row in the morning. That was why we headed to his tent to pay him a visit. But when we were there, the men sent by the family of the Pegasus and the Kenmei's family were already there to make their invitations." Oh! The more Lorist heard, the more interested he got. However, he had never heard of a Pegasus family. "Wait, what noble family bears the moniker of the family of the Pegasus? Why haven't I heard of it before?" "My lord, did you forget? Yesterday, the first knight who challenged our family, Lamboe, wore a silver Pegasus crest, did he not? He was a knight of the family of the Pegasus." "My lord, do you know about the New Moon War and the Felim family?" "I know about those. Hundreds of years ago, an artifact was excavated from one of the ancient ruins. It was a silver moon-shaped stone that was said to be filled with magical power. That stone had caused Chrisen IV to go to war for it against 7 other noble families, and it was termed the New Moon War or the New Moon Chaos. In the end, Chrisen IV won a hard-fought victory and eradicated the other 7 families. However, the magical stone had disappeared and was never seen by anyone else ever since. Having ruined half of his empire and gaining nothing, Chrisen IV was often ridiculed for expending so much effort on something he did not get his hands on in the end. I recall that the Felim family was one of the 7 families that rebelled, right?" Lorist asked as he recalled. Shadecamp said, "My lord, your memory is indeed great. The insignia of the Felim family does indeed depict a silver Pegasus. Like how we are called the family of the roaring raging bear, they are colloquially known as the family of the Pegasus. One of the wandering knights who paid the second prince a huge sum to be made into a noble is Baron Felim Chalvode. According to the ambassador of the Felim family that was sent to recruit Knight Waxima, the Baron is one of the descendants from the family of the Pegasus, and he wishes to one day return his family to its previous glorious position. As long as Knight Waxima joins the Felim family, they might actually stand a chance in the future. Also, the ambassador of the Kenmei's family said that they were willing to offer Knight Waxima 2 times the yearly salary other families paid their knights, as well as giving Waxima his own personal manor, which will be complete with all the necessary infrastructure if he made it to the gold rank," Pat added. "Oh, then why did Knight Waxima come back with you guys? What kind of conditions did you make?" Lorist asked curiously. "This," Shadecamp said as he shook his head in a troubled manner. Pat scratched his head and said, "To be honest, we don't know why he followed us here either. We didn't even make any conditions. My lord, when we went there, the other 2 ambassadors from the other families were already there. When we met Knight Waxima, we went straight to the point and asked if he was willing to come to our family. After we said that, the ambassadors of the family of the Pegasus and the Kenmei's family tried to convince him otherwise and made better conditions of their own. Thinking that we didn't have a chance, we bid our farewells and left. Who knew that after hearing the offers of the 2 ambassadors, Knight Waxima merely shook his head and refused them before he brought his sword and mount and followed us back. Then where is he now?" "My lord, Knight Waxima is waiting right outside. I had wanted him to come inside with us, but he said that it would be impolite to enter my lord's room without first being invited, and that it was against the code of chivalry practiced by knights. That was why we had no choice but to allow him to wait outside," Pat said. "Soul, you should have said that first when you came in. It really is quite rude for me to have made him wait for so long," Lorist complained as he hurriedly rushed outside. Waxima was a tall and slender guy who acted with utmost politeness. His almost ceremonial behavior instantly revealed his traditional knight family upbringing, given that he was a little uncomfortable with how friendly Lorist treated him and even hesitated to receive the cup of tea that Lorist poured him. "Knight Waxima, please forgive my prying, but why did you refuse the invitations of the family of the Pegasus and the Kenmaze family? Their conditions were not bad at all from what I've heard." Lorist paid attention to the knight as he was quite interested in him. After witnessing Waxima fight with other knights with his practiced and stable fighting style that allowed him to aptly receive and parry any strike headed towards him, Lorist felt that the knight gave of a dependable and reliable aura, similar to that of Mt. Tai. For some reason, Lorist chuckled at somehow remembering the famous saying about a mountain from his previous life. Knight Waxima continued to stay silent before he brought out a small golden badge bearing the insignia of the Raging Bear and put it on the table. "I have come because of this." "The badge of the Raging Bear?" Lorist picked out the badge and flipped it around and saw the characters spelling out Abelet engraved upon its back. "Big brother." Lorist looked at Knight Waxima and thought, how did the badge of my elder brother end up in his hands? 7 years ago, Sir Abelid was a 1-star gold-ranked knight and he travelled the Northlands to challenge all the famous knights within with none of them being his match. When he was on his way back to his own dominion, he passed through my manor. At that time, I was trying the 3rd time to awaken my battle force. If I had failed back then, I would have nowhere else to go and would have no choice to leave the manor that was left to me by my father. It was because I had Sir Abelid's guidance that I was able to awaken my battle force successfully in the end. Before he left, when I asked if I would be able to meet him again, he left this badge behind and smiled as he said that I could go find him with this badge when I reach the silver rank and he would make me his knight. But when I finally broke through, I received the news that he had perished on the battlefield. Not knowing what I should do, I decided to visit the Norton family anyway when I reached the 2-star silver rank even if Sir Abelid was already no more. However, my mother passed away by coincidence at that time and my wife also birthed me my son, causing me to be unable to leave as I had planned. Just last year, I broke through to the 3-star silver rank and my father's liege's descendant, Viscount Bisth, went under the attack of 2 other new noble families, so I had no other choice but to help resist the attacks and we only managed to defeat those Dominion lords earlier this year. I then spent 3 months to settle the issues within my manor like laying off my servants before I returned it to the Viscount and brought my wife and son along with my attendants over here. I only just arrived yesterday and planned to visit you this morning, but the other wandering knights in the area thought that I was planning to challenge them, so I had no choice but to defeat those 2 challengers. Then I thought that if I showed up at the castle walls, I might be mistaken to be challenging your family, so I returned once again to think things over. I didn't expect that just now during the evening, you would have sent your men to find me. So I followed them back here right away," explained Waxima in a rather calm tone as if he was talking about his past like the most common things of everyday life. Lorist, Shadecamp and Pat, however, were rather moved by his experiences. "You've returned the manor your father left you back to the Dominion Lord?" Lorist asked in a surprised voice. "That's right, my lord," replied Knight Waxima calmly. "The lord my father pledged himself to is the grandfather of the current Dominion Lord. When I failed on my 2nd attempt to awaken my battle force, the current Viscount Bisth even asked me to leave the manor and said that their family cannot afford to support a piece of useless crap like me. That's why I've decided not to follow the Bisth family like my father did when I broke through to the silver rank, considering that I also promised Sir Abelid that I would become a knight of the Norton family. This time, the reason I fought off the 2 noble families that attacked Viscount Bisth's dominion was to return the favours my family owes Viscount Bisth's grandfather. After returning the manor, we no longer owe each other anymore and I can leave without any lingering attachments. Knight Waxima, I'm really touched by the behaviour that you have shown, which is exemplary of a most respectable and glorious knight. Your firm belief on fulfilling promises is the best reciprocation the Norton family can hope for. However, you should know that our family is currently in a rather dire situation. To be completely honest with you, a group of Duke Loggins's soldiers have already managed to invade our dominion. If you join us, you will have to face his men on the battlefield and nobody can guarantee your safety. Your child is also still young, so I hope you can think it over by taking your family into consideration. Joining the Norton family now is not the most optimal choice you can make, Lorist said as he made a bitter smile. My lord, the path of knights is supposed to be fraught with dangers. My only regret is that I couldn't come here earlier, and I do not wish to have the same regrets for the remainder of my life. If I shirk out now, my son will probably be ashamed for having a father like me," said Waxima as he stepped in front of Lorist and kneeled down on one knee. "My lord, if you are willing to take me as a knight of the Norton family, then can you allow me to join your forces as a regular foot soldier so that we may resist the enemy together? This is the most touching pledge I have ever heard." "Rise, my knight," said Lorist as he tapped onto Knight Waxima's shoulder twice with his sword. "Pat." Pat brought out a silver Raging Bear badge and gave it to Lorist before he hugged Waxima heartily and said, "I welcome your participation, comrade and brother of mine. Your arrival is the best honor the Norton family could ever receive." Waxima, who had just become the knight of the Norton family, excitedly went to fetch his wife, son, and attendants while accompanied by Shadecamp. As Lorist was playing around with his elder brother's badge, Pat entered and reported, "My lord, Jim is back." "Oh, let him in quick." "Jim, what did the 4 mercenary leaders say?" asked Lorist impatiently before Jim even managed to catch his breath. Jim wiped the sweat off his face before he replied as he panted, "My lord, the price you gave them is more than enough and all of them are willing to accept your employment. However, they have a small request." "What is it?" Lorist asked. "They want you to provide them with some weapons and equipment." Lorist's expression darkened as he said, "Do they want metal armor as well?" "No, not metal armor," clarified Jim hurriedly. "My lord, if they did, I would have scolded them furiously when I was there myself. What they've requested is to be allowed to masquerade as the forces of our family while they work on the mission you gave them. That way, if anything goes wrong, they will be treated as soldiers of the Norton family and not mercenaries from their crews. My lord, you should understand that if they were captured as mercenaries by the Duke's men, they would be beheaded right away and the Duke would know which mercenary crew helped us out. If they pretend to be our men on the other hand, even though they might have to endure some torture, they have a better chance to retain their lives and their crews wouldn't offend the Duke on the surface either." Lorist's expression calmed down and softened before he nodded and said, "All right, I can give them a couple of leather armor and weapons that have our family's insignia engraved on them. However, they have to prepare their own mounts. Also, after they sign the agreement, let them lead their men into the castle in small groups to collect their equipment before they head outside the castle once again to set up camp there. Once we receive news from Paul Obens, that will be when I will depart with them." "All right, my lord. I will go back there to get them to sign the agreement and have them collect their equipment tomorrow night," said Jim as he hurriedly rushed back. "My lord, can we really count on those mercenary crews?" Pat asked. "Regardless of whether we can or not, having their men on our side is still better than nothing. In terms of individual battle prowess, the mercenaries should be better than the soldiers of the Northland Army. However, if an all-out battle breaks out, there is little doubt that their coordination will be worse when compared to properly trained armies. Other than that, we don't have enough men on our side to resist the forces of the Duke with the aid of Wild North Town head-on. In terms of numbers, they beat us hands down and we have no choice but to resist them defensively. Then again, we can't coop ourselves out in a castle for the whole time and we have to retaliate once in a while so that our forces can push the enemy back slightly and last longer. When using the mercenaries, we have to let them do what they are best at, using hit-and-run tactics from the sidelines to wipe out the enemy's scouts, ambushing their rearguard, and intercepting their attacking troops so that they will be distracted and not be able to effectively besiege the castle," said Lorist as he explained the tactics he was going to employ using the mercenaries he hired. "But the cost of hiring one crew is far too high at 100 gold fords. And you will also have to pay them 1 imperial gold coin for every enemy they kill, as well as provide them with leather armor, weapons, and food supplies. "Milord, I feel that it's not worth spending so much money on the mercenaries," said Pat, worried about the huge payment involved. "If we don't at least spend that much, then the mercenaries will not fight with all they have." After collecting around 200,000 gold fords worth of wealth from the Kenmei's family, gold coins is not something we currently lack. If we can squash Duke Loggins's army with money, then that would have been money well spent, Lorist said. Chapter 130. While using money to wipe out the Duke's men sounded rather wasteful, to Lorist, he didn't have much of a choice due to the disparity between his own troops and that of the Duke. Additionally, the enemy had the aid of the rebels from Wild North Town, and it could be said that a disastrous storm was about to descend on the Norton family. What Lorist could do now was to muster all his forces to resist the Duke's army. For instance, the reason he hired the mercenary crews was so that they could help him wipe out the scouts of the enemy and withhold part of their battle strength by way of ambushes and harassment attacks, so that they wouldn't be able to effectively besiege the bastide of the Norton family. What Lorist was most worried about currently was whether the Duke had already launched his attack against Maplewood's bastide. Even though it was defended by a company's worth of family soldiers, they only numbered around 600 people, and up to 200 of them were injured to some degree. Even if the family had 10 times the amount of troops stationed there, it would still find it rather hard to resist the Duke's force that numbered among the thousands. The only fact that Lorist could find relief in was that Jisk was at the bastide. With a gold-ranked marksman like him there, Lorist was confident that the bastide wouldn't fall to enemy attack just yet. As the sky gradually brightened during the dawn, Lorist awoke in a rather drowsy state, as he had slept rather late the night before. "Milord, Paul Obens has sent someone back." Ovides's voice rang out from outside Lorist's room. He had been on night patrol duty since yesterday. Lorist got out of bed and said, "Ovides, get someone to bring me a basin full of water that I can use to wash my face with." The one who was sent back to make the report was one of the former bandits that had joined the guard squad. Having traveled for the whole night, he looked rather worn out as he said, "Milord, Squad Leader Paul Obens ordered me to report to you that the enemy have yet to make their move, and they stayed within their camp for 1 whole day. Yesterday, we also eradicated a group of 10+ enemy troops who were felling trees and caught some of them alive as well. The captives told us that the Duke mobilized around 2 regiments with up to 4,000 soldiers to punish the Norton family for their rebellion, with the gold-ranked Knight Shivani taking the lead as their commander." "Did the prisoners say how they entered our dominion?" Lorist asked. The guard nodded and said, "Sir Jisk questioned them already, and I was among the men he brought along with him." The captives said they were not too clear about it, as the whole army had been guided by someone else and that they merely followed along. However, they mentioned seeing a white beach as they traveled by the coast and passing through a few caverns, with the last one taking them 1 whole day to traverse. They also said that they crossed a very long suspension bridge. After the journey that took them 4 days, the worn-out soldiers were allowed to rest for 2 days after they set up their camp. "Was Knight Jisk with you as well?" "Yes, milord. When we're sneaking around Wild North Town, we met with Sir Jisk, who led his men to spy on the enemy camp, so we simply joined up with him," replied the guard. "All right, you should go take some rest." "You did good," said Lorist as he tapped on the guard's shoulder in a good mood. Lorist exhaled and relaxed as he thought, "Even though what we lack most right now is time, I didn't expect that the Duke would allow his troops to rest for 2 days. This is the best case scenario I can hope for." "Ovides, have you finished picking the men for the company I asked you to form yesterday?" Lorist asked. Ovides nodded and said, "Milord, the company has already been formed and equipped. I had them finish building the training ground behind the business sector, and they can start their basic training drills first thing today." "Good. During their breaks, don't forget to teach them about how to awaken their battle force. Since you have been in the Empire's army before, I'm sure you can easily teach them the basic battle force technique to help them awaken their battle force quickly. I'll be leaving this company to you." "Yes, "Milord," replied Ovides as he straightened his body. "All right, that's all. Good work working the night shift since yesterday. You better go get some rest for now," Lorist said. After having breakfast, Shadecamp, Pat, Jim, and Waxima arrived at Lorist's room. Jim, later during the morning, let the mercenaries enter the castle in small groups to equip themselves before they return to the camp outside. "I will be bringing them with me tomorrow morning, understood?" "Yes, milord. I will start working on it immediately," Jim said before he left. "Shadecamp, I will leave the matter of the communication with the Kenmaze family about the knighthood competition to you. Supervisor Hansk will also help you out with this. You're clear on what I want you to pay attention to, right?" Lorist asked. Shadecamp replied, "Milord, don't worry. I will make sure to satisfy your demands." "Pat, pick one squad from the guard company and 2 squads of family soldiers later today for Knight Waxima to command. They should meet a few criteria like having awakened their battle force as well as knowing riding and archery." "Understood, milord. Also, after I bring the 3 squads away, the castle will only have 2 squads of guards and 2 squads of family soldiers remaining. I will leave these men under your command, Pat. As for Ovides's newly formed company, you won't be able to use them as of yet, so let Ovides train them up first. 4 squads worth of soldiers should be enough to defend Firm Rock Castle. However, make sure to be vigilant even during the duration of the knighthood competition lest we get attacked by surprise," Lorist instructed Pat. "Milord, don't worry. I will definitely keep my eyes wide open," Pat promised. Lorist patted on his shoulder twice and said, "All right, I'll leave it all to you." "Waxima." "Milord, please give me your instructions," said the knight as he stepped forward. Lorist turned to him and said, "I'm really sorry that you have to accompany me to the battlefield the moment you joined us." Waxima interjected, "Milord, the battlefield is the second home of the knight. It is my honor to be able to serve the family. Please don't hesitate to give me my orders." "All right, Waxima. Go with Pat to pick the men you will bring to battle. You will be in charge of overseeing the preparations and equipment of the soldiers. For the guards, let them take double-layered metal armor, pikes, riding shields, a quiver of javelins as well as one sidearm of their choosing. For the family soldiers, they will be allocated chainmail, pikes, bucklers, training longbows, a quiver of arrows and a longsword. Every man will have a pair of mounts, 3 days' worth of food as well as a wool blanket. Begin the preparations today for our departure tomorrow." "Yes, milord," said Waxima as he clenched his fist and knocked onto his left breastplate in a knight salute. "All right, you guys go work on your tasks. Notify the guards at the door to call Butler Boris, Old Man Bach and Supervisor Hansk over." "Yes, milord." "Locke. You're far too shameless," said Telesty with a flushed face while wearing an annoyed expression with hints of embarrassment and anger. When Lorist went to bid her goodbye, he hugged her the moment he entered the room and gave her a French kiss, causing Telesty to gasp softly as she slumped down powerlessly in surprise. "My dear Telesty, I will be going on the battlefield soon. This time, the enemy I face is really formidable and I truly feel that this might be the last time we meet. That's why I've decided to bid my farewells in hopes that your kiss will grant me the courage I need to defeat my fearsome foe. When and if I return, I will definitely present my spoils of battle to you," said Lorist as he read out a classic line from one of the chivalric tales he read. All right. There you go again, plagiarizing the lines you read in some knighthood novel. I don't know about the others, but I'm pretty sure that sooner or later you'll appear before me without a single scratch on you. I can only hope to pray for your enemy who have used up all their luck for them to have met you," said Telesty as she interjected in the middle of Lorist's recital. "As expected, my dear Miss Telesty understands me best. But even though you hold so much confidence for me, this expedition will no doubt be a rather dangerous one as the men of Duke Loggins outnumber ours by 2 to 3 times. I have already ordered Pat to notify you to move if the worst comes to happen, Lorist said with a solemn expression. Telesty fell silent for a while before she raised her head and said, I believe that nobody will be able to defeat you and that you will return swiftly. You should go now, after all, you've hugged and kissed me already and said all you wanted to, right? What are you waiting for? Lorist smiled and said, I was thinking if I should kiss you once more. You? Said Telesty angrily as she looked around to look for something to pummel Lorist with. Lorist dashed swiftly out of the doorway and gave Vinny an imperial gold coin when he passed her by. You did well, this is for you. Telesty sat down powerlessly on her chair and said, You darned. Upon thinking back on the kiss moments before, she felt her face heat up as her vision blurred for a bit. Mistress, look. Lord Locke gave me a gold coin. Said Vinny happily. Looking at Vinny's genuine smile, Telesty couldn't even get mad at her even as she tried. Little Vinny, you sold me out for a single gold coin. I didn't, aren't you sitting here just fine right now? Said Vinny with an innocent expression. Then why did you close the door just now? Vinny replied with a touch of naivete, Lord Locke said that he wanted to give you a surprise and didn't want anybody else to see it. I thought it made sense so I closed the door and got rewarded by him with one gold coin. Oh, what was the surprise Lord Locke gave you just now? Can you show me? Telesty shrugged and buried her head within her arms as she laid flat on the table. Frustrated, she said, Nothing. Sheesh. Mistress, you're so stingy. Said Vinny. My lord, it's about time we departed, said Waxima as he showed up in front of Lorist. Pat brought over a huge Northlander horse which Lorist subsequently mounted. My lord, are you fine like that? Said Waxima in surprise as he looked at the simple chainmail Lorist wore. Well, Waxima, even though I'm a knight myself, the techniques I trained in is different from yours and the others. Wearing heavy armor will only serve to limit my abilities instead, Lorist explained. With an expression of understanding, Waxima got onto his own horse and followed behind his lord. One guard squad and 2 family soldier squads were already standing by. All of them numbered to more than 360 fully equipped men in metal armor who were lined up in 3 long rows. Beside them were mounts without riders which they could switch to when their current ones tired out. Even though it was a relatively small group, the troops gave off an indomitable feeling, especially when compared to the unorganized mercenaries standing beside them not far away. Have the scouts been sent out? Lorist asked. Yes. All 30 plus of them left early this morning. They were split into groups of 3 with several groups sent in front, to the left and to the right respectively, replied Waxima. All right, let's depart. You'll be leading the march. Yes, my lord. Jim, come here, Lorist said. We're going to leave now. Tell the 4 mercenary crew leaders to follow our troops from behind and organize themselves. When they are ready, bring the 4 crew leaders to me. I'd like to meet them, Lorist said. Okay, my lord. I will head there right now. Among the 4 mercenary crews, the one with the most members was without a doubt the Nightbat mercenary crew. They were the last crew who signed the agreement with Jim as they believed that given that their numbers were the highest, they deserved a pay of at least 150 to 200 gold forts. In the end, Jim ridiculed them for ranking only number 3 among the 4 crews even though they had so many members and said that they didn't have the right to ask for a raise and were free to not sign the agreement if they so pleased. In the end, the crew leader caved and signed it anyway. The 260 plus Nightbat mercenaries didn't seem to have any discipline at all and moved at their own pace. When Jim brought the Nightbat crew leader to meet Lorist, he was ordered to reorganize his own men who didn't look the least bit like the rest of the Norton family soldiers and instead resembled a motley crew of rascals. The leader of the Nightbat mercenary crew, Dolamp Maxon, was an old, slick, and cunning 2-star silver-ranked mercenary. Having been rebuked by Lorist, he looked at the soldiers of the Norton family as well as the other 3 mercenary crews before he returned to his own group in embarrassment and started scolding away. It didn't take long for his men to behave and look more like proper soldiers. The Cromwell mercenary crew was the strongest among the rest due to their leader, Cromwell Richard, being a one-star gold-ranked swordsman. It was rumoured that his grandfather used to be a knight who had been stripped of his status for having angered his lord and was chased out of the family to become a lowly mercenary. Even so, he managed to have some fortuitous encounters during his life as one and managed to earn quite a fortune, which he used to form his own mercenary crew, which he often employed to explore ancient ruins in search of artifacts. In the end, the grandfather of the current Cromwell leader left behind a will that stated that his descendants had to inherit the crew he had formed. Even if one was a commoner, as long as one was strong enough, one would be able to live the free and unchained life of a mercenary without worries. The group that ranked number 2 in terms of strength was the Razor Pike mercenary crew, which numbered more than 170 people. Lorist paid the most attention to that crew as they were formed from retired commoner military officers and soldiers who adhered to standard military discipline and regulations, as was seen in the way they marched. Their leader was a 3-star silver-ranked mercenary called Sandro, who used to be a garrison officer for a town which had been eradicated during the civil war within the empire. For the survival of his family and comrades, he had formed his own mercenary crews so that they would be able to support themselves financially while not being oppressed by nobles at the same time. The weakest mercenary crew was the Pentasword mercenary crew. As the name implied, the crew was formed jointly by 5 silver-ranked swordsmen. Even though their numbers were the least at only 132 people, they still looked more disciplined and united than the messy Nightbat mercenaries. Lorist remained behind his own troops and chatted heartily with the mercenary leaders. Given that he had been a mercenary for up to 6 years back at Moronti City, he didn't run out of topics to talk about with the rest of the mercenaries. Lorist also didn't put up any arrogant airs nobles usually did, and occasionally even mocked himself just to cause the rest of them to laugh out loud without restraint. Just when the conversation was getting heated, a mounted soldier rode over from further ahead and said, "My lord, Knight Waxham requests for your presence at the vanguard. Squad leader Paul Obens has returned." Chapter 131. Why did Paul Obens return at a time like this? Shouldn't he be spying on the Duke's army with Jusk? Don't tell me something else happened over there? Lorist had tons of questions as he headed to the front of the troops. "My lord, I don't know if this is good or bad news." After that incident, Sir Jusk didn't know what to do next either and could only order me to come back to make a report and await your decision, Paul Obens said with a pale face. "What in the world happened?" Lorist asked. "It's like this. Yesterday evening at around 7 o'clock, Wild North Town was bustling with noise and many soldiers wearing the attire of the Duke's army went inside the town from their camp. Sir Jusk secretly sent some men to sneak near the town, and after a while, they came back and reported that the people of the town were having a celebratory feast for the entitlement of the 4 great families as barons. We were all really mad and wanted to cause some trouble so that they wouldn't be able to successfully carry out their ceremony." Paul Obens looked to the sky as he reminisced and said, "After that, Sir Jusk once again brought a few of us to sneak to the enemy's camp. However, the lax security there greatly surprised us, as even the soldiers stationed up at the tower outposts focused their attention on what was happening within the town, allowing us to swiftly make our way to the barricade surrounding the camp without too much trouble. Originally, we wanted to set their tents on fire, but Sir Jusk stopped us and said that he felt that something was off. So, he ordered us to be patient until we could ascertain what was going on. After we passed through the gap in the barricades, we saw that in the middle of the empty space were the people of Wild North Town gathered around a huge bonfire while consuming wine and meats. After a while, 2 metal-armored knights showed up and some citizens of the town dressed in luxurious robes went to greet him. The knight with the long goatee said something as he smiled, which caused the people of the town to all kneel down. After that, the knight said something so terrifying that caused the townsfolk to stand there stunned and unable to move. Another knight who was nearby drew his sword and instantly pierced it into the chest of an old man from the town. As we witnessed that from afar, we also stood there completely flabbergasted. We heard a blaring of a horn before fully armed soldiers emerged from the tents nearby and started slaughtering the citizens of the town. It was a complete massacre and the unarmed townsfolk could do nothing to retaliate at all, even those who had kneeled down to beg for mercy were not spared. Sergisk said that there were at least 2,000 or so townsfolk who had participated in the ceremony and all of them were male. However, not a single one of them were spared, even the elderly and the children were killed off. There was so much blood that it even flowed out of the camp. In the end, around 600 of them gathered up and started fighting back with some flaming sticks that they got from the bonfire. But they only managed to set a few of the tents in the army camp on fire before they were all culled by the silver-ranked knights. Quickly following that, the men of Duke Logan split up into two groups and one of them launched an attack on Wild North Town. It didn't take long for them to bust open the town gates and rush inside to kill, causing cries of terror and agony to resound from within the town. At that time, we were all stunned beyond recognition and didn't know how it came to end like that. In the end, Sergisk snapped us out of our stupor and led us away from the enemy camp. The next morning, we went back and saw that some of the Duke's soldiers had dug a huge pit to toss the bodies of the townsfolk into, which they set on fire before they packed up their camp and moved into the town. A little while later, a few other soldiers emerged from the town and started digging another huge pit for even more bodies that were to be burned. Sergisk with his good eyesight recognized that most of the bodies were that of the elderly and children of the town. "My lord, right now, the soldiers of the Duke have occupied Wild North Town completely and Sergisk doesn't know what he should do next, so he sent me back here to seek your advice," said Paul Obens as he finished reporting the incident that happened a few days prior. Perhaps he still hadn't snapped out of the shock from witnessing the massacre firsthand, as he had shivered all the while he recalled the incident. Lorist placed his cape on Paul Obens, who didn't know what to say to express his gratitude and merely clasped tightly on the cape. Raising his head, Lorist looked at the direction of Wild North Town and saw two grayish-white pillars of smoke rise up into the sky. Even though hearing about the massacre of the town has greatly shocked Lorist, he couldn't help but feel a trace of happiness from the depths of his heart. Betraying the Norton family, openly resisting with an army, conspiring with Duke Loggins and allowing the enemy to enter the dominion of the family, the Wild North Town had already went beyond all lines of tolerance for any noble family, and their untimely demise could be said to be well-deserved and not worth anyone's sympathy. Even though Lorist wanted to laugh out loud in happiness, he resisted that urge. While the list of problems he had decreased by one, and even though he hated every one of the Wild North Town folk to the bone, given that he had grown up in a relatively peaceful era in his previous life, he would never have been able to kill the elderly and the children of the town even though they were relatives of the enemy. The family leaders of the four great families were truly spoiled under Norton rule. Did they think that other nobles would be so easy to negotiate with like the Norton family? The great families of Wild North Town had aided the Duke so that they would be able to become landed nobles. But they must have forgotten that it was extremely rare for commoners to be elevated to the status of nobility. Having not seen the truth of the outside world, the people of the town actually believed in the false promises of the Duke and didn't know that rebelling against one's dominion lord was a huge taboo in the eyes of nobles. The massacre could only be blamed on their own foolishness and were the consequence of their rebellion. To Lorist, Paul Obens's report on the massacre of the town was indeed a piece of good news, and the Duke's men had actually helped him solve one of his problems. Otherwise, Lorist would still have to wonder how to deal with the town who exploited their own non-combatants for defense. He couldn't kill them outright, as that would affect his reputation, given that many people at the Maplewoods Bastide had familial relations with the folk at Wild North Town. Then again, he couldn't just let them be, as they would propagate their hatred for the Norton family in the following generations to come and allow the town to become a hidden landmine within the Norton family dominion that would become a huge source of uncertainty that could severely undermine the security of the dominion. Even though Lorist felt that half his burdens had lifted, he still didn't understand why the men of the Duke did something that irrational, like massacring the folk of Wild North Town. Not only did they remove a formidable ally, that also put themselves in a precarious situation in the dominion of the Norton family. Lorist had already intuited numerous methods he could use to overcome the men of Duke Loggins now that Wild North Town was out of the picture. Don't tell me that the Duke's men thought that their victory was secured the moment they made their way into our dominion? Otherwise, why would they decide to wipe out the people of Wild North Town who had conspired with them in the first place? If that were really the case, Lorist couldn't wait to give Duke Loggins a lesson he would never forget. From Lorist's point of view, that massacre brought the Norton family many advantages. If that hadn't happened, the rebellious soldiers of Wild North Town would be able to act as a firm supporting force for the Duke's men and manage their supply lines and even guide the Duke's soldiers to attack the more weakly defended places of the Norton family. For example, Lorist was worried that the security of the Maplewoods Bastide would be compromised from within due to the people who were related to the Wild North Town residents causing sabotage. After the massacre, there was little doubt that the rest within Maplewoods Bastide would hate the Duke without question and resist his forces all the way. Also, given the things that happened to Wild North Town, they would understand that rebelling against the Nortons would only lead to their demise anyway. Given all that, there was little possibility that the Duke would be able to take over the Bastide within a short period of time. And the longer Lorist would be able to resist the enemy, the more chances he had to secure his victory. From a military standpoint, the Duke would actually disadvantage himself if he killed all the townsfolk who were originally willing to help him. That was the most frustrating part that Lorist didn't understand. Why didn't the Duke placate the people of Wild North Town temporarily? The least the townsfolk could do with their 1,000 or so men would be to defend Wild North Town itself and manage the logistics and supplies of the Duke's army, allowing all 4,000 men of the Duke to attack the Norton family without having to worry about their rear guard. Now that the townsfolk had been completely eliminated, at least 1,000 of the Duke's soldiers would have to be stationed at the town just to protect it, leaving only 3,000 plus to attack the Norton family. And if the assault on the Maplewoods Bastide span a long period of time, more men would have to be allocated to handle the logistics. At that time, Lorist would definitely jump at the chance to wipe out the defenseless supply transporters. The more Lorist continued to think about it, the more excited he got. At that time, he felt rather confident that he would be able to beat the Duke's army as opposed to the cross the bridge when he came to it mentality he held earlier in the morning. He looked forward to his arrival at the Bastide dearly. It has already been 3 days since Lorist arrived at the Bastide, but he didn't receive any news from Jisk about any attacks breaking out. Lorist didn't understand what the Duke's men were delaying for. Don't tell me that they plan to secure the place and wait for more reinforcements to come? That way, the family will be in real trouble and we must be prepared to face long days of war and conflict. Just as he was about to head to Wild North Town himself to take a look, a guard came in from outside and reported, "My lord, Hosky has returned." The busy-looking Hosky was dressed rather shabbily as he came in with a tired look. After saluting Lorist, he brought out a beast-skin map and said, "My lord, I found the route the enemy used to enter the Dominion." Opening the map, Lorist saw a curvy line drawn by Hosky using a charcoal block. "It's here," said Hosky as he pointed at the Blad Edge Mountains. "We followed the trail left by the enemy's forces and arrived at the mountains where we found a cave through which we discovered a valley. After another half a day's travel, we discovered another dark tunnel which took us around 1 day to pass through. Beyond that, we found ourselves at the edge of the cliff that had multitudes of vines growing downwards and to the opposite of it was another cliff. The people of Wild North Town had managed to use the vines to make a suspension bridge that was around 200 meters in length and 1 meter in width. However, it was exceedingly stable and it could even allow passage for 4-wheeled carriages. After crossing the bridge to the cliff on the other side, we found a path that led to a huge beach where we rested. However, we were attacked during our rest but we managed to fend off our enemy while taking 2 of them alive. After questioning the prisoners, we found that they were the men of a nearby Dominion lord, Maillard, who noticed Duke Loggins's men using this path and also wanted a piece of profit for themselves. Maillard sent up to 300 men to follow the Duke's troops from a safe distance and the ones we defeated back then were part of their scouts. Thinking that we were only 2 to 3 mercenaries, they wanted to kill us for our spoils, but little did they know we had another 20+ people resting at the beach not far away and ended up being wiped out by us instead. As Hosky reported, he started to snicker. Then again, we didn't fare too well either. After the scouts went back to make their report, the remainder of the 300 men came forward to seek vengeance for their dead comrades, and among them included 3 silver-ranked knights. We could only retreat hurriedly while the enemy chased us frantically, causing us to lose 4 men of our own in the process. By the time we reached the suspension bridge, I opened a few oil jars and poured their contents all over the bridge as I crossed and set it on fire when all of us made it to the other side, burning it down completely. Fortunately for the enemy, half of their men managed to run back to their side of the cliff before the bridge collapsed completely, but only 1 silver-ranked knight among the 3 managed to escape the fate of falling to certain death. However, even he was set on fire, and even if he didn't die from the burns, he would be severely injured. It truly is unfortunate for him to have been among the ones who were chasing us at the very front. Lorist said delightedly, so you're saying that the bridge is already burned down and the route is no longer usable? Hosky gave it some thought and replied, that should be the case. The bridge was up to 200 meters long and there is virtually no way for anyone to cross the cliff other than using it. Well, unless they wait for another 4 years for the vines to grow back and make another bridge to cross with. That's wonderful. Hosky, you have truly did a great deed for the Norton family. Now, I no longer have to worry about Duke Loggins sending more reinforcements into our family dominion. As for his troops at Wild North Town, they have nowhere else they can escape to. Ha ha ha. Lorist said as he patted on Hosky's shoulders heartily. Oh, Hosky, do you want anything as a reward for your accomplishment? If you want, I can even make you a family knight of our family and promote you immediately, Lorist said. Hosky made a forced smile and said, My lord, I think you should forget that thought. This achievement wasn't accomplished through my personal effort alone, my 24 other comrades also played a huge part, with 4 of them even dying in the process. If I become your knight now, it would be like I've betrayed them instead. Another reason for my refusal is my age. I'm already 45 now and am far too old to be your knight. Having been a mercenary for 20 years already, I also feel rather worn out from all my ventures and feel like retiring sooner or later. Before, I dreamed of forming a mercenary crew which I will pass to Jim when I reach the age of 50. However, now that he has decided to follow you instead, I think I should forget that and start working for my retirement. Lorist nodded and said, All right, Hosky. Even though I think you're young enough, I respect your decision on this matter. I will present every person who accompanied you with a reward of 10 gold fords, and the families of your dead comrades will receive 20 gold fords each. What do you think? My lord, thank you for your generosity and understanding, Hosky said as he bowed deeply. Also, after this conflict, I plan to build a few towns in the family dominion. If you're willing, you can bring your family members to live within the dominion, and I will even let you be a garrison captain at one of the towns. As for your other mercenary comrades, if they want, they can join the forces of my family as well. I believe they will have bright futures there with us, Lorist said. Thank you for your kind intentions, my lord. I will relay your offer to the rest, Hosky replied. Chapter 132. Another 2 days had passed and the soldiers of the Duke that occupied Wild North Town started making their move. The town gates were opened wide and about 100 light cavalry scouts poured out of it and split into groups of 10 before they spread out in all directions. Following that, 500 or so leather-armored riders arranged in 4 neat rows rode out of the town gradually, and behind them were 3 companies of foot soldiers, with the first company being sword and shield infantry, the second being pike infantry and the third being long bowmen. After the 3 companies left the town gates, they were followed by about 50 four-wheeled horse carriages which carried various goods like tents and some other supplies. The group of carriages also seemed to be ferrying a company's worth of soldiers. Apart from 2 soldiers driving each carriage, around 8 more could be seen seated within them. After the convoy exited the gates, a company of pike cavalry troops followed behind. What made Lorist wonder, however, was that the company of pike cavalry troops didn't seem as disciplined and orderly as the leather armor-wearing cavalry company that came before. The soldiers were not in proper formation, and they were even chatting and laughing out loud on their mounts. The town gates finally closed up after the cavalry company exited the town. A row of soldiers carrying blowhorns showed up at the walls of the town and started blowing the tune of deployment. A few men within the last pike cavalry company seemed to turn back and curse at the soldiers at the walls before they followed the troops that were marching in front of them. About an hour after the deployment of the troops, the town gates of Wild North Town remained tightly shut and the security on the walls seemed rather thorough. Lorist lightly leaped off the tree he had been on and said to Reedy, who was holding the horses and waiting for him further ahead, "Let's go back to our camp." The two of them only mounted their horses after they left the forest grounds. Before they traveled far, they saw 6 riders rushing in their direction from a mound nearby. Upon seeing Lorist and Reedy, the riders raised their pikes and shouted, "Slay them!" At that moment, tens of other riders revealed themselves from beyond the mound. At the sight of those new riders, Lorist smiled. The 6 riders were actually running away from the mercenaries he had hired. However, Lorist didn't expect that the mercenaries would be so aggressive and would start hunting down the Duke's men at an area that is not even 500 meters away from Wild North Town. 6 javelins flew through the air and slaughtered the 6 bloodthirsty light cavalry scouts Indiana cold blood. The mercenaries who chased them from behind got off their horses and saluted Lorist before they returned to staring at the dead scouts with a yearning gaze. "Reedy, go and check what the corpses have on them." Lorist was a little bothered why the mercenaries stared at the corpses with such hungry gazes. Reedy returned quickly while holding the reins of 6 horses and retrieved 6 long swords and a few throwing axes and flails as well as 6 money pouches that seemed to be filled to the brim. Upon opening up one of the money pouches, tens of silver coins as well as more than 10 imperial gold coins could be seen within. There were 2 to 3 gold fords within each pouch. After a moment of thought, Lorist finally came to a realization: the folk of Wild North Town were actually rather wealthy, but had nowhere better to spend their money on. That was why their money only piled up within their households. Now that the Duke had massacred all the citizens within the town and took control of it, the soldiers naturally ransacked every building they could find, and each of them earned quite a bit from the spoils. No wonder the soldiers that left in the morning didn't look too enthusiastic about being sent to battle, as they were hoping they would be able to spend their newfound wealth as soon as possible. It was quite possible that after being deployed, they might not survive long enough to be able to enjoy their spoils. That also explained why the mercenaries were so persistent on chasing down those scouts. Perhaps in the eyes of those poor mercenaries, each of the Duke's soldiers was nothing more than a moving coin chest. Lorist smiled and felt quite confident that he would be able to defeat the Duke's troops this time around. "Which mercenary crew are you lot from?" Lorist asked. "My lord, we are from the Nightbat mercenary crew," replied the leader of the group. Given that he recognized Lorist as the rich person that hired their crew, as well as having witnessed the scene of him killing off the 6 soldiers with the javelins, the mercenary had no choice but to admit that even he wouldn't necessarily be able to take that javelin head-on given the force at which it was thrown. "You did rather well. I'll leave the corpses here for you to handle," Lorist said as he continued to ride away with Reedy. Even though Reedy took the money pouches, mounts, and weapons of the dead soldiers, the mercenaries were still rather happy, as the armor, boots, and other accessories on the bodies were still untouched and they were worth quite a good sum. Other than that, the bodies might also be hiding other surprises waiting to be discovered, such as rings or necklaces. The heads of the 6 bodies could also be exchanged for 1 imperial gold coin each, as per Lorist's promise. Lorist was currently heading towards the camp at a small hill within the forest. That was the location where he was ambushed after his first visit to Wild North Town, during which he retrieved Belnick. The reason he chose that place was so that he could isolate the troops that were just deployed from the town with the rest that were guarding it. That place was also the midway point between Wild North Town and Maplewood's Bastide, and it was well hidden thanks to the small forest around it as well as the hills in the area. Even if Lorist were to intercept the messengers that passed through the area and be discovered in the process, it would take well over 20 minutes for reinforcements to be sent over, and that was more than enough time for Lorist and his men to make it to safety. Waxima came over as Lorist got off his horse. Upon seeing the relatively empty camp of the mercenaries, he asked, "Where is everybody?" "Well, my lord," Waxima replied, "early this morning, the Pentasword mercenary crew set out on their patrols and happened to bump into 10 of the Duke's scouts. They managed to take them all down, with 7 of them getting injured in the process, and discovered that the scouts all carried huge sums of money on their persons. When they came back and told the rest about it, the mercenaries all went out on a hunt for more enemy scouts. Sigh, nothing moves the hearts of people more efficiently than money. If I were to order them to rush at the vanguard of a charge, they would all scramble to be placed at the back of the formation. However, now that money is in the equation, they rushed forward without even thinking twice," Lorist said as he sighed. "My lord, mercenaries are fickle people who can't be trusted. They only care about their own lives and interests and don't hold loyalty and honor in high regard. We shouldn't have hired them in the first place," Waxima said. As a knight, he was naturally quite prejudiced against mercenaries. Lorist shook his head and said, "The disparity between our forces and the Duke's is truly too large. With these mercenaries, we can at least make up for the staggering difference in numbers. Even though they're a rowdy and unorganized bunch, they are still pretty useful against the reconnaissance troops of the enemy. Also, the experience and ability each of their men far exceeds that of our own soldiers. For now, we have not choice but to rely on their help to be able to stand a chance against the Duke's army." "By the way, did Paul Obens leave as well?" "Yes, my lord. He is currently monitoring the soldiers the Duke deployed, and he will return after they finish setting up their camp," replied Waxima. The Duke's men finally emerged from the town. It has already been 5 days since they occupied it. Now that they've shown themselves, we just have to find the right chance to strike. "I really don't know how much longer this conflict will last though," Lorist said as he sat down within his tent. "My lord, we will definitely be victorious over the Duke's army," Waxima assured. The attack the Duke's men launched on Maplewood's Bastide went on with a fair share of trouble. On the first day, the soldiers left Wild North Town at 9 in the morning and only arrived at the Bastide after 2 hours of marching before they began to set up their camp after having their afternoon meals. One silver-ranked knight who was sent to the Bastide to shout for the Nortons to surrender. However, he was killed on horseback near the drawbridge from an arrow fired by Jisk, who was standing atop the castle walls, thus painting the Duke's campaign with an ominous start. Now that the enemy soldiers knew that the gold-ranked marksman was within the Bastide they were about to besiege, all of them prayed to the war gods so that they wouldn't be the ones to die from the marksman's terrifying arrow. During the night, only 14 of the scouts returned, and they reported to their commander, Knight Shivani, that the other scouts have all fallen under the attacks of the Norton family's light cavalry troops. Shivani furrowed his brow and wondered how the Nortons managed to get so many light cavalry troops to the point that they were able to cause more than 80 of his scouts to be wiped out. It was not until one of the scouts reported that even though the light cavalry troops were wearing leather armor bearing the insignia of the Norton family, their behavior somewhat resembled that of mercenaries, that Shivani understood the situation and conjectured that the young family leader of the Nortons must have hired mercenaries to do battle for him. That theory wasn't too far-fetched either, since he had also gained the hidden personal sum of gold belonging to Viscount Kenmays. On the second day, Shivani split his soldiers into 2 divisions. One company of leather-armored cavalrymen led by 10 silver-ranked knights was sent to sweep the surrounding area for enemy troops, especially the mercenaries that the Nortons hired. The other division was to be commanded by him to attack Maplewood's Bastide. However, even after one whole afternoon of searching, the leather-armored company didn't find a trace of the mercenaries. That was due to the fact that they traveled in a huge unit. No mercenary would be stupid enough to run straight into the group, and most would sneak around and observe them from afar. In the end, the company rested by a stream for 2 hours only to discover when they were regrouping that 10 of their own comrades have vanished. Judging from the trail, they appeared to have been forcefully abducted by the enemy. The silver-ranked knight who led the group was infuriated and he rallied his men to follow the trail, only to stop when they noticed that they had almost been lured into the black mud marsh. Had the other silver-ranked knights not noticed that fact, the consequences of venturing into the marsh would have been unimaginable. On the other hand, the group that attacked the Bastide didn't fare too well either. Back then, Knight Shivani had ordered for the 3 ballistas to be brought out. Even he didn't expect that the town would have been able to procure 3 of those war machines which he found convenient to use during the siege as an added support to their assault. Little did he know that before the ballistas even fired a bolt, one of them was destroyed by an arrow shot by Jisk from the walls of the castle. Fortunately for Shivani, the other 2 ballistas were retrieved rather swiftly and didn't suffer the same fate of destruction. Greatly enraged, the knight commander ordered his longbowman company to rain arrows on the castle. Naturally, the Norton troops were ready for that and they brought out their wooden boards and quickly set up a few parapets. Jisk also took the chance to shoot from the cover of the parapets at the soldiers beyond the wall. After a long while, he managed to take out 53 foes while he didn't even get so much as a scratch. Having had 5 days to prepare from the safety of Wild North Town, Shivani had already tasked someone to prepare some siege engines for his perusal, such as 2 mobile bridges and 1 mini battering ram, all of which were disassembled and shipped over the night before with their assembly being completed just that morning. The mobile bridges were actually flat pushcarts with a long wooden gangplank installed on it which could be extended outwards. Upon being pushed to the edge of the moat, the gangplanks could be extended to reach the other end of it so that soldiers could cross it and start attacking the main gates. However, the terrain around the Maplewoods Bastide was rather hazardous as most of the land around the Bastide aside from the 2 main walls were sloped and there was no way to launch a full-on attack from those sloped sides. Knight Shivani commanded his men to attack the main gates of the Bastide 3 times already and lost up to 200 soldiers without achieving any significant results. The 2 mobile drawbridges and mini battering ram have also been set aflame with the help of incendiaries used by the Norton family soldiers. On the 3rd day, Shivani did not continue his assaults on the Bastide and instead sent a huge group of soldiers to fell some trees to start constructing more siege engines. In the afternoon, he received a report that the woodcutting soldiers were attacked and the casualties numbered below the hundreds. Having no other choice, Knight Shivani led a company of leather-armored cavalrymen to guard the woodcutting soldiers and escorted them back to the camp when they were done. After a whole day of work, just when the Duke's soldiers were about to get a good night's rest, they were greeted by a surprise attack and lost another 100 or so of their own. That was mainly due to the separated attacks that were spread out throughout the night. The worst part of the attacks was that the wood that they had cut down during the day had been set aflame and rendered useless. Knight Shivani was a resolute knight who followed his orders down to the last letter and he had promised his lord, Duke Loggins, that he would make the Norton family submit and surrender. That was why he definitely wouldn't give up just because he suffered some initial setbacks. He believed that the fact that the Norton family had to resort to guerrilla tactics was due to them having been forced to their wits' ends and it represented their fears of being severely outmatched in terms of numbers to the point that they had to resort to underhanded methods like that to extend their numbered days. That's why on the 4th day, Knight Shivani brought another group of soldiers to fell more trees and fortified the defences of his camp when he returned before he was comfortable enough to relax and rest up. However, not long after he laid down, he heard voices outside his tent calling out enemy attack or something along those lines. Getting up from his bed and opening his tent, Knight Shivani thought, "Can you call this an enemy attack?" He could see a flash from the distant walls of the Bastide before a flaming arrow landed straight on the ground with an audible thump with the soldiers looking expectantly in the night sky while wondering where the next arrow would land. This all stemmed from Jisk's boredom which was in turn a result of the lack of attacks from the Duke's men, causing him to have tons of unexpended energy which he didn't know how to use. Yesterday night when Lorist set the timber on fire, Jisk was reminded that using his battle force and his specialized longbow, he could fire an arrow up to thousands of meters away. Naturally, the arrows were far from accurate and Jisk himself wasn't aware of how much force the shots would possess. However, Given that the camp of the Duke's army was located around 1 kilometer from the Bastide, Jusk only needed to know the general location of the camp to be able to shoot some fire arrows there, and if he was lucky, he might be able to set a couple of tents on fire as well. It was also quite a good idea to cause the enemy to be unable to rest well during the night, so Jusk decided that he would fire 10 fire arrows every night and see the extent of the damage he could cause. By the time Jusk finished firing, Knight Shivani could no longer go back to sleep peacefully, as he had been left with a dull feeling of hopelessness that stemmed from things not going well for his expedition. On the 5th day, the Duke's men didn't attack the Bastide either. Despite having dark eye circles from lack of rest, Knight Shivani mainly watched over the soldiers who were busy constructing siege engines. On the 6th day, the construction of the siege engines continued. Due to the fact that the Northland Army was a proper army unit, the soldiers within weren't willing to use simple and improvised siege ladders. The siege engines they were trying to construct were basically siege towers that were equipped with gangplanks which could easily be laid onto castle walls to allow their men passage when the tower was close enough to the walls. Usually, soldiers would have to be stationed on top of the towers to defend it from enemy fire as it was pushed towards the walls before the gangplank could be lowered. Knight Shivani was prepared to have 4 of those siege towers constructed, as the castle walls had enough space for 4 of those at once. He believed that at least one of those towers would be able to successfully reach the walls, and he would definitely be the first one to rush up to take care of that darned gold-ranked marksman that gave him so much trouble all this time. That night, Jusk fired 10 arrows at the same time to the enemy camp as usual. On the 7th day, the construction of the siege towers were complete, and the soldiers only went to rest after seeing all 10 of the arrows fall within their camps, feeling assured that there would be no more heading their way. On the 8th day, Shivani decided to let his men take a good day's rest before tomorrow's full-scale attack on the Bastide. At the same time during the night, all the soldiers looked towards the sky and started counting. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows, 4 arrows, 5 arrows, 6 arrows. Here comes the 7th. Suddenly, Jusk felt bored for no apparent reason. Seeing that the enemy had mostly finished the construction of their siege towers, he reasoned that they would be attacking the day after and thought that it was better for him to stop firing any more arrows and get some good rest for the ordeal that was to come the next day without bothering to complete his usual routine. The soldiers in the enemy camp, however, continued to look up at the sky in stupor as they mumbled, "What about the 3 remaining arrows? Why hasn't he fired it yet? When are they going to come?" They continued to wait like that for 2 more hours. Chapter 133. Knight Shivani was feeling incredibly frustrated as he thought, how infuriating. How could he be like that? As a knight, especially a gold-ranked one, how can he stop doing something halfway without finishing it? He's been shooting 10 arrows every time during the past few nights. He should have shot 10 yesterday as well. Why did he stop at 7? That even caused the men in the camp to stupidly wait for 2 whole hours before I had to order them to get some sleep, and even then, they were worried that the shots would continue on later. Had it not been for his position of authority as the commander of the army, Knight Shivani would have went to the Bastide walls and challenged the gold-ranked marksman to a one-on-one death battle. Even though he had participated in many battles before, he had never once encountered something so extraordinary like 3 unshot arrows causing a whole army to lose sleep for the night. It truly was exceedingly humiliating for him. "What can I do now?" thought the knight as he looked at the tired soldiers and felt that they weren't in good shape to attack the Bastide that day either. After giving it some thought, Knight Shivani finally made up his mind to move the camp 200 meters away where the marksman of the Norton family would not be able to fire his arrows. It was also better that way as it would allow the soldiers to rest unworried. They might as well do some work to move the camp away since they were not attacking and make the Nortons pay after they were properly rested up. Jusk, Belnik and Pajik were currently standing atop the castle walls and looking towards the camp of the Duke's army. They expected a bloody battle to commence on that day given that the enemy had finished constructing their siege engines and already had a whole day of rest. It could be said that the Maple Woods Bastide was situated at a rather advantageous location. The whole bastide was built upon a hard rock mound and the area surrounding it was mostly flat and level. Aside from using a 200 or so meter long slope which was only tens of meters wide, there was no other way the enemy could attack the bastide because the cliffs of the mound was easily near 20 meters in height which couldn't be reached even with the aid of siege ladders. Apart from the main drawbridge, the walls of the castle do not have any large openings or windows. However, they were laden with firing holes which could be used by defenders to shoot at enemies from the safety within. The first assault of the Duke's army failed because of that. The jars of oil that caused the siege engines to burn them were also thrown from the firing holes. That's weird, it's already 10 but they aren't making any indication to attack. They really like the dawdle, don't they? Pajik said. That's right. Are they planning to come in the afternoon? Jisk also felt that something was off. Even though they have finished making their defense preparations, the enemy was still lumbering about slowly without a hint of urgency. Belnik looked at the enemy camp and said, "Don't tell me they're doing this on purpose? Are they planning to make us let our guard down before they attack us? That shouldn't be the case though, pushing the tall siege towers should take quite some time and we would have finished our preparations by then. Who cares? No matter how many comes, we'll just kill them all. We only have to focus on the 4 siege towers. Also, those towers would block the line of sight of their bowmen, so that would work to our advantage as well," Jisk said. As a person who specialized in longbows and archery, he knew the extent of the capabilities of the longbowman unit of the Duke. Even though he managed to kill 50 or so of the longbowmen during the last skirmish, he was left completely tired out by the end of it. The enemy commander really has a good eye. He managed to discover the weakness of our defenses after just one attack. The top of the castle is indeed our weak point. That's where they plan to aim using their 4 siege towers that would allow them to evade any damage from the firing holes that are only at the lower section of our walls. Firing arrows at their towers are pointless with the huge wooden boards they have in place. We won't be able to toss our oil jars over the moat either as the tower wouldn't need to approach the walls that much to lower their bridges for their soldiers to cross. Currently, they have around 3,000 men which is 5 to 6 times that of ours. Even if we manage to kill 3 for every 1 we lose, we still won't be their match. I only hope that the morale of their soldiers right now is not high so that they don't try so hard during the actual attack. Otherwise, we might find it exceedingly hard to overcome this obstacle today," Belnik said. "The only opportunity we have to retaliate is the moment the siege towers lower their gangplanks. If we manage to toss one of our oil jars into the opening and have Sergisk shoot a flaming arrow into it, then the whole siege tower would be rendered useless. If we manage to do that to 2 towers, we will be able to severely lessen the burden on our men as well. With that, 400 or so family soldiers might be enough for us to defend the top part of the castle," said Pajik as he looked at the bundle of oil jars beside him. Supervisor Spiel and Pesha got out of the stairwell while breathing raggedly at that moment. Pesha asked, "The enemy still hasn't attacked?" "That is the case, mistress," said Pajik as he saluted Pesha. He had no choice but to do so as his wife who had birthed him a son had been given to him by Pesha. Belnik merely nodded to Pesha as he was only acquaintances with her. On one hand, he knew that Pesha was the fiancé of the late first young master. On the other, he understood that Lorist didn't like her that much. Jusk, however, didn't pay her any heed and pretended he didn't notice her arrival at all. After hearing about how Pesha had taken Lorist's weapons without his permission to melt them down to fashion a weapon for herself from reedy, he grew to have a really bad impression of her. "Mistress, why have you come here?" Pajik asked. "Is there anything wrong with me being here? I'm a knight of the Norton family as well. It's all Little Locke's fault for angering the Duke of the Northlands. Just look at this, the Duke can easily send thousands of people over here without breaking a sweat. Is that a foe that our family can afford to anger? They even managed to kill off the people of Wild North Town. I was right all along when I told Grandpa Glaze that he shouldn't have let Little Locke return here. He's not fit at all to become a Dominion Lord," said Pesha as she started complaining about Lorist in front of everyone present. What did you say? Roared Jisk as he turned around to glare at Pesha with a furious expression. Did I say anything wrong? Didn't all this start to happen after he returned to the Dominion? If he didn't go and rob the Kenmei's family of their gold, would the Duke have come to our doorstep? Had he not changed the regulations to anger the people of Wild North Town, would they have bothered to guide the men of the Duke into the Dominion? If Little Locke didn't become the Dominion Lord, then we wouldn't have to dip our hands in conflict either, and the folk of Wild North Town will be respectful to us as always like the old times. And they wouldn't have been massacred either, argued Pesha, obviously satisfied with her own reasoning. Caught off guard by the inane statements Pesha had just uttered, Jisk was so angered that he was left completely speechless. Belnik shook his head and thought, I've heard that the mistress was a stubborn person, but I didn't know that she would actually say something that ridiculous. Then again, she's been spoiled by the old butler ever since her childhood, so I think we know who to thank for her haughty behavior. Belnik didn't feel like debating her either, as he believed that Lorist's eventual victory would make it even harder for the mistress to retract the statements she just made. Don't bother with her. She's just letting her mouth run even though she knows little about the whole situation. I'm sure that Milord will teach her a lesson when he gets back, advised Belnik as he held onto Jisk's arm to stop him. She really doesn't know what's good for her. I don't understand why Milord didn't punish her for her transgressions back then. She should have lost her status as a family knight from that so that she wouldn't cause trouble for anyone else in the future. I really wanted to beat her up for talking bad of Milord behind his back, said Jisk angrily. Pajik on the other hand was put into an awkward position. He didn't expect that Pesha would actually dare to say something like that. Beside them, Supervisor Spiel made a bitter smile and said, Mistress, how can you say things like that when our enemy is just about to attack? Milord will definitely not be happy to hear about it when he gets back. Upon the mention of Lorist, Pesha humphed with dissatisfaction before she quieted down and headed for another spot on the walls to continue to look towards the enemy camp. Supervisor Spiel, why have you come here? Belnik asked. Oh, it's about this. Old Butler Glaze heard that the enemy had built 4 bridged siege towers and wanted me to remind the 3 of you that you can use the rolling boulder tactic as a countermeasure for that, Spiel replied. Rolling boulders? Are you talking about the 8 huge spherical boulders that are placed within the Garden of the Bastide? Belnik asked. Right after, he jumped with realization and continued, Darn, why did I forget about this? Rolling boulder tactic? What is it? Asked Jisk and Pajik curiously in unison. Haha, Brother Joe, Pajik, come over here and take a look. It's those 8 boulder balls that are placed over there, said Belnik with a smile after he headed to the other side of the castle walls and pointed downwards. Beyond the main gates of the castle were a few flower beds where 8 huge boulders could be seen. The moment he laid his sight on them, Jisk understood and said, So those 8 boulders can be used like that as well. I thought that they were just decorations at first. I even wondered once why they weren't sculpted into some other shape and believed that you guys were simply unable to find a good sculptor within the Dominion. Still confused, Pajik asked, What would we do with those boulders? Belnik smiled and said, Those 8 boulders each weigh over thousands of kilograms and they have all been carved to be able to fit through the castle gates so that they can roll straight down the drawbridge. Think about how the spectacle would look like the moment we push the boulders down after the enemy has pushed the siege towers halfway up the slope. Pajik stood there stunned the moment he heard it, but he recovered rather quickly and said, Haha. To think that the family would still have this up their sleeves. I can't wait to see how the siege towers will fall. With this, we will be able to teach the Duke an unforgettable lesson. We are definitely going to win the battle. You may not know it, but the boulders have been there for at least 200 to 300 years. Belnik told Jisk. After the first ancestor of the Norton family built the family Bastide, it was frequently attacked by the mountain barbarians. The longest siege even lasted for half a year, but the barbarians incurred quite huge casualties themselves. That was when the rolling boulder tactic was thought up and one huge boulder was carved into a spherical shape. During the last siege the barbarians laid on the Bastide, the result of the tactic was absolutely devastating. According to the family records, the slope outside the main gates was full of flattened corpses. There was so many that one would bloody one's whole leg the moment one stepped onto it. After that, the family spent tens of years to carve up the rest of the boulders in case we would need them once more. It would be the second time we use it since almost 300 years ago. We can finally behold the might of this tactic with our own eyes. Jask thought for a bit before he said, I hope that these rolling boulders don't frighten the enemy all the way back to Wild North Town. That way, Milord's plan might have to be changed entirely again. The enemy has started to move, said Supervisor Spiel from not too far away. The three knights ran over there immediately only to be flabbergasted by what they saw. What's going on? The enemy looks like they're moving their camp further away. What happened? The three knights looked at each other but they couldn't figure out the reason for the sudden move of the Duke's army. Knight Shivani's eyes were completely bloodshot as he stared at Maplewood's Bastide. If stairs could set things on fire, then the Bastide would be completely consumed by raging flames of hatred by now. On the slope leading to the main entrance of the Bastide were countless flattened bodies of the Duke's soldiers who had toiled incredibly hard to push the siege towers halfway above the slope only to have two of them knocked off the slope with the other two lying flat on the slope itself. Between the two toppled towers was where the bloody spherical boulder lay. It was the 10th day of the expedition led by Knight Shivani to conquer Maplewood's Bastide. After getting a good rest the day before, the soldiers were all energized and ready to attack to take over the Bastide in one fell swoop. Shivani had also resolved that he would continue the assault and force the Nortons to submit no matter the casualties as long as the siege towers managed to reach the walls of the Bastide. After finishing breakfast, the soldiers got into their lines orderly behind the four siege towers and were led into battle by Knight Shivani. By the time the siege towers were pushed halfway up the slope, 1 hour and a half had already passed and it seemed that the attack would not truly begin until late in the afternoon. However, the knight thought that he would continue the assault throughout the night if it was necessary. Having rested for half an hour, the soldiers began pushing the siege towers up again. However, after only advancing tens of meters, a few loud cries could be heard. "Milord, the city gates are open. The drawbridge is being lowered." That was something that Shivani had predicted all along. He thought that the Nortons would have no choice but to send their men on a suicide mission to stop the siege towers. He was confident that the Norton family's soldiers understood that all would be lost if they allowed the siege towers to reach the walls. Knight Shivani raised his hand calmly and said, "Have the longbowmen aim forward. Sword and shield infantry, enter a defensive formation. Pike infantry, be ready to receive the assault." The well-trained soldiers of the Duke's army entered their stations orderly. The moment the soldiers rushed out of the gates, they would definitely be in for a harsh treat. However, not a single one of their enemy emerged from the castle gates. Instead, Shivani and the surviving soldiers were presented with a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. A huge boulder rolled out from the castle gates down through the drawbridge and headed for the slope as it accelerated more and more. Everyone there were completely terrified and stood there motionless as the boulders rolled closer and closer in their direction. Finally, someone shouted, "Run!" The formation instantly crumbled into smithereens with soldiers running all over the place into and over each other, especially with the four siege towers blocking their way. Some more clear-headed soldiers no longer gave a damn and jumped straight off the slope despite the risk of falling and injuring themselves, while the rest could do nothing but scream as they stared at the giant boulder that encroached them by the moment. Boom! The rolling boulder rammed straight into the two siege towers at the front, causing wooden splinters and body parts to fly everywhere while the bloodied boulder continued to push the siege towers down the slope. Before Knight Shivani regained his composure, he heard another soldier cry out, "There's one more." Raising his head, the knight saw another boulder rolling down in his way. With his quick wit, Knight Shivani ordered, "Topple the siege towers to block the boulder." Miraculously, the siege towers managed to be pushed down before the boulder reached them. While it smashed its way through the first toppled tower, the boulder stopped when it reached the second tower as it had lost all its momentum. As the soldiers that narrowly escaped death let out a cheer of relief, Knight Shivani was dripping cold sweat atop his mount. He could only stare at the bastide atop the slope as he thought, as long as they have more of those boulders, I will never be able to attack them from the front. Chapter 134. Knight Shivani put down the beastskin map he held in his hand and paced around in circles within his tent. He didn't expect that he would lose up to a company's worth of men, 500 people out of the original 3,000, after 10 short days of the expedition since they left Wild North Town. The Northland Army was organized in a 5-to-5 system, a regiment had 5 companies, a company had 5 squads while each squad numbered around 100 or more people. The beastskin was a report submitted to him by a logistics officer. According to it, the light cavalry scouts had 83 casualties, 120 patrol troops were missing and more than 40 soldiers who were felling trees were killed. The casualties for the first attack on the bastide numbered at 74 people and 103 of them got killed during the night assaults on their camps by the Nordans. Combined with the 131 soldiers who died from being crushed by that huge boulder, the total number of casualties had soared above 550 people. What other things do you have to tell me? Knight Shivani asked the logistics officer.
Sir, the soldiers who were injured today number more than 200, among which tens of them might be handicapped for life. Combined with the heavily injured soldiers, the casualties are at around 300 people. I think that letting them stay within the camp will negatively affect the morale of the soldiers. Sir, you might want to consider sending them to Wild North Town to rest up and heal from their injuries, said the logistics officer. Shivani mused as he stopped pacing around. You're right, the Norton family is indeed a family with more than 300 years of history and they are by no means easy to deal with. Our war with them might be drawn out for a long time and it is indeed not good to let the injured continue to stay within the camp. Send them back to Wild North Town tomorrow then. Right now, Wild North Town might become an extremely important base for us to recover and regain resources. The supplies we got from taking over the town will also last us long enough for a 1.5-year-long siege against Maplewood's bastide. The logistics officer said, My lord, if we're planning a long-term siege, we should transport some more supplies back here after we send the injured soldiers to the town. We only brought 15 days worth of supplies when we first set out and what remains can only last us for 6 days at most. Knight Shivani nodded and said, It's better to be prepared. After all, it won't hurt us to have too much supplies. As for whether we will besiege them for the long term, it's still not final until I go over all the strategies we can use first. Is what you told me true? Lorist said with a surprised look. Yes, my lord. It would take them around 20 minutes to get from there to here. There are 40 horse carriages filled with injured soldiers and which are escorted by 3 pike cavalrymen squads. Combined with the coachman, they have a total of 350 plus people. We've been monitoring their camp for the whole time and we received the information the moment they departed. Lorist made his decision and said, It's finally time for us to swallow them up. We've been camped out here for 8 days straight and it's finally time to move. Paul Obens, notify the 4 mercenary crews that if they are willing to follow me, they should take the rear so that they don't startle the enemy. Waxima, have the rest get ready within 10 minutes to set out with me. Yes, my lord. To the soldiers of the Northland Army who were returning to Wild North Town, it was merely a short journey that would only take them around 90 minutes. They were looking forward to their return as there were quite a number of women within the town. Even though around 400 of them were virgins and were not to be touched as they were to be sold for a high price by the Duke, the rest of the 600 or so married women were free for their picking. After being deployed for 10 days, they felt that it was due time for them to enjoy their share of women that their enviable comrades who stayed back at the town have no doubt relished in. Seeing the defenseless soldiers of the Duke approaching, Lorist tugged on the reins and clamped his legs to dig his heels into the abdomen of the horse to spur it forward. Kill! He was the first one who rushed out of the forest.
Javelins flew out like lightning bolts, and in the time he travelled the 60+ meters of distance between the forest and the path, Lorist had killed off more than 20 of the pike cavalrymen escorts before he held up his own pike and started slaughtering away at the rest. Following closely behind him was Waxima and Paul Obens and the 3 guard squads and family soldiers that they led. The guards were equipped with javelins while the family soldiers were using training longbows. Under the command of Paul Obens, they did not rush into the scene of battle and merely attacked from a distance with their arrows and javelins. The situation around the Duke's soldiers' convoy descended into chaos almost immediately as the armed escorts struggled to fend off the assault. Hundreds of pike cavalrymen surrounded Lorist while the other 100+ headed in the direction of the guards and family soldiers that were attacking them from afar. Sounds of killing, horses neighing, and people crying out in agony reverberated throughout the battlefield. Lorist swung his pike in circles up in the air, covering a circular area around him with a radius of 3 meters as he rushed forward. Wherever he went, cavalrymen would fall from their mounts with injuries all over them. Waxima brandished his riding lance, which was emanating a brilliant silver blade glow as he rode to Lorist and protected his right flank. The two of them circled around each other like a wheel as they proceeded forward to crush any semblance of resistance the Duke's men showed. One could see a distinct path that was carved straight through from the beginning to the end of the convoy. Apart from the 10 or so escaping cavalrymen, no other resisting enemy could be seen across the area. Lorist turned his horse back only to see that less than 100 cavalrymen were still desperately fighting for their lives, with the others either lying on the ground or trying to flee in all directions from the rowdy mercenaries that chased them from behind. The moment one cavalryman fell from his mount, 4 to 5 mercenaries leaped towards him right away. By the time they dispersed, only a headless, naked corpse remained on the ground. The rest of the resisting pikemen were soon killed off by the mercenaries. Having no more enemy to fight, they rushed straight at the injured soldiers within the carriages and caused even more cries of pain and terror to ring out. Lorist looked at Waxima, who was trying his best to keep quiet. "I thought that you would stop them from harming the injured soldiers," Lorist said. Waxima shook his head and said, "Well, normally I would, but not this time." "Why?" Lorist asked curiously. Waxima sighed and said, "Even though they are injured and defenseless, they are still the ones who have preyed on and killed the citizens of Wild North Town, who were equally as defenseless as they are now. It is only retribution for them to be killed by the mercenaries." Lorist had nothing else to say about the matter. At that moment, Paul Obens brought a number of guards and family soldiers over. "How are our casualties?" Lorist asked. Paul Obens replied, "My lord, apart from 3 idiots who were injured by the pikes that were thrown by the enemy, the rest of us didn't even get so much as a scratch, as we were attacking from a safe distance without engaging in melee combat." Lorist was quite satisfied with the results. While eliminating the enemy forces was one thing, ensuring that one's own soldiers survived was also important. Given that the family was situated at the desolate Northlands, manpower was the thing it lacked the most. More than 10 of the enemy have escaped, and it would take them around 20 minutes to return to their camp from here. The reinforcements would take another 20 minutes at least to arrive. I give you all 10 minutes to clear up the battlefield. At least the mercenaries seem to be obeying the regulations and not touching our spoils. We only want the mounts, the money pouches and the weapons," Lorist said. "Yes, my lord," replied Paul Obens before he ordered his men to start collecting the spoils. With bodies lying all over the path after the battle, the guards and the family soldiers could be seen busy picking up the javelins and arrowheads that were stuck onto the enemies. The projectiles that they used to attack served as clear markers to indicate to the mercenaries that the soldiers were killed by the family troops and the right to claim the spoils belonged to the family. The bodies that had Lorist's javelins pierced through them were also left untouched. Only the tens of corpses that were killed by him and Waxima, which didn't have a clear marking, were stripped naked by a few greedy mercenaries. By the time Knight Shivani led his 50+ leather-armored cavalrymen to the scene, 1 hour had already passed by. All he could see were naked, headless bodies and severely damaged carriages.
All of the coachmen, injured soldiers, and the 3 squads of pike cavalrymen were stripped naked and decapitated. All 700 of them. Apart from tens of pikemen who managed to escape, the rest were all lying there. Knight Shivani was so enraged that he felt like he was about to explode. The soldiers he brought over also looked onto the scene with bloodshot eyes. Resisting his angst and dread, Knight Shivani ordered his men to get off their horses to dig a pit to bury the bodies in before they themselves headed to Wild North Town. After telling the gold-ranked Knight Hennard who was stationed to protect Wild North Town about the situation of the battle, Knight Shivani departed after staying for 1 hour and left behind 200 leather-armored troops that would send the supplies from Wild North Town over to his camp. On the afternoon of the next day, the gates of Wild North Town opened and more than 20 four-wheeled carriages exited the town. The carriages each carried huge piles of supplies which would be able to last Shivani's troops for 20 additional days. On the flanks of the small convoy, the 200-plus leather-armored cavalrymen could be seen. Due to the incident that happened the day before, Knight Hennard also sent along 300 longbowmen along with the convoy to ensure its safety. Lorist, Waxima, and Paul Obens were mounted and looking at the group of soldiers from a distant hill. Paul Obens could no longer hold it in and asked, "My lord, aren't we attacking them? They're transporting food and supplies. If we leave now, we might be able to ambush them in time." Lorist shook his head and said, "We will not ambush them. That's because our true aim is Wild North Town itself." Wild North Town? That's right. Do you know why I ordered you and the other 4 mercenary crews to not approach the town and merely observe it from afar? Lorist asked. Before he answered, "That's because I was afraid that you would alert them. The citizens of Wild North Town could already defend itself well against us the last time with only 1,000 men. And taking into the fact that the mercenaries only fight for money and aren't willing to put their own lives at risk, even if we have up to 1,200 people on our side, if the mercenaries aren't willing to give it their all, I'm worried that the burden of facing off against the troops defending Wild North Town would fall onto us instead. Even if we manage to take over the town, we wouldn't be able to withstand the counterattack of the enemy outside the town and end up being chased out of it in the end." Pointing at the supply transport troop of the enemy, Lorist smiled and said, "Right now, our provocation on the enemy worked and they sent 300 of their longbowmen out to accompany the transport convoy. That way, there will be only roughly 700 troops left within the town for defense. If we attack at night, even if the mercenaries aren't willing to fight at the front lines, we can still take the town with 300 of our own men and the casualties won't be huge either. As long as we manage to reach the walls, the mercenaries will definitely follow along as well if they see that the battle is progressing in our favor. Given that they have already made quite a sum from the Duke's army before, I'm sure they wouldn't mind making some more." Even though the troops of the Duke that were escorting the supply convoy arrived at the camp near Maplewood's Bastide safely, Knight Shivani still felt rather troubled. He had brought the 300 of his leather-armored cavalrymen to camp within the forests for an ambush before dawn. In the end, the Norton family troops didn't show up to pillage their convoy. So, they could only follow their convoy back to the camp. You all know the rules, right? If any of the members of your crew breaks them, you must punish them yourselves, okay? Don't make me dirty my hands, said Lorist candidly. The 4 crew leaders that stood in front of him nodded jointly. Richard, the gold-ranked mercenary from the Cromwell mercenary crew said, "My lord, please don't worry. All of us understand the rules. The loot on the enemies we kill will belong to us, but the other spoils within the town all belong to you. We will definitely not lay our hands on them." Lorist nodded and continued, "Our family troops will follow me to take over the walls and open the gates. You guys will only have to rush in and attack. Do pay attention to our signals. Paul Obens, it's time to make our move." The moment the silver moon was obscured by a passing cloud, Lorist rushed out of the forest with Paul Obens following behind him, with the both of them holding a long wooden stick on both ends as they rushed towards the town with speed and silence. Lorist resembled a huge blackbird as he scaled the walls. 2 of the guards who were dozing off on the walls were startled awake,
but the moment they wanted to report the enemy presence, they felt their throats running out of air before they were assailed by a sudden pain. Losing consciousness, both the guards slumped to the ground powerlessly. Lorist stepped forward and held both the shoulders of the guards whose throats had just been slit by him as he laid their bodies gently onto the sides of the walls to make it seem like they were merely slacking off and taking a nap. The soldier distribution on the walls of the town was sparser than Lorist had expected, given that he only killed 14 guards after traveling near 80 meters from the spot he ascended the walls to the gates of the town. To top that off, most of the soldiers were half asleep and were not aware of their surroundings in the least. Beside the drawbridge mechanism above the gates stood 6 guards who had all unknowingly had their throats slit by Lorist before they were able to make any noise. As he raised a torch and swung it thrice high up in the air in a circular motion, Lorist sighed and thought back at the density of the soldiers back when he first attacked the town walls, which ended up with tons of heads rolling all over the ground, much unlike the current situation where the walls were hardly defended and attacking it was merely a walk in the park. 6 patrolling soldiers came over from the other side of the wall and seemed to be complaining about something. Lorist silently sneaked near them and in a quick explosion of movement, the 6 soldiers fell to the ground one by one. With audible thunks, 3 siege ladders were laid on the walls and Waxima was the first one to climb up, followed by Paul Obens, the double metal armored guards, and lastly, the family soldiers. Seeing the tens of people get up the walls, Lorist whispered, "Paul Obens and I will bring some guards to open up the town gates. Waxima, be alert and lower the drawbridge." Waxima knocked onto his left chest lightly and said, "Yes, my lord." Within the tunnel leading to the gates, 10 or so guards could be seen sleeping rather soundly. Lorist actually accidentally stepped on one of the soldiers who was lying on the ground when his eyes had yet to adjust to the darkness. The soldier got up and grumbled, "You blind!" before he was stabbed to death by Lorist, while Paul Obens and the rest of the guards rushed in and killed off the rest. However, 2 soldiers managed to cry out loud during the whole commotion. Lorist said hurriedly, "Quick, open the town gates and let the mercenaries in." The gates were opened wide and the drawbridge was subsequently lowered, causing the mercenaries who were hiding in the forest to rush towards the town en masse. However, their movements managed to attract the attention of some enemy troops as one of them shouted, "Who opened the gates?" It was soon followed by a loud, panicked cry. Enemy attack! The enemy has entered the town." Sounds of horns blaring to signal an enemy attack could be heard immediately, while the mercenaries let out their war cries as they rushed towards the enemy soldiers who hastily arrived at the town gates. Complete chaos broke out in Wild North Town as Lorist smirked and thought, "Wild North Town is finally in our hands." Chapter 135. With the battles mainly focused at the area surrounding the main gates, the initial discrete units of soldiers were nothing in the face of the might of the mercenaries. However, after 15 minutes the warning horn was blown, a squad of Northland Army soldiers had already rushed over to reinforce the gates. Given the number of mercenaries who fought in no orderly fashion, the squad of Northland Army soldiers didn't last long and many of them were assaulted by the mercenaries and had no choice but to resist defensively until more of their comrades came. Sounds of killing and blades clanging rang out on top of the walls as well, signifying the purge of the defenders of the walls by the guards and family soldiers who were led by Waxima. The mission that was given to him by Lorist was to eliminate all enemies that were stationed at the wall to take control of and defend the other gates within the town so that not a single enemy could escape. As long as nobody ran out of the town to report to their main force which was attacking Maplewood's Bastide, Lorist would have more than enough time to finish dealing with the soldiers within the town. After another 30 or so minutes, sounds of well-coordinated steps could be heard as 3 squads of fully armed Northland Army soldiers marched to the town gates in 3 neat rows. A few silver-ranked knights at the front looked at the wide-open town gates from a distance as well as the 2 wooden sheds beside it that were set aflame. Around 300 leather-armored troops of the Norton family could be seen suppressing the rest of the Northland Army soldiers who were desperately fending for their own lives. By the time the enemy reinforcements arrived, about 100 leather-armored Norton troops split off and headed their way. The few silver-ranked knights let out breaths of relief as they thought that the number of enemies heading for them were not numerous. Taking into account the 3 squads they brought with them, they would have no problem dispatching the group that was headed for them. The silver-ranked knights rode to the side of the street on their mounts, and one of them raised his riding lance towards the leather-armored soldiers and ordered, "Longbowmen, prepare." Ugh! One javelin had nailed the knight and his mount onto the ground out of nowhere. "Fire!" A voice resounded in front of the 3 Northland army squads all of a sudden as soldiers appeared above the 2 buildings by the roadside with their bows fully drawn. Arrows hailed down densely from above with numerous javelins between their barrage towards the 3 squads of the Duke's soldiers, causing their formation to disintegrate completely. The Longbowman formation was hit the worst, having been attacked without having enough time to react and retaliate. Half of them perished instantly from the rain of projectiles, while the lucky survivors balled up in fear on the ground. The rain of projectiles continued for 3 volleys, and it was followed by a voice screaming out, "Kill!" Near 100 silhouettes jumped down from the buildings and joined the mercenaries who were on their way from the gates in a bloody massacre. It was indeed a massacre, as the soldiers of the Northland army who survived the volleys of arrows and javelins had lost all their will to fight. They didn't regroup after the initial attack at all, as the silver-ranked knights that were leading them had all died from Lorist's javelins. Coupled with the terror they experienced from being suddenly ambushed by the soldiers who showed up on the buildings all of a sudden, all they could think of was defending themselves individually and running away as soon as possible to preserve their lives. The mercenaries who leaped down from the rooftops sealed off all the escape routes and engaged in a pincer attack with the mercenaries who were rushing over from the gates against the Northland army soldiers that were sandwiched between them. Regardless of whether they kneeled down and begged for mercy or resisted, they were killed by the bloodthirsty mercenaries who regarded them as nothing more than small, mobile chests of gold coins for them to claim. A few torches from the walls could be seen gradually being lit, and the sounds of killing gradually subsided. The torches twirled multiple times in the air to signify that the gates have already been secured and that the enemy guards were completely eliminated. Lorist looked at the twirling torches from afar and started counting in his mind. There were more than 100 guards on the walls. Including the 20+ I personally killed, it would total up to around 150 people. The guards within the gate corridor that were killed also numbered more than 10, and more than 150 soldiers rushed at the mercenaries when they saw them approaching. Taking into account the 3 squads that later arrived as reinforcements, there should only be around 100 enemy soldiers remaining within the town out of the original 700 or so, as well as the gold-ranked knight stationed here to protect the place. Weird, why hasn't he shown up yet? Did something go wrong? "Reedy, let's go," Lorist said as he jumped lightly down from the 2nd floor of a building and landed on the ground as lightly as a leaf. Reedy, however, took a roundabout route and jumped onto a lower rooftop nearby as he was carrying 2 quivers of javelins on his back. He even got some blood and mud splattered onto him as he hit the ground. Paul Obens appeared out of nowhere, bringing over tens of war horses with him. He said on horseback, "My lord, I found a stable nearby." Lorist and Reedy picked 1 horse each and mounted them. Reedy also called for a few double metal armored guards to follow Lorist and him. "Paul Obens, send someone to give Waxima a message. Tell him to lead 2 squads of family soldiers to guard each of the town gates respectively. Also, have him bring some guards to regroup with me. You will be leading 2 squads of family soldiers to collect the weapons and spoils and switch out the training longbows of our men for the proper ones you find," Lorist said. "Yes, my lord." Knight Hennard could feel nothing but a severe headache after having consumed huge amounts of alcohol on that night. During the tens of days he was at Wild North Town, he had experienced the time of his life. Never had he dreamed that in the rural corner of the Northlands, there would be a small paradise like Wild North Town. The citizens of the town were all rather wealthy, with every one of their households having meat and wine, not to mention being fully furnished. Aside from the gold and silverware the soldiers pillaged from the houses, he even found some silk clothing that belonged to the citizens he massacred there. Most poorer Dominion lords didn't even have the opportunity to enjoy such luxuries. They really are far too wealthy. Even that dogshit herbalist's family has a secret room that kept over 3 chests filled with imperial gold coins to the brim.
Each of them had 50,000 gold coins. Based on only that, my guess is that the four great families combined together have up to 200,000 gold forts in currency only, and that doesn't include the gold and silverware they have, which number among the hundreds. Needless to say, their house decorations were worth quite a lot as well, and the amount they have is enough to fill up 3 large rooms. The Lord Duke really made a huge profit this time. That was what Hennard kept saying all the while he was at the town. Even so, he also got his share of the riches as well. Apart from Knight Shivani, who Knight Hennard thought was a stubborn old fool who refused to glean the slightest riches for himself, Hennard and the other silver-ranked knights intentionally recorded a slightly lesser amount of items and swiped them for themselves. The gold-ranked knight himself got around 30,000 gold forts, while each of the silver-ranked knights had around 10,000. Those transactions were all kept secret from their leader Shivani, because they thought that he would definitely hand all the things they took to the Duke, as he believed that the Duke would reward them for their efforts in the end. TCH, everybody knows that the Duke wouldn't give us much anyway. It would already be considered extremely generous for him if he gave us 1% of all the things we took. That was the main reason Hennard was willing to let the issue of swiping the wealth for themselves slide, and also didn't force the soldiers to hand up the gold and valuables they took from the other households, so long as they also gave a part of their loot to the silver-ranked knights that led them. After all, things were better if they were shared, and that would encourage the soldiers to better follow their orders after all. It sometimes occurred to Knight Hennard that the Norton family were a bunch of idiots. They think that everybody would fear their reputation as the family of the Raging Bear just because they have a bear on their insignia. I really don't understand why they would allow their own subjects at Wild North Town to act so freely like this. Other Dominion lords would levy a tax simply because their subjects used the leaves of the trees within the Dominion as fuel, whereas the Nortons only asked for 10% of the harvest from the citizens of this town and didn't bother to tax their other income-generating practices like fishing, hunting, and trading. This truly is quite appalling. The ones who are dumber than the Nortons would be these folk at Wild North Town. Even though they have such a benevolent and generous Dominion lord, not only did they not pledge their undying loyalty to him, they even drove him into a corner and refused to listen to the Lord's orders. To think that they would rebel and conspire with another power just because of their over-ambitious plans of wanting to receive a noble title. To Hennard, while the Nortons were the enemies of the Duke, the citizens of Wild North Town who betrayed their Dominion lord were even more dastardly, causing him to feel justified in killing them off without even batting an eye. He even believed that it was only right for a gold-ranked knight like him to punish traitorous citizens like that, even if they were women and children, and that it didn't go against the chivalric code at all. After killing off all the men, elderly and infants of the town, all that remained of its folk were 3 types of women. The first category were girls aged from 10 to 15, which were extremely popular in the slave market. Some nobles with girl-raising fetish would spend a huge sum to purchase young girls like that so they can train them into their personal maidservants. The second category were for virgin women of age 15 to 20, which, needless to say, fetched a tremendously high price as well. The third category were the married young women, and they were the favorite of the soldiers who would use them to release their pent-up feelings and stress, and were free for the soldiers to toy around with however they liked. Even if they caused one of them to die, they only had to pay a small penalty fee, as those women didn't sell well on the slave market and the Duke didn't want anything to do with things that won't bring him any significant profit. After getting a huge haul from occupying Wild North Town, Knight Hennard and Knight Shivani got into an argument. Hennard believed that it was best to send the loot back to the Duke to placate him for the moment and take their time to settle the Norton family. However, Knight Shivani was dead against it and said that since the Duke's orders were to eliminate the Norton family specifically, the loot they got from the town was only a second priority, and that the Duke would only be satisfied if they were sent back after the Norton family was defeated. Since Knight Shivani was the main commander of the expedition, Knight Hennard could do naught but follow his instructions and let him lead 3,000 troops to attack the Norton family, while he stayed behind at the town to enjoy himself without even bothering to take note of Shivani's battles. To him, if Shivani's attacks succeeded, he could claim half the credit for guarding the town. If it didn't,
that might cause Shivani to retreat to Wild North Town and once again reconsider Hennard's advice to send the loot back to the Duke before continuing on with the conquest. In the end, Hennard believed that the stubborn old Shivani would be rebuked by the Duke for not sending all the riches back in the first place, while he would be credited for securing the loot and making sure that they ended up in the Duke's hands. The day before, Knight Shivani went back to the town and told him about the unfruitful battles as well as the casualties they incurred from being ambushed. He also warned Hennard to raise the defences of the town. While Hennard appeared to agree on the surface, he didn't take any of Shivani's words to heart because he thought that the Nortons were already being really defensive and the 300 or so mercenaries they hired were not that fearsome in the first place. To him, as long as the Norton family's men were carefully kept within their bastide, the mercenaries they hired to do the surprise attacks outside wouldn't be able to continue their ambushes for long. Without the mercenaries' support, how could the Nortons even cause any trouble? As for the construction site at Morgan Hills, it was even simpler to deal with. As long as they conquer Maplewood's bastide, the men over there would naturally surrender and the Duke's forces didn't even need to send a single man to attack it. Hennard also thought that Shivani's plan to use the supply convoy to bait for the Norton family's forces into attacking them was nothing but a joke. Even if you are going to ambush them, do you think that you'll be more familiar with the terrain than the mercenaries? If they discover your men when they are in hiding, then they simply just won't attack the supply convoy. That way, all your plans will be for naught. However, Hennard did not mind lending Shivani the 300 longbowmen as he believed that a few hundred mercenaries would never have the guts to attack Wild North Town. Currently, Knight Hennard took residence in the most luxurious mansion within the town that he had heard belonged to the leader of the Mullen family. It's so laughable for commoners like them to even mimic nobles and form families of their own without even considering whether they're worthy of being called as such. Having slaughtered all the people within, Hennard occupied the mansion without hesitation. Given his status as a gold-ranked knight, he was allowed to bring his personal attendants and servants along with him into battle. That was why he didn't require any of the original servants within the mansion. Apart from that, he picked 4 great beauties from the younger women within the town to wait on him. The eldest of the 4 beauties was a maidservant that one of the garrison squad leaders had purchased for a high price, while the other 3 were descendants of the 4 great families. With the 4 women as his companions, Hennard spent his days in Wild North Town with ultimate bliss and joy. Just that night, he drunk himself into stupor and rolled around in bed with the 4 naked beauties. All of a sudden, the door to his room was hammered onto urgently as a man called out loudly, "Sir! Sir! Wake up!" Hennard snapped out of his drunken daze and curled his arms around the 4 women who were startled awake from the knocking while copping a feel in the meantime. Annoyed, he grumbled, "What are you doing screaming out loud like that? What's going on?" The knocking finally stopped as the man outside said, "Sir! There's an enemy attack. They're already within the town." "What did you say?" The slightly hungover knight pushed the beauties away and got out of his bed. Without caring about the fact that he was nude, he opened the door and said, "Did you say that the enemy infiltrated the city?" Looking at the grand mansion, Lorist thought, "We're finally here at the spot where the last enemy is located." He knew that the house used to belong to the old fellow of the Mullen family, as Supervisor Keaton had personally told him about it in detail. Thinking back, Lorist had wanted to send someone to infiltrate the town before. However, within a few short months, everything had changed so much. "I'm willing to bet that the old Mullen fellow didn't expect that his own family would have this kind of ending." The doors to the mansion opened and a metal-armored knight walked out with a group of other knights. The knight had a sword which radiated a golden blade glow, while the other silver-ranked knights behind him held out their swords which emanated a silvery glow. "I am Knight Hennard. Who dares to challenge me to a duel?" Lorist dismounted and drew the long sword he had slung on his back as he walked forward. "My lord," Waxima said worriedly. Given that he didn't know about Lorist's battles in the past, he was really concerned as his lord was about to face off against a gold-ranked knight. "Don't worry, my lord will kill him like a chicken in no time," said Reedy as he stopped Waxima, who was about to rush in and fight in Lorist's stead. "That is the new family leader of the Norton family," said one knight who had met Lorist once before when he accompanied Baron Kimura to Maplewood's Bastide. "Oh!" mused Hennard as he started to look more energized. If he were able to take down the family leader of the Nortons, then he might have a chance at rectifying the whole fiasco which he had allowed to happen. Looking at the Norton family soldiers that surrounded them, it was the only path he had left. "Kill!" roared the gold-ranked knight as he waved his sword and sent 3 semi-lunar golden blades of light in Lorist's direction before he stepped forward speedily. With a flick, a swipe, and a flash of his sword, Lorist disintegrated the 3 light blades before he paid attention to the incoming knight and identifying the countless openings he had. Given his shoddy footwork, it seems that he is still under the influence of alcohol and is unable to grasp his center of gravity properly. Sigh, there's no honor in defeating an alcoholic like him. Lorist casually dodged Knight Hennard's strike and planted his knee firm into the abdomen of the knight. "Urk!" Hennard instantly collapsed onto his knees as he started vomiting non-stop without being able to catch his breath. With his sword cast aside and him wriggling on the ground as he vomited, the knight looked quite pathetic, like a curled-up shrimp. "Tie him up," Lorist ordered, before he turned his gaze to the men who came with the knight. With a loud clang, the knight who had met Lorist before dropped his sword and said bitterly, "I surrender." Chapter 136. Lorist pushed open the door to the room lightly and saw a bunch of huge wooden chests put together neatly, with each of them having labels that denoted the type and quantity of coins contained within. After a rough count, he found that there were around 16 of those huge boxes within the room. Leaving the room and closing the door, Lorist thought to himself, the citizens of Wild North Town were actually saving up their wealth for the past 200 or so years within these 4 rooms. The hearts of people are truly difficult to fathom. To protect their hard-earned wealth, they were actually willing to conspire with the Duke of the Northlands to rebel against us, their own rulers, only to be sent to their deaths as a result of their own actions. "Seal these rooms. Make sure to assign some guards to overlook this place," Lorist told Reedy. Reedy nodded and said, "Understood, my lord." "Waxima, how's it going over at your side?" Lorist asked. Waxima replied, after some checking, 631 young and virgin girls had been discovered to be kept within the yard nearby. The surrendered silver-ranked knight told me that the Duke had ordered for those girls to be sold to slave traders for a huge sum. Other than that, there are up to 800 young women within the army camp, and they look to be in a rather bad state from the treatment they received from the enemy soldiers. I also found quite a number of women within the houses of the silver-ranked knights which they have claimed for themselves. How should we deal with this?" Lorist patted his forehead and said, "Bring the young women out of the camp and let them live with the girls. Given that the town is quite huge, I'm sure that many of them are relatives, and it would probably be easier on them if they received consolation from each other. Give them some space to live in and supply them with food and water and let them take care of themselves. After this battle, we will bring them away. Given that there are so many youths at Firm Rock Castle, it wouldn't hurt to add some women to the population there to balance things out. I hope that when these women form new families in the future, they will be able to forget about the nightmare that is Wild North Town and start their new lives afresh." "Yes, my lord." However, there were 4 other women within the mansion who were serving the gold-ranked knight. "They're quite beautiful too, do you want? Just send them away." "I have no intention of doing that. As for the loot you guys find, pass them to Reedy so that he can process them after the whole conflict ends. Also, make sure the security at the place where the women will be staying at is tight. Don't let the mercenaries do any harm to them," Lorist instructed. "Yes, my lord. I will pay extra attention to that," Waxima replied as he stood straight up. "My lord, Jim has returned," reported Paul Obens. Surprised, Lorist said, "Why hasn't he entered yet? Doesn't he usually rush in without a second thought?" Paul Obens laughed before he said, "Jim said that after learning the etiquette of knights from Waxima, he would also act like one in the future."
Loris joined in the laughing and said, "Let him in. It sure is quite surprising that a guy like him would go out of his way to learn etiquette. And to think that I was planning on getting him a tutor for that after the conflict. It seems that it's no longer necessary." Even though he still looked a little rough around the edges, Jim's accurate standing posture that was unlike his former relaxed slump impressed Loris greatly. "My lord, we have made sure that the secret route taken by the Duke's men is no longer usable. This is a detailed map that we have drawn according to the terrain over there," Jim said as he passed a beast-skin map to Loris. A few days back when they were camping within the forest, Jim complained that he was bored and had nothing to do and kept on bugging Loris to be allowed to once again attack the enemy's main camp. Loris then gave him a mission to investigate whether the path that Hosky had discovered is rendered completely unusable and survey the surrounding terrain in the meantime to construct a map. Jim brought a few guards with him and returned within 6 days. "My lord, you really attacked far too soon. You didn't bother to wait for me at all. I only just discovered that we've conquered the town after seeing the family flag flying at the walls," Jim complained. "Hee, opportunities like that don't come often, you know. When the time comes to attack, there can be no hesitation. Who asked you to complain about boredom a few days back when we were at the forest? Then again, your survey of the area is quite a big accomplishment as well, and the next step we have to take is to deal with the soldiers that are besieging Maplewood's Bastide. I want to ensure that they won't get to depart from the route they came from. While entering the Dominion was easy for them, I definitely will make it as hard as possible for them to leave. Jim, go take some rest and return to Maplewood's Bastide later tonight. Tell Knight Jisk and Knight Pajik to bring 2 squads of family soldiers to tail the enemy from a distance if they decide to move their camp. If the enemy comes back to attack Wild North Town, have our forces from the Bastide attack their camp from behind, understood?" Loris asked. Jim straightened his back and said, "Yes, my lord." "Paul Obens, bring the surrendered silver-ranked knights over here. I have something I want to ask them," Loris said. The knights were rather honest and they replied to every question that was asked of them. They even revealed the arguments between Knight Hennard and Knight Shivani without missing out on the slightest detail. "Then again, you said that the Duke ordered Hennard and Shivani to bring 2 regiments of soldiers here, right? Then why are there only 4,000 plus men in total? What about the other 2 companies?" Loris asked. One silver-ranked knight said, "Sir, each regiment left a company behind to watch over their main camp, so, only 4,000 plus people were deployed for the expedition." "I see," said Loris as he nodded. "Why were the citizens of Wild North Town massacred? Weren't they the ones that led you lot into the Dominion in the first place?" "Sir, that was the Lord Duke's order," replied the knight. "The Duke thought that traitorous and untrustworthy people like them were better off dead. He also believed that the people of the town have been stockpiling their wealth given that they've had access to the smuggling route for up to 100 years, so, he wanted to take it all for himself. Even though Knight Hennard and Knight Shivani didn't wish to kill them that soon and planned to use them to help attack your family Bastide, they were extremely uncooperative and came up with multitudes of excuses like being attacked by your forces and weren't willing to send any soldiers out. That's why Knight Shivani felt that it was better to wipe untrustworthy people like them out as soon as possible in one go by tricking all of them to gather in one place using the entitlement ceremony as an excuse." "Oh, so the townsfolk have themselves to blame for their untimely deaths as well," Loris thought as he sighed inwardly. "All right, you may go back. I will instruct the guards to treat you well. Wait, sir. Can I pay a ransom to reacquire my freedom? I still have some savings left on myself and at home," asked the knight hurriedly. Loris gave it some thought before he said, "Let's talk about this after the battle. I will consider your proposition. Then. Thank you, sir." 2 days had already passed by the time Knight Shivani received news of Wild North Town's fall. Hilariously, they only found out about it because a few patrolling leather-armored cavalrymen wanted to sneak off to the town to have fun with some women only to discover the Norton family flag being flown at the walls of the town,
causing them to rush back as quickly as they could to make the report. At that time, Knight Shivani was in the middle of drinking some water, and when he heard of the news, he dropped his cup in stupor. Within moments, he reasoned that the true reason they didn't receive any attacks for the past 2 days was due to that. The mercenaries who had been attacking their troops with guerrilla tactics were all gathered at Wild North Town. Whether Knight Hennard was okay at Wild North Town was none of Shivani's concern. He was instead considering whether there was a chance he could take the town back. Otherwise, the wealth gained from the massacred citizens of Wild North Town would never end up in the hands of the Duke. While he would definitely be rebuked if he failed to punish the Norton family, his fate might end up being worse than that if the Duke found that all the riches that he could have had ended up in another party's hands. The enraged Duke might even strip him of his status as a knight and exile him from the Loggins family. To Shivani, that was a humiliation he couldn't afford to bear for the rest of his life. Wrap up and get ready to move. Pack up all the camping gear and be prepared to attack Wild North Town, Knight Shivani ordered. After keeping all their stuff, the whole group of soldiers headed towards the town, and by the time they arrived, it was already the evening. Ignoring the cries of fatigue of his soldiers, the anxious knight commander ordered his men to fell more trees to construct siege ladders during the night so that they could besiege the town on the next morning. After having breakfast the next day, Knight Shivani rallied his men into formation and marched towards the town with 20 siege ladders. From his estimates, even if the Norton family took over the town with the aid of mercenaries, they must have lost quite a number of their own men, considering that over 700 soldiers of the Northland Army, 1 gold-ranked knight and a few other silver-ranked knights were stationed there. No matter whether the Nortons used a surprise attack or some other tactic to occupy the town, it was hard to imagine the few men they have left would be able to defend it effectively. That way, Shivani felt that the 2,000-plus soldiers led by him would be enough to put pressure and break through the defense of the Nortons and allow him to take the town during the first wave of attacks. Lorist stood on the walls and stared coldly at the enemy that was approaching gradually from a distance. Further away near a small hill, a green smoke signal could be seen spiraling towards the sky. That was the signal they had agreed on, and it signified that Jisk and the others were already near the enemy camp and were ready to attack at any time. They really planned to take back the town in one fell swoop? They only have a measly 2,000 plus people. I really don't know where Knight Shivani got the confidence for that. Lorist mused before he turned back to the 4 mercenary leaders and said, "Have your men come back up here. I no longer need him to stay hidden. Back when we took the town, our victory has already been set. Tell your crew members that I will reward 1 gold fort for each enemy killed during the first wave of attacks." The 4 mercenary leaders were rather satisfied with that arrangement, as they had earned quite a huge sum of money from working for the Norton family this time around. Other payments aside, the loot that the mercenaries collected were enough to make them smile with joy uncontrollably. The soldiers of the Duke were nothing but moving crates of money to them, and each of their money pouches contained at least 4 to 5 gold forts. To mercenaries like them who fought with their lives on the line for a living, that was already 1 or 2 years' worth of income. Even though the riches were gained from the massacred folk of the town, according to the original agreement, the loot of dead soldiers belonged to anyone who killed them. That's why the mercenaries did not fear the superior number of enemies at all and were delighting in the thought of the extra money they could make. Upon seeing more and more troops equipped with grey leather armor appear on the walls, Knight Shivani's confidence sunk, and he thought that the situation had far surpassed his expectations. Are these really the mercenaries the Norton family hired? No way, given how desolate the dominion of the Norton family is. How did they find so many mercenaries to employ? There's almost 1,000 of them. However, if they really are the family soldiers of the Nortons, then the Duke really has made a huge mistake this time and has severely underestimated their true might. "Stop advancing!" ordered Shivani as he raised his hand. "Longbowmen, march forward and suppress the enemies who are defending the walls. Sword and shield infantry, ready your defenses." As the longbowmen shot their arrows in parabolic arcs at the walls, the guards defending it raised their shields and wooden boards. Another 100 or so soldiers on the walls counterattacked with their own longbows. While the Duke's longbowmen were suppressing the soldiers on the walls, other soldiers holding long siege ladders quickly approached it. As they placed their wooden boards and used them to cross the moat, their allied longbowmen stopped firing and rushed forward along with the sword and shield infantry. The guards on the walls then shot their arrows directly downwards at the sword and shield infantry and the pikemen of the enemies. Having lost the defensive support of the sword and shield infantry, the casualties beneath the walls soared all of a sudden. However, that was still worth it in Knight Shivani's eye, as 10 plus of the 20 siege ladders have already been laid with soldiers ascending upwards to the walls. Contrary to his expectations, however, the guards on the walls cheered as each soldier of the Northland army reached them. Normal guards would fight for their lives to make sure that none reached the top of the walls instead, causing Shivani to feel both confused and intrigued at the same time. The situation on the walls seemed to already be set. The 4 mercenary crews each took a side of the wall where 5 or 6 of siege ladders were placed. Every time an enemy soldier got up, there would be up to 5 mercenaries waiting for him. Given their superior combat abilities, it didn't take long for the Northland Army soldiers to perish under the blade and pike of the mercenaries. After killing off the invading soldiers, the mercenaries stacked the bodies together for loot collection after end of the battle. Soul, are they treating the ladders like a monster spawners? Lorist stared at the whole situation, dumbfounded. Currently, Waxima, Jim, and tens of other guards were completely unharmed despite the enemy rushing up onto the walls so relentlessly. Knight Shivani was getting even more confused. Why does it seem like chaos is not breaking out on the walls even though so many soldiers have went up? Even the silver-ranked knights I sent up seemed to have disappeared completely. The more he waited, the more anxious he got. The bad omen he felt got worse the longer he waited. Just as he was unsure of whether the battle was going well for him or not, loud, savage cries rang out from behind him. Turning to his back, the knight saw a group of soldiers slaughtering away at his camp and setting fire to the tents. The single squad of pike infantry soldiers were so terrified that they were running desperately away from their enemies within the sea of flames like cowardly rats. Blow the horn! Retreat! Everyone, retreat and save the main camp! Shouted Knight Shivani, who was at his wits' end. The casualties were far too huge. The original 2,300 plus soldiers were only left with 1,700, and the first attack took the lives of more than 500 of their men whose bodies were nowhere to be found. The silver-ranked knights that served Knight Shivani were also mowed down to fewer than 10 people. More than half of the supplies in the camp have been destroyed within the fires, and the remaining ones that we managed to salvage can last us at most 5 more days at 2 meals per day. Sir, if we don't turn this around by taking the town, we are going to be completely crushed, reported the logistics officer. Knight Shivani let out a long sigh before he said, "You may go back. I need some time to think." After sitting in deep thought for a long time, Knight Shivani took out a blank beast skin and started writing a letter. He described every detail about the expedition, from the massacre of the Wild North town citizens and the riches he found there, as well as the fortifications of the walls of Maplewood's Bastide and the trap which he fell for that caused him to lose control of the town. The whole letter was so lengthy that it took up a number of beast skins. After that, he rolled them all up and put them into a silver tube, which he then sealed with candle wax before he called for his 2 other attendants. "I will bring the army back tomorrow. The 2 of you should hide yourselves well, and when nobody is scouting around this area after our departure, try to sneak out from the entry at Morgan Hills. Make sure the contents within this silver tube reach the hands of our Lord Duke, understood?" One of the attendants asked curiously, "Sir, why do we need to do it this roundabout way?" Knight Shivani sighed again as he said, "I suspect that we will no longer be able to return. The Norton family has already forced us into this predicament, and they'll definitely not let us off so easily. I myself am not sure of what would happen during our trip back, so I have decided to send you 2 to return to the Duke using the route through Morgan Hills as insurance. Make sure to be extra careful. This letter must definitely reach the hands of the Duke so that he will be informed of the true strength of the Norton family." When Lorist saw the enemy pack up and leave for the direction of the hidden path they used to enter the Dominion, he was elated. They're heading the way of their deaths. It appears that the enemy is still unaware that the route had already been destroyed. Lorist brought Jisk and the mercenaries from the 4 crews and 2 squads of family soldiers to tail the Duke's men from their rear. When the enemy entered the long caverns, Lorist had his men seal off the entrance and awaited their eventual return. After 2 days, a huge battle seemed to have erupted within the caverns, and during the afternoon, a silver-ranked knight holding up a white flag could be seen walking towards Lorist. Chapter 137. Pierce. The long sword entered his chest and emerged from his back. Knight Shivani froze up as his hand lost all its grip and released his sword, letting it fall to the ground. Lorist looked at him with a sympathetic gaze and said, "What was the point in doing this?" As blood started flowing out of his mouth, Shivani said, "Afai failure of a commander like me. Doesn't deserve any sympathy. It's all because of my impotence that caused the expedition to fail and the whole army to be decimated. Only with my death can I atone for my mistakes for the Duke." "It's not your fault," Lorist consoled. "The real mistake was the Duke's decision to stretch out his claws to the Norton family after his eyes were clouded by his greed. Actually, you've already done pretty well and even caused me to be unable to find any opportunities to deal with your main camp. If it wasn't for the lax soldiers within the town that allowed us to conquer it, I don't know how long this battle would have lasted." Is that so?" said Knight Shivani as his speech started to slow. After that, he spread both his arms as he fell to the ground with his face looking skyward while wearing a tranquil, smiling expression on his face. Lorist looked at the knight who had collapsed solemnly before he said softly, "I wish you a pleasant journey." On the 29th day of the 8th month in year 1767 of the Grindian calendar, of the 4,000 men sent by Duke Loggins of the Northlands to eliminate the Norton family, only 1,279 survived after they surrendered to the Nortons at a nameless cavern within the Blood Edge Mountains. The expedition of the Duke ended with his complete loss. The commander of the Northland army, the head of the family knights of the Duke and the head of that expedition, 3-star gold-ranked Knight Shivani, was forced into a corner by the forces of the Norton family and requested for an honorable duel to the death from the newly appointed head of the Norton family, Norton Lorist, and passed away at the age of 53. Back then, the silver-ranked knight who held the white flag told Lorist that Knight Shivani was willing to order his men to surrender to the Norton family without any resistance on the condition that he be allowed a chance to challenge Lorist to a life-and-death duel. Despite the objection of Jisk, Waxima, and the others, Lorist accepted that condition. To Lorist, it wasn't difficult for him to face off against a 3-star gold-ranked knight like Shivani. His aim was to force the knight to give up and admit defeat. However, Shivani fought with the intention of dying in the first place and didn't care about his own safety. Taking risky moves that put himself in harm's way to attack Lorist incessantly, he gave Lorist quite a bit of trouble. It was also the first time the other people present there witnessed Lorist's skill with the sword and his tenacity. Waxima and the other 4 mercenary leaders were flabbergasted by Lorist's performance. Nobody could have imagined that the iron-ranked Lorist who couldn't even manifest a blade glow would be able to match up against a 3-star gold knight and even take the upper hand, as was shown with his constant suppressing of the knight's attacks. Had it not been for the fact that he had shown mercy as he was unwilling to take the knight's life, Knight Shivani would have been crushed in the beginning seconds of the duel. The longer he fought, the more hopelessness Shivani felt. He understood that he wasn't Lorist's match and he felt that being shown mercy by the enemy was a humiliating thing. That's why when Lorist stabbed forward with the intention of forcing Shivani to duck backwards, Shivani chose not to and rushed straight into the sword. Lorist, unable to retract his blade in time, watched as his sword pierced through the abdomen of the knight. The 1,000+ men of the Northland army who surrendered were disarmed and swept of their belongings completely before they were placed under the supervision of the family soldiers and were ordered to set up their camp. The surrendered silver-ranked knight told Lorist that many of the soldiers went nuts and started killing each other within the dark cavern when they noticed that their only escape route had been destroyed, resulting in the deaths of more than 400 of their own. That was why Shivani had decided to surrender for the sake of allowing his men to live while he resolved to die himself. Even if he had managed to defeat Lorist, Shivani had planned to end his own life. Lorist on the other hand stayed near the nameless cavern for 3 more days, and he ordered the surrendered soldiers to once again enter it and retrieve the bodies of their comrades and bury them within the cavern, and had the surrendered logistics officer make markings of their names on makeshift gravestones so that their family members could one day pay them tribute. He also had a marker stone erected with the new name of the cavern, Shivani Cave, carved into it as a memorial to remember Night Shivani by. To Lorist, the battle itself was fairly straightforward, the troublesome part was the aftermath. That was especially the case given the massacre of the folk of Wild North Town, which had led to numerous problems which he had to settle. The moment he returned to Wild North Town, he met with a messenger sent over from Firm Rock Castle bearing Shadakamp's letter that reported that the knighthood competition would end in another 3 days, and according to tradition, the organizers, Viscount Kenmays and Lorist, had to show up at the closing banquet to show their respect for the victors of the competition. Shadecamp hoped that Lorist would attend even if the battle was still ongoing so that they wouldn't be accused of being disrespectful. It was fortunate that the battle had ended within 20 or so days. Lorist instructed Jisk and Paul Obens to bring 2 squads of family soldiers to escort the surrendered troops back to Firm Rock Castle while he stayed at Wild North Town for another 2 days so that he could settle some more matters before he returns to the Bastide. He also sent a few orders to the supervisors at Firm Rock Castle. He ordered Butler Boris to move the laborers and their family members who were within the castle back outside the camp as the battle was over and there were no longer under threat outside. Their moving out would also allow for the construction work to continue. He ordered Old Man Bok to bring someone to accompany Grandmaster Sid to forage the nearby mountains for iron veins and other construction materials. Supervisor Keaton's task was to manage and delegate work for the surrendered soldiers when Jisk and Paul Obens bring them over. Lastly, Lorist sent a letter to Telesty to inform her that the threat is already no more, along with some cringy flirtatious statements. He also stated that she could start designing the Valley City after she finished making arrangements for the construction work. Lorist honestly felt that Telesty was a great candidate for being the wife of him, the Baron of the Norton family. While she wasn't among the ranks of the most stunning beauties in Grindia, she definitely looked quite pleasant with her decent figure and fair skin. The most important point of hers that Lorist admired was her wise and knowledgeable aura that fit Lorist's tastes. Moreover, Telesty was unlike most other noble ladies who only knew how to dress up and demand to be spoiled. She was also a scholar. Just like a certain saying in Lorist's previous life, while Telesty could definitely progress far in her life by relying on her looks, she didn't do that and instead focused on her studies and research. Her independent and headstrong personality was what attracted Lorist the most. As he spent time with her, Lorist knew that she felt some attraction for him, given that she tolerates his insolent acts like hugging and kissing her once in a while. Even though it always ended with her being mad, it was more of a knee-jerk reaction due to her being too ashamed to admit her hidden desires. She wasn't willing to renounce the oath she made to stay single and strive only for truth and knowledge. That was also a rather troublesome issue for Lorist. He was quite frustrated that she would take that kind of inhumane oath out of all other oaths that could be made. Having received his order, Supervisor Spiel rushed over as soon as possible to take charge of making an inventory of the supplies and wealth gained from Wild North Town. Lorist was prepared to move everything that he could use to Maplewood's Bastide and abandon Wild North Town altogether. What he had to focus on was constructing a proper valley city at Morgan Hills. As for the acres of farmland that was cultivated at Wild North Town, while it was a waste to not utilize it, there was nothing much he could do about it but think of it as giving the land a period of time to recover. He would make a proper decision when Charade and the rest of the convoy arrives. The 4 mercenary crews were also paid in full. All the crew leaders felt that working for the Nortons was an extremely worthwhile effort as they got paid quite highly and didn't lose many men throughout the battles. Compared to some other Dominion lords who only used mercenaries as enemy fodder to take the brunt of battle, the young Norton family leader himself frequently rushed into battle with the mercenaries following tightly behind him.
Taking the last battle at Wild North Town for example, even though the mercenaries were utilized as the main defense for the town, they had done so willingly because the money pouches of the enemy soldiers were filled to the brim with coins. Waxima and Jim on the other hand escorted the surviving womenfolk of Wild North Town back to Maplewood's Bastide. No matter their past, they were still relatives to many of the people within the Bastide. Lorist planned to let them rest up for a bit before sending them to Firm Rock Castle, where they will be free to form new relationships and families with the youths over there and start their life afresh, effectively leaving their torturous past behind. There was still one remaining problem to be solved, and that was the disbandment of Hosky's mercenary squad. 20 or so of them were willing to join the forces of the Norton family, while 30 plus others and some injured mercenaries were not willing to leave their life of freedom and joined the 4 mercenary crews within the past few days. However, that caused the intersection point at the magical Dragon Mountains to be unguarded. If the Norton family sent a squad of soldiers to defend it, that would affect Lorist's future plans. After giving it some thought, Lorist decided to pick one from the 4 mercenary crews and contract them for the defense of that area. The crew that Lorist favored the most was the Razor Pike mercenary crew, as they were formed by retired military officers and commoners and were the most disciplined among the rest. It could be seen from the results of the battle that they have the lowest number of casualties while also being the ones who raked in the most gains. However, their leader Sandro refused the offer, as he had already agreed to take up 2 other missions and had to go fulfill them. The second person Lorist seeked out was crew leader Richard of the Cromwell mercenary crew. Similarly, he refused to accept the contract as he was worried that his crew would lose quite a bit of men from fighting the barbarians. Lorist then offered the same contract to the Nightbat mercenary crew leader Illamp Maxon. As the oldest of the mercenaries, he didn't refuse Lorist's offer outright, but he stated that the pay offered was too low and demanded for 100 gold forts every month, as well as an increase in the bonus for the number of barbarians killed. That demand was so laughable that Lorist couldn't even get angry even if he wanted to. The price at which he paid Hosky's silver rank squad members in the past was 1 imperial gold coin per month, while iron and bronze ranked members got 50 imperial silver coins each month. The total would only amount to a little more than 100 gold forts per year. It was quite ridiculous for the Nightbat mercenary crew to request for 10 times the price, even though they only have twice the members of Hosky's squad. The Pentasword mercenary crew on the other hand accepted Lorist's offer without a second thought, but they also brought out a condition of their own. The leaders hoped that the family members of the crew members would be allowed to move into the Norton family dominion and become subjects of the Nortons, which caused Lorist to be quite surprised. The leaders of the crew said that there was no other choice. They mentioned that the crew was originally formed from members from a few different villages with the aim of earning enough to pay off their oppressive Dominion Lord that demanded huge amounts of tax. Recently, the taxation got even worse and the citizens of the villages could no longer hold out. While the mercenary crew could defend the citizens from military oppression, taxation was not something they could avoid. To add to that, their villages were near Windberry City and they frequently got harassed by the soldiers of the kingdom. After participating in the operation with Lorist, the 5 leaders of the crew made up their minds, as they found the way the Norton family treated their own subjects to be exceedingly benevolent. After seeing the abandoned farmlands of Wild North Town, they felt that it was a good opportunity for them to move over. Lorist was elated at the proposition, as the Dominion lacked people the most. He expressed his welcome to not only the family members of the crew but also the rest of the citizens of the villages to move into his dominion, with the promise that they would be granted farmland as long as they move over, and that he would only tax them 30% of their harvests as well as 10% of other miscellaneous economic activities such as fishing, hunting, firewood gathering, etc. If any household had members serving in the Norton family's military, they would also receive many tax exemptions. One of the leaders, Doboff, was extremely excited to hear that, as his village had to pay a tax of 70% of their harvest and 50% in other categories as well, causing his family and friends to be unable to live comfortable lives and being unable to sustain themselves for the long run.
Loris threw in another offer and said that all the mercenary crew members would receive the same benefits that the family soldiers did, in that there would be a regular pension should any member of the crew perish from facing off against the mountain barbarians. With that settled, it was time to consider how to free the villages from the grasps of their Dominion Lord. Dobov said he was quite confident that he could pull that off, and Loris gave him 2 months' time and 50 gold fords as a deposit, causing Dobov to rush to begin his plan excitedly. After handling all those matters, Loris let out a breath of relief and handed the task of moving the supplies and riches at Wild North Town to Waxima, Spiel and Pajik, while he returned to Maplewood's Bastide with Reedy. After greeting the old butler and checking on Belnick's health condition as well as spending a steamy night with Irina, he left for Firm Rock Castle with Reedy and Jim on the next day. Chapter 138. Loris felt that he had failed quite horribly as a Dominion Lord. Recalling the days when he was first transported to Grindia, he had endeavoured to read as many books as he could to understand the new, foreign world he found himself in, including even novels about knights that were rather popular reads. However, all such novels depicted nobles and Dominion lords to be people who spent all day enjoying luxuries and fine wine while being surrounded by beauties. They were either busy organizing dance parties or flirting with other noble ladies, and if they were bored, they would hunt and organize night competitions. Even if war broke out, nobles would sit behind their armies, as there were more than enough heroic knights who were willing to do their bidding and fighting in their steads on the front lines. Some nobles were even depicted to have epic romantic encounters on the battlefield. Looking back at himself, he had been running all over the place to complete his tasks like a dog, and there was still so much to do. Even though he had many subordinates, most of the things had to be settled by him personally, as they involved decisions that only he, the Lord, could make. In the case of battles, he also participated in them personally and rushed at the very front. According to the books, I'm no Dominion Lord. I'm just a coolie. Besides that, before he even rested after he arrived at Firm Rock Castle, a huge group of people were lined up outside his room waiting to make their reports. The first group was Telesty and her iron-ranked butler, who stated her intentions after giving a respectful bow. Telesty hoped that Loris would see her in 1 or 2 days to solve the problem of the wells and the castle's water supply. Curious about the issue, Loris asked about it and understood after hearing the explanation. The new residential area had 2 solutions for their water supply. The first was to make a well at every household, which would mean that the workload would be huge. The second was to have a well for each street district. But that might cause some congestion when the residents line up to get water. There was also the fact that wells were hard to construct given that the castle was built right beside the mountain. Telesty hoped that Loris could make his decision as soon as possible. Sigh, they're even asking me about matters like this. My head hurts. The next person who entered was Supervisor Keaton, who had seen the captives Jisk and gang brought over. He had no idea what to let the captives do. Loris said tiredly, "What do you have to hesitate about? Just let them gather building materials, since they're energetic soldiers. The hard-working ones will get better food while the lazy ones will get the whip. If some try to escape, just hang them. Let the laborers who were originally doing all that be their managers to monitor and correct their work. After that, have Ovidius send some family soldiers there daily to do surveillance on the captives." After that was Butler Boris. He reported many trivial matters like how the liquor stores of the castle were nearly empty. Ever since the business sector was completed, 2 taverns started operating, and the laborers who had recently gained freedom and payment would go there to drink a cup or 2 to pass time. Similarly, the family soldiers and the immigrants also did the same, causing the 2 taverns to boom with business. However, given that the alcohol sold there had been taken from the Redriver Valley Bastide, it was bound to run out sooner or later. Coupled with the knighthood competition organized jointly by the Nortons and the Kenmazes, which required them to provide a huge amount of free alcohol, the remaining stock within the warehouses could only last for 5 days at most. Gosh, if we're running out, then start producing some. Common ale is the easiest to make. Just go check if any of the immigrants or laborers have any experience in producing ale and the problem will be solved,
Lorist said. But, my lord, last time you mentioned that food supply was the most important resource in a battle and put Supervisor Hansk in charge of it. Now that we are still constructing the city, no agricultural work has been done and there wasn't any harvest for the past 2 years. The food we took from Redriver Valley Bastide would only last us for 1 year or 2 at the most, and given the increasing population within the castle, consumption would increase as well. How can we spare any more of that to make ale with? Asked Butler Boris. Wow, he even quoted my words. Lorist held his forehead and said, that's no longer an issue. Let Hansk make more ale with the food we have. I'm sure you've heard that the Duke slaughtered the folks at Wild North Town, and after defeating them, we discovered enough food within the town to last us for 5 years. Thus, the food problem is solved, and I will have Maplewoods Bastide send some over after a period of time. Oh? You haven't left yet? Is there anything else? Lorist asked. It's about this. Butler Boris said hesitantly. We've arrested a few women who were working as prostitutes within the camp. Hey! Lorist mused as he focused his attention on this topic as any man would. Where are these women from? Why would they work as prostitutes within the camp? 2 of them are new immigrants who came over from the Kenmays family's dominion, and they started seducing men after they were brought over here. Another 5 were originally slaves who felt that the work delegated to them was too tiring after regaining their freedom and returned to their old jobs. Lorist had heard Butler Boris mention once that the 200 or so female slaves were originally meant to be rewards for the laborers of the Kenmays family, in that the workers that performed well could spend a night with one of the women. My lord, according to their testimony, there are tens more women who are like them that fortunately weren't arrested by us. How should we deal with this? I need your advice. The butler asked. Sigh. Lorist crept back to his table and said, why the heck would we punish them? If they are willing to do it, let them continue. Men need women, and the opposite is true as well. We need each other. Given that the men far outnumber the women at Firm Rock Castle, and most of them are healthy and virile youths, they require an outlet for their sexual needs. How about this, Butler Boris? Go build a brothel so that the prostitutes can be managed by us more easily. We will offer them protection from harm and a safe environment for their work in exchange of 30% of their earnings. My lord, other Dominion lords would collect 70% of it. Forget it. They work hard to earn their money, and it's already enough for us to take 30% of it. Also, issue a notice that private prostitutes who are found to be operating without permission will be punished for 1 year of unpaid labor in the brothel if they are captured. Sheesh. What's wrong with this world? A Dominion lord like me is actually managing prostitutes like a pimp, how agonizing. After Butler Boris left, Lorist started to sigh again. However, he had no choice but to meet the rest of the people outside. This time, 2 people entered the room at once. Lorist seemed to recognize the 2. The elder one stepped forward, stood straight and reported, My lord, the both of us have been sent by Sir Pat to check on the forces of the Kenmays family. We only just returned yesterday. Lorist finally recalled that they were the members of his personal guard who used to be bandits, and understood why their faces seemed so familiar to him. However, Lorist still couldn't remember their names. Yet. Don't just stand there, grab a seat. There are chairs right there. Your mission must have been tiring. Fortunately, you were careful enough to not be detected and returned here safely. Sit down and tell me about your findings. Thanks, my lord, said the 2 guards. The first thing that came out of their mouths startled Lorist quite a bit. My lord, the Kenmays family forces have successfully conquered the dominion of Count Lopez. What? Count Lopez's dominion? Where is it? Lorist said as he searched frantically around the beast-skin map of the Northlands, but was ultimately unable to find it. Get Butler Boris, Shadekampf, and Old Man Bach here. Oh, Bach has gone with Grandmaster Sid to search for resources. Oh well, just get Boris and Shadekampf here first.
I recall that there was a map at the Redriver Valley Bastide that depicted the locations of the new noble families that were just recently entitled by the second prince. It should be somewhere around here, go look for it, said Boris to Shadekempf, who didn't know who Count Lopez was. Seemingly recalling something about a map thanks to the reminder, Shadekempf searched around and found it in the end. Look, milord. The small hill over here is on the border of Viscount Kenmais's dominion and Count Lopez's dominion. It's only 10 or so meters tall without any water source and is quite barren. After the forces of the Kenmais family entered the Bastide of Count Lopez, we mingled with the civilians by disguising ourselves as a group of mercenaries who were tasked to collect medicinal herbs near the magical Dragon Mountains and infiltrated the Bastide. We heard that the Count did indeed request Viscount Kenmais for help to resist the barbarian invasion. It seems that the Count fought a battle with them and incurred huge casualties while he himself got injured pretty badly. The citizens within the Bastide were all afraid that the barbarians would succeed in their invasion as well, the elder guard said. That's weird, isn't this year the Cubawesan festival? The mountain barbarians shouldn't be invading Count Lopez's dominion at all, said Lorist, wondering curiously about the situation. Milord, it was said that Count Lopez attacked them first. One day, the troops he led encountered a group of barbarian farmers and they launched an attack to steal all their livestock. In the end, they were attacked by a lot of barbarian cavalrymen when they were on their way back, and that hard-fought battle caused the Count to be injured and many of his men to be sacrificed. The barbarians didn't continue their chase and merely said that they would settle the debt once the festival is over, so Count Lopez called Viscount Kenmais to send some troops over to prepare him for the upcoming invasion. Oh my, even if you had a death wish, this doesn't seem like a nice way to go. Can it be that the Count doesn't know that it's the Cubawesan festival this year? Those livestock were sacrifices to their god for their ceremony at Smormilgen Mountain. Uncultured people like the Count sure are scary. For him to even dare to violate their sacred traditions and steal their sacrifice without knowing. Lorist really didn't know whether he should praise the Count for his bravery or be awed with his greed. Back then, I also thought that the Viscount was truly going to help the Count out, so I had prepared to return on the second day, said the younger guard. But as I had drunk quite a bit of alcohol on the first night, I got up rather late the next day and discovered that a curfew has been enacted by the forces of the Viscount, and while entry to the Bastide was allowed, nobody could leave. Also, the Bastide of the Count was also flying the three-ringed flag of the Kenmais family. Up until the night before, we received some news at the tavern that Count Lopez had passed away from his serious injuries. Before he died, it was said that the Count had willed for the dominion to be passed on to the hands of Viscount Kenmais, as the Count didn't have a son of his own and his two daughters were far away at the royal capital. The Viscount even managed to inherit the noble title of Count Lopez. Ever since, the Kenmais family has sent some people to officially apologize to the mountain barbarians and compensate for the Count's mistakes. Rumors said that the compensation even included Count Lopez's head. The non-citizens within the Bastide were only let out after 3 days of curfew, and the Kenmais family also announced that they wanted to recruit new soldiers and would offer a tax exemption for those who sign up. They seemed intent on having all the youths within the Bastide join them, and the both of us were even held and questioned for 2 whole days. However, using our cover as mercenaries who were sent on a mission, they didn't do anything to us. When we left, we noticed that the guards within the castle were no longer the soldiers the Viscount brought over at first. After searching around, we found a trail left by a huge band of people heading in another direction. We followed it and spent a day to reach this spot here, and it seemed to be a dominion of another noble. However, it has also been conquered by the Kenmaises, as the castle was also flying the flag of the Kenmais family. Viscount Sartre. Lorist mused as he looked at the marked location on the beastskin map. I know Viscount Sartre. He was a noble back during the days of the former empire, and all his family members died during the years of civil war. His dominion had also been laid to waste during the chaos. After the formation of the second prince's kingdom, his original dominion was occupied by the second prince. To avoid being criticized by other nobles,
the second prince gave the Viscount another dominion somewhere in the Northlands as a replacement. He was simply an old and lonely noble, said Butler Boris. The elder guard hurriedly continued his report. We no longer dared to enter the Bastide again, and we stayed in the wilderness to keep watch from afar. 3 days later, the Kenmays family's forces set out and headed east. Tailing them from behind, we ended up at Baron Ancaport's dominion, where the Kenmays set up camp outside the castle. We saw a group of people who seemed to be the leaders of the army entering the town for a visit, so we remained near them. All of a sudden during midnight, sounds of killing and fighting broke out from within the castle, followed by the opening of the gates and the lowering of the drawbridge. The forces of the Kenmays subsequently rushed in, and during daybreak, the flag of the Kenmays family replaced the original one of the castle. So we stayed outside the town for another 5 more days and discovered that the Kenmays family's forces have left a company of guards at the castle of the Baron and headed back to the dominion of Viscount Sartre and left another company of men there too. The remaining forces then returned to the dominion of the Kenmays and we followed them back here. Lorist opened his drawers and took out 2 grey-colored money pouches which were made from goat leather. Those were actually prepared by Shadecamp for Lorist to use as rewards, and each of them contained 5 imperial gold coins. Lorist handed the pouches to the 2 guards as he said, "Thank you for your hard work. This is your reward, take it. Make sure to rest up and relax when you go back." "Thank you, my lord," said the 2 guards before they left. Soul, the Kenmays family really did make a great move. Lorist finally understood the real reason why the Kenmays family wanted to make up with the Norton family despite the losses they had suffered. Given that the Norton family had antagonized the Duke and were occupied with him, they used the opportunity to solve their other problems while the Duke had his attention focused on the Norton family. So they targeted the Dominion lords of the eastern Northlands. What a wise move they have taken. My lord, I still don't understand why the Kenmays family did what they did. Viscount Sartre and Count Lopez are both newly entitled nobles of the Northlands like them, and Count Lopez is also favored by the second prince. Doesn't the Kenmays family fear the backlash of swallowing up the Count's dominion? Asked Butler Boris. Hee, they definitely have their own reasons for daring to do so, Lorist said as he smiled coldly. Their plot was definitely well executed. Knowing that Duke Loggins had his attention on us, they used the opportunity to conquer the eastern area. Look at the map here, the dominion of Viscount Kenmays, Count Lopez, Viscount Sartre, Baron Ancaport already make up the most of the eastern Northlands. I'm sure that the smaller nobles there will also fall to the Kenmays as well. When the Kenmays family take over the whole of the eastern Northlands, they will be free to reign, and even Duke Loggins wouldn't be able to do anything to them. I'm sure that the Northlands will once again descend into a period of chaos. Then, my lord, should we also cause some trouble for the Kenmays family so that they don't complete their conquest of the eastern Northlands so quickly? Shadecamp asked. Lorist lowered his head and made some quick calculations before he said, "It's already too late, and we don't have the manpower and resources for that either. Don't forget that after Duke Loggins hears about the decimation of his 4,000-strong army, he will be completely enraged and send more men over here as payback. What we have to focus on now is to complete the construction of Firm Rock Castle as soon as possible and train our family forces while also making some other preparations for the invasion of the Northland Army." Chapter 139. Outside the walls of Firm Rock Castle, large grandiose tents could be seen with colorful bunting flags strung all over. The spot where the knights originally fought had a huge red carpet placed all over it, and rows of long wooden tables and benches were placed upon it. On the tables, various dishes could be seen including smoked beef, baked apples, fist-sized white bread, huge pieces of grilled mutton, etc. Other than that, a huge basket filled with blue strawberries, a specialty of the Northlands, were free for the taking as well. It was the closing ceremony of the knighthood competition that the Norton family and the Kenmays family jointly organized. Wandering knights, freelance knights and family knights were all seated at the tables regardless of status, heartily munching away at the food and enjoying the alcohol.
Some of them were even offering food to the commoners that were serving them. All of the wandering and freelance knights were wearing a knight badge made of iron, while the family knights mostly wore a silver knight badge. In the battle force-driven world of Grindia, that was an invisible wall that clearly differentiated the statuses of the various knights. It was also rather difficult for one to obtain the certification required for a knight badge. In most cases, only landed noble families, huge armies, gold-ranked knights and academies that had the qualification for knight training could issue such badges, given the authority and status it provided to the bearer. If wandering or freelance knights passed on their skills to their successors, they could also pass on their knight badges as well. Lorist himself owned a knight badge, as he had completed the knight training course back in his days at the Dawn Academy. Once one reached the iron rank, received training for the skills and etiquette of a knight, as well as having a bit of family background and paying some fees, one would receive a knight badge and become a squire. If one reached the silver rank, one would become a proper knight and be able to choose the path of wandering and freelance knights, or pledge oneself in service of a lord. Naturally, most poorer commoners could choose to become attendants to a knight and slowly rise to the ranks of a proper knight as well. For example, the leader of the Cromwell mercenary crew, Richard, was a one-star gold fighter, but he didn't have a knight badge. That would mean that he didn't have the right to join the other knights at the table. However, as a one-star gold mercenary, he naturally received invites to the banquet from other Dominion lords and didn't have to sit together with the knights anyway. As for poor old Jim, he was merely a silver-ranked mercenary, and given that he didn't own a proper knight badge, not even that of the Norton family, he could only pout and lie on the walls of the castle as he looked at the ex-bandit Ovides and Pat bring their badges to enjoy the food that was served there. Given his merrymaking loving personality, Jim hated that he couldn't join in the festivities and was nagging and cursing bitterly at the other two to spoil their teeth and hurt their stomachs from overeating. Lorist, on the other hand, was dressed in formal garments. The formal attire for nobles of the Christian Empire had a rather simple design. It was a large white robe with a straight collar, which was worn with a V-shaped sash which was draped over the head. The sash was rather wide and it extended down from each shoulder all the way to the knees. An intricate belt was then wrapped around the waist to fasten the sash with the robe. The sky blue sash looked really grand, as its sides had laurel leaves that were embroidered with golden thread with a blooming jasmine flowers amidst them. That was the insignia of the Christian royal family, which identified that the Norton family was under the jurisdiction of no one but their members. In the middle of the sash was a golden roaring, raging bear and a small golden sword. The bear was the insignia of the Norton family, while the golden sword represented the status of the Norton family as one that became landed nobles due to military achievements. Shadecamp said, "My lord, you look extremely good in this attire, very noble and exalted." This was actually Lorist's first time wearing those clothes, and he felt quite uncomfortable in them. Even so, he had no choice, as he had to attend the banquet of the nobles later and he had to be in formal attire for the function. "How is Miss Telesti's health?" Lorist asked. Shadecamp shook his head and said, "She's still down. I've asked Vinny, but she said that the young miss was unwilling to get up from her bed." Lorist originally wanted to invite Telesti to attend the banquet with him. The night before, he went to her room to brainstorm a solution for the matter of the wells as well as make his invitation. Unfortunately, Telesti was experiencing her period. Upon noticing that she was still suffering from contractions, Lorist sincerely thought of telling her about a method that would help her. Cough, cough. Ahem. It has been said that after having intercourse for the first time, the contractions would go away eventually. The moment he uttered that, Lorist was chased out of the room by the embarrassed and angered young lady, who was tossing everything she could get her hands on in his direction. Sheesh, as the proverbs say, the dog bites Lu Dongbin, and was unable to recognize his goodwill. Instead of appreciating my suggestion, she chased me out of her room like that. It's not like I was lying about it. In my past life, I had a secretary who had problems with her husband because of this. Back in his past life, Lorist's secretary, who had unbearable menstrual cramps during her university days, went to the doctor for some help. But no matter what medicine she consumed, the pain was still unbearable for her. In the end, the doctor gave her that exact suggestion and the secretary casually gave her first time to a guy that was wooing her and her problems ended. Naturally, she broke up with that man after graduating university, but her relationship with her husband back then was always rather awkward as she was no longer a virgin when they married. When the secretary told him that story, she was naked in Lorist's embrace, basking in the afterglow of intercourse. However, back then Lorist wasn't interested in her relationship problems with her husband but rather how she solved the problem of the cramps in the first place. The secretary merely said that her symptoms faded after her first experience and gradually, her periods didn't hurt anymore. Back then, Lorist thought that the secretary couldn't be lying as there was not a real reason to, given their casual, yet intimate relationship. Since Telesty didn't believe in that method at all, Lorist couldn't do anything about it either as there was no way he could use an example from his past life to prove his point. Having been shut out of the room, Lorist returned to his own residence, crestfallen. Jusk stood at the castle gates and awaited Lorist's arrival. Waxima was still at Maplewoods Bastide, so among the rest at Firm Rock Castle, only Jusk, Pat, and Ovides were qualified to attend the banquet as family knights. Paul Obens and Jim were still not yet knights of the family, so one of them took Ovides's place to train the new recruits while the other was pouting and nagging on guard duty atop the walls. Lorist, Shadecamp and Reedy got down the walls. Upon seeing Jusk, Lorist wanted to curse out loudly. "This guy actually looks far better than me, his lord." Lorist wore the formal attire of nobles while Jusk was equipped with a shiny, silver knight armor that was immensely attention-grabbing. Coupled with his handsome features and slightly woeful gaze, Lorist understood that there was no way the attention of the other noble ladies would be focused on him. Reedy bore the banner of the Norton family with Shadecamp leading the group in front. Lorist and Jusk on the other hand were mounted and they rode towards the campgrounds at a leisurely pace. Along the way, jesters could be seen performing comedy sketches, servants ran around busily with various dishes in their hands and the dancers gave a stunning performance as they were immersed in the festive music. Some bards even climbed up to high platforms and sung of ancient legends whereas certain magicians staged fire-breathing shows. Upon seeing Lorist passing through, all of them halted their performances and bowed to pay their respects. From time to time, some knights would stand up from their benches and salute Lorist by patting their hands on their chest. As Lorist gave nods of acknowledgements to the saluting knights, he asked Shadecamp, "Who are they? I don't know them, so why are they saluting me?" Frustrated that his lord was such an absent-minded person, Shadecamp said, "My lord, did you forget the report I made to you yesterday? 29 wandering knights were willing to serve our military force and hope to be promoted to become our family knights one day after they gain some achievement." "Oh, my apologies. I really did forget," Lorist said. "Are they all silver ranked?" "Sigh. My lord, if you didn't add the criteria for them to be good at archery, we wouldn't have accepted so many of them in the first place. In actuality, there are 17 of them who are still iron ranked and they've just received their knight badges not long ago. Originally, they just wanted to watch the competitions, but upon discovering that the archery competition didn't have a battle force requirement, they joined immediately. Pat said that they were quite good with the bow and arrow and recruited them right away." Hee, Lorist chuckled happily. Pat did the right thing. While they are iron ranks now, they will soon break through to the silver rank. Hopefully, we might have another gold-ranked marksman like Jusk in the family one day. "Impossible," Jusk interjected. "Not one of them will have the talent at archery like I do. And there is only one Green Benny, so they will only be good archers at best." Green Benny was what Jusk called his green longbow. It was rumored that the longbow was originally made from a bone of a magnificent dragon that had been excavated from an ancient ruin which took the Grand Master up to 10 years to craft. One fateful day, it was acquired by Baron O'Matter who later gifted it to Jusk as an engagement gift between Jusk and his daughter. "Shut up, Jusk. I will have someone make a bow that's better than your Green Benny." "You better bet on that," said Lorist in a dissatisfied tone. "Oh, didn't Viscount Kenmays say that he was recruiting knights for a knight brigade as well? How many did he get? Lorist asked as the thought occurred to him. "Milord, there were 89 wandering knights who joined the side of Viscount Kenmays and entered his brigade," said Shadekampf with a solemn expression. Aside from the Kenmays family, the Felim family, also known as the family of the Pegasus, recruited around 50 wandering knights. Some other Dominion lords also recruited 1 or 2 knights themselves, while the remaining knights didn't pique any of the other nobles' interest and weren't recruited. Then, how many knights have participated in the competition? Lorist asked as he looked at the tens of long wooden tables and benches that were lined up and seated to the brim with a rough estimated headcount of 1,800 people. "Milord, the knighthood competition was ongoing for 27 whole days and over 37 Dominion lords came over due to the fast and strong rumors. It was said that 2 Dominion lords who were at war halted their battles and led their knights here just to join in. Around 600 wandering and freelance knights came over as well. The noble families should have also brought roughly 800 knights of their own. 37 noble families was roughly half the total number of all the nobles within the Northlands." News of the competition really did spread far and wide. However, Lorist didn't expect that there were actually that many wandering and freelance knights within the Northlands. 600 was a bit too many. It didn't take long for the group to reach the tent where the banquet for the nobles was being held. The Kenmays family did live up to their reputation as the owner of the largest construction merchant guild within the former empire, given the size of the tent they prepared, which could easily accommodate hundreds of people within for a grand ball. After their arrival was reported, Lorist, Jusk and Shadekampf headed inside the tent while Reedy stood guard outside and looked after the horses with the banner of the Norton family in his hand. Shadekampf reminded, "Milord, the person who is coming forward to greet us is Viscount Kenmays himself." It was Lorist's first meeting with Viscount Kenmays. He was a person of slightly shorter height than Lorist, and the length of his blonde hair reached his shoulders. He looked rather handsome and his face was cleanly shaven with a rather pointy chin. His face bore a bright and graceful smile which gave him an elegant bearing which fit his image of a good-looking guy well. Lorist turned to his back and looked, and Jusk as he thought, only that fellow can compare with the Viscount's looks. Jusk on the other hand was quite confused and asked, "What's wrong? Do I have something on my face?" Lorist didn't answer him. The Viscount was also dressed in the same noble robes as Lorist, with the only difference being that his blue sash had silver embroidery of the stonecrop plant that enveloped the 3-ring insignia of the Kenmays family and the rose which symbolized the royal family of the Iblia kingdom. Viscount Kenmays laughed out and greeted them. With both his hands opened wide, he said, "I finally get to meet the Lord Baron. I've long heard about your reputation and it's about time I get to meet you in the flesh. It truly is my honor." Lorist on the other hand observed carefully and could detect the flash of seething anger from the Viscount's eyes. Smiling, he thought, "This guy is still holding a grudge about the 100,000 gold fords I've taken." Similarly, Lorist opened his hands to give the Viscount a passionate hug and said, "Haha, I myself have also been anticipating our meeting. However, I've been rather busy recently and couldn't find any time. Fortunately, I got to see you here today as I have long wished." After the two exchanged false pleasantries, the Viscount brought Lorist around and introduced him to the nobles that attended the banquet as well as the many noble ladies there. Lorist admired the Viscount's ability to perfectly memorize and recite the family backgrounds and history of all the nobles there. He could even recall the heroic tales each family had. No wonder that guy can mix well in situations like these so freely and get the attention and liking of those noble women. When Lorist felt a little fatigued from keeping his smile up, the introductions finally ended and everyone got to their respective seats to enjoy the delicacies prepared by the cooks hired by the Kenmays family. Among the Dominion lords that attended the banquet, Lorist paid attention to 2 in particular. One was the Viscount, who was pretending to be friendly and amicable with him even though Lorist detected the hint of hatred from his eyes. The other was Baron Felim Chalvode, the head of the family of the Pegasus. While the Baron seemed harmless and friendly enough on the surface, Lorist could feel a ferocious savagery from the Baron, who was also a 1-star gold-ranked knight. 1. It is a Chinese proverb based on the immortalized poet Liu Dongbin. See Wikipedia. Chapter 140. The large tent was quickly filled with the tables that were brought within it by the servants. The difference between these tables and those which the knights sat by outside was that these were far more intricate, and the servants even laid a fine, white linen tablecloth onto them before they placed vibrant flowers and baskets of assorted fruits upon them. In total, there were 20 long tables lined up into 2 rows. On either side of each table were 12 chairs in total. Lorist took a few looks before Viscount Kenmays told him that since the knight competition was organized by their 2 families, there was no master's seat. It was possible that he merely didn't want the Nortons to use the opportunity to steal the spotlight. Even so, Lorist felt that this arrangement was apt as it symbolized the equal standing between the 2 families. The few tables in the middle were reserved specifically for Dominion lords. Apart from Lorist and Viscount Kenmays, who were seated face to face at the first table given their status as the organizers of the competition, the rest of the seats were arranged according to the relative titles of the attendees, with some noble ladies sandwiched in between. The sidemost tables were prepared for the guests or gold-ranked knights who were invited to the banquet by the Dominion lords. Lorist noticed that apart from Jusk, only 2 other gold-ranked knights were brought over by their lords. Shadecamp on the other hand had a seat for himself over there, as he had played a large part in the committee of the competition. Given that it was Lorist's first time attending a formal nobles' banquet, he tried his best to behave cordially and seriously. That aside, Viscount Kenmays, who was seated directly opposite him, was chattering away, impressing his listeners with the vast knowledge he had. They were especially enraptured with his unique interpretations of the major events that had happened during the course of Grindian history. As he cut the steak with his silver utensils and brought them to his mouth while listening to the incessant tales of Viscount Kenmays, Lorist heard a mention of Moronti City. All of a sudden, Viscount Kenmays turned to Lorist and said, "I've heard that Baron Norton had left the Northlands and studied at Moronti City for more than 10 years. Something quite major happened over there last year, didn't it?" "Last year? I don't remember anything particularly significant. I don't think anything noteworthy happened before I left." Lorist shook his head and said, "Last year, after I received the summons from my family, I began my journey back immediately, so I'm afraid I'm not informed about what you are referring to." "Oh, then you must have made your move too early." Back at the Dawn Academy within Moronti City, there was an iron-ranked instructor called Locke who dueled all the silver-ranked instructors within the academy sector. Up to 30 silver-ranked instructors were defeated by him during that time. After that, the iron-ranked instructor Locke stepped down from the dueling platform and has gained a fearsome moniker of Iron Locke the Silver Undefeated for beating all his challengers without losing even a single duel. "It's a shame that I had something else on my hands back then and wasn't able to make my way to the city to witness the wonder myself. What a shame," said the Viscount with utmost regret. "No worries. This one is sitting right in front of you. You can open your eyes wide and observe to your heart's content." "Oh, I know about that. Instructor Locke's swordsmanship truly is profound. He is really deserving of that moniker," said Lorist without the slightest hint of embarrassment nor shame. Viscount Kenmays changed the subject quickly and said with a smiling face as he raised his silver cup, "This knighthood competition lasted 27 whole days, and Baron Norton, you only showed up today on the closing banquet. Don't tell me that you got bored of seeing fights like these back in the city and can't be bothered to witness the competitions between the knights? Baron Norton, shouldn't you at least try to explain the reason for your absence?" Lorist raised the silver cup in his hand in a similar fashion and said, "Haha, I really didn't have a choice, as there were really too many matters I had to settle within my dominion. I'm sure all of you here know that I've just succeeded the dominion and the title recently, and I hope you can tolerate my absence because of that. Even so, Lord Viscount, no, I should address you as Lord Count now. I've heard that Count Lopez has passed his title and dominion to you. I really have to congratulate you for this. Here's a toast to your amazing achievement." Even though Lorist didn't say it that loudly, every person within the tent didn't miss a single word, and chatters resounded throughout the tent. By the time it finally quieted down, the gazes of everyone within the tent were focused on Viscount Kenmays. A few Dominion lords even seemed rather restless on their seats as if they wanted to return to their dominions right away. Baron Phelim of the family of the Pegasus even seemed like he was in deep thought. Viscount Kenmays's face froze up with a smile, but he quickly recovered and made a pained expression as he said, "Sigh, I'm sure that most of you know that I've been here for the most part of the competition, so I really didn't expect that something of that magnitude would happen. All of you know about the close and intimate relationship between Count Lopez and my father. It truly is a tragedy for the Count to have been injured during an encounter with the mountain barbarians. Didn't he write me a request for help some time ago? After I received it, I brought my family's forces to his dominion right away so that he may command it to defeat the barbarian threat. Not in my wildest imaginations would I have thought that the Count would entrust his title and dominion to me on his deathbed and request that I take care of his 2 sisters from the threat of the mountain barbarians. While taking care of his family is definitely an obligation I intend to fulfill, I still have the issue of the barbarians to worry about. How troublesome." Lorist tried to console him and said, "The Kenmays family is indeed one with a rich mercantile background. I'm sure that you will manage to find a way to make up and coexist with the mountain barbarians. As long as they don't launch any assaults, then I'm sure that you'll be able to bring the dominion the Count left you to prosperity within no time. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Baron. Then again, I've heard that you refused the demand of Duke Loggins not long ago and even hurt his gold-ranked knight who was sent there as an ambassador and incited the Duke's rage in the process, causing him to announce his deployment of the Northland army to punish your family. I wonder if you need our help to console the Duke and put in some good words for you. Perhaps he may consider sparing the Norton family." Viscount Kenmays retorted. "There is no longer a need for that," Lorist said in a dissatisfied tone as he chugged a few gulps of wine. He continued, "That dogshit Duke Loggins has sent 2 regiments of the Northland army numbering around 4,000 people led by gold-ranked knights Shivani and Hennard to invade the dominion of my family. After they entered the dominion, they massacred all the folk of Wild North Town right away." Lorist paused and could clearly see the look of perturbation and delight that flashed past quickly on the face of Viscount Kenmays. "A massacre, of the whole town?" Viscount Kenmays muttered stammeringly. The part of the announcement that made the Viscount feel delight was the fact that the Duke's men had already entered the Norton family dominion using a new, yet undiscovered route. The part that made him perturbed was the massacre of the townsfolk. Given the scarce population within the Northlands, even if 2 lords were to start an all-out war with one another, they wouldn't lay their hands on the non-combatants and would at most pillage them for their goods. Duke Loggins on the other hand massacred a whole town at the Northlands, and news of that would definitely incite strong animosity and objection from the other nobles in the Northlands. Nobody liked to deal with a greedy and cruel superior noble. Soft chatters once again filled the tent as the various nobles discussed with one another the things Lorist had just said. Knowing that Jisk was a knight of the Norton family, the noble ladies gathered around him and offered their condolences, causing Jisk to feel awkwardly uncomfortable and struggle to respond while sweating out in anxiety. Many nobles looked at Lorist with sympathetic gazes as the 2 regiments numbered around 4,000 men and the gold-ranked knights of the Duke would definitely give the Norton family a hard time. Even though Lorist was attending the banquet like nothing was happening, in the eyes of the other nobles, he might probably have to surrender and be stripped of all his belongings to be able to escape the predicament he was in. They believed that the only reason Lorist was there was so that he doesn't lose any face, as most of them knew the temperament of the Duke quite well. However, Baron Phelim was the only one who looked at Lorist with suspicion, as he found that Lorist's face didn't have the slightest indication of worry at all, as well as the audacity Lorist showed when he insulted the Duke in front of all the nobles. A person who was getting ready to surrender to the Duke's forces would definitely not be able to utter something like that. That's right. The males, the elderly and the infants were all killed, with only 1,000 or so women and young girls remaining to be sold to slave traders. That son of a bitch of a Duke can't be human, for him to even be willing to do something so heartless. The reason I wasn't able to be present during the competition was because I had to deal with all that. I only managed to settle all of it during the past few days, just in time for today's banquet, Lorist said as he used his fork to stuff yet another piece of steak into his mouth and accidentally smearing some oil on his cheeks. Wow, your family's chefs are really great. This taste is wonderful. Sold to slave traders. How terrifying. Lorist turned his head and saw one lady beside Jisk who pretended to faint sickly into his embrace, perfectly emulating what a model benevolent noblewoman would do once she heard about the cruel and indifferent nature of reality. Poor old Jisk didn't know what to do as he couldn't hold her tightly nor let her fall to the ground and had no choice but to gaze at Lorist and signal for help. Ha, it's your own fault for looking so good and dressing up so flashily like a peacock, Lorist thought as he pretended to not see anything. If Lord Baron, you, are enjoying the steak, why don't I order another serving for you? Said the Viscount as he twirled the silver cup in his hand non-stop. After arduously waiting for Lorist to have another gulp of meat and wine, he asked impatiently, what happened next? Hey? What about it? Lorist asked while he seriously considered whether he should get another steak. Well, didn't you say that the Duke sent 4,000 men into your family's dominion and massacred the citizens of Wild North Town? What happened after that? Viscount Kenmaze had the sudden urge to smash his silver cup into Lorist's face as he thought, can't you finish your story before you take another bite? How long has it been since you had any steak? Don't tell me the forces of the Duke swept your dominion clean to the point that you can't even get some yourself? Oh, you were talking about the Duke's force of 4,000. Hehe, they're completely decimated. While they entered the dominion quite easily, there's no way I would just sit back and let them waltz out, Lorist said candidly. Clang! The cup Viscount Kenmaze was holding fell straight to the floor. Directly following that, a few other clangs could be heard as the nobles stared blankly at Lorist. You! What did you say? What was that about decimation? Viscount Kenmaze couldn't care less about the cup he had dropped and pestered Lorist for a more detailed explanation. Come on, what's so surprising of the Duke's men being completely wiped out? You're already this old and yet you couldn't hold a cup properly, how uncouth. And to think that I was planning to have you do me a favor. It seems that I have to seriously reconsider it, Lorist said slowly and calmly. How can that be? Viscount Kenmaze cried out loud. Back then when the new nobles that were just entitled by the second prince, the one who had the most military might was one of the second prince's gold-ranked guards. Due to being entangled in an affair with the queen of the Iblia kingdom, the guard was exiled to the Northlands and demoted to a baron. Probably due to the sponsorship of the queen, the gold-ranked guard managed to bring around 1,000 soldiers into the Northlands and wasn't willing to submit to the Duke. In the end, the Duke sent 2,000 Northland army soldiers led by Knight Shivani and conquered the new Baron's castle within a mere 3 days. The head of the gold-ranked guard could still be seen hanging from a wall within the Duke's mansion in Gildusk City. Viscount Kenmaze could recall the times he saw the head for himself during his visits to the Duke. That was the reason why all of the nobles within the Northlands feared the Duke so much and didn't dare to antagonize him lest they had to face the brunt of the Northland army, causing the Duke to grow ever more arrogant and dare to reap more profits from the nobles. Now that Lorist mentioned that he had defeated over 4,000 soldiers of the Northland army, the nobles were all filled with shock and doubt. Oh, that's right, what about Knight Shivani and Knight Hennard? Asked Viscount Kenmaze hurriedly. Even though Lorist said that he had wiped the Duke's men out, if he said that the gold-ranked knights leading the soldiers managed to escape, then there was a huge possibility that Lorist was lying. Hennard might have managed to run away. Given that Viscount Kenmaze was an acquaintance of Knight Shivani, he understood that the knight definitely wouldn't leave his men behind given his stubborn and old-fashioned personality. The favor I was about to ask of you is in part related to that, Lorist said. He asked the Viscount in a steady tone, I heard that you have quite a close relationship with the dogshit of a duke. It's passable. What did you mean by the involvement of the favor with the knights? Asked Viscount Kenmaze as he once again felt the unbearable urge to tear Lorist's mouth open. Can you not dally around when talking about something so serious? It's like this, Knight Shivani had sacrificed himself heroically on the battlefield. I have his body and I hope that you can help me transport it to his family. Other than that, we have captured Knight Hennard and 10 plus other silver-ranked knights. They hope that they will be able to pay a ransom for their freedom, so I will pass the name list to you later. Tell their family members or friends within the army to come here and pay the ransom, Lorist said. Shouldn't you be giving the name list to the Duke? Viscount Kenmays asked curiously. Well, I've thought about it before, Lorist said. Those silver-ranked knights think that the Duke wouldn't bother to pay their ransom. So, they'd rather pass the word to their family members and friends for their help. Viscount Kenmays listened in shock before he thought in realization, what a great, calculative move. If rumor of that spreads within the Northland army, who would still be willing to serve the Duke? His marvel aside, the Viscount was more than willing to help out with that task, as causing the Duke trouble would be good for the formidable reputation he was trying to build up for his family. Very well, I'm more than happy to help you out with that, said Viscount Kenmays. He looked at Lorist and asked sincerely, given that you've wiped the men of the Duke out, I'm sure that you've sustained quite some amount of casualties. Don't hesitate to come to me should you need any help. Lorist looked at the Viscount and thought, hee, are you still pining for the return of the 100,000 gold forts? Are you trying to see if you are able to launch an attack if my family is weak from weathering the Duke's assaults? Oh, the casualties truly are horrible. Lorist said as he sighed deeply. We actually lost up to 30 brave men with almost 100 injured soldiers. It truly is horrible. Viscount Kenmays turned and left immediately as he had better things to do than listening to Lorist's bull crap. Hey, don't go just yet. Didn't you say you want to help out? Lorist called out from behind him. Chapter 141. Within the main tent, Jusk, Waxima, Ovides, Pajik, Pat, Jim, Paul Obens, Reedy, Supervisors Hansk, Keaton and Spiel, Butler Boris and Shadekampf were seated neatly in 2 rows as they listened to Lorist speak. Apart from Belnik, who was preparing to break through to the gold rank, and old man Bach who accompanied Grandmaster Sid to forage the Dominion for resources, and Pesha, whom Lorist didn't like too much, all of the Norton family knights and officers were gathered there. Yesterday, Shadekampf has already transported the remains of Knight Shivani to Viscount Kenmays, and the freedom of the silver-ranked knights and Knight Hennard will have to be negotiated with the Duke. I believe that we will have about 3 months to rest and recuperate, since it will take some time before the Duke finds out about the defeat of his troops. He'll definitely be unable to launch an attack on us right after that, since he has to both consider how many soldiers he has to send over lest they get wiped out by us once again. If the number is large, I doubt that the Duke would be willing to spend so much funds on the expedition, Lorist said. The people within the tent instantly broke into laughter. It can be seen that Viscount Kenmays is not on the same side as the Duke. Given that the Kenmays family is focusing their attention on the eastern Northlands, they need us to keep the Duke's hands tied and also hope that us and the Duke will wipe each other out. That's why they will definitely try to stir something up after we hand them the name list. Even if the Duke is willing to pay the ransom for the silver-ranked knights, I believe that he definitely won't bother about the 1,000 plus surviving soldiers that we have captured. I know that the Kenmays family will definitely take this opportunity to spread that around to affect the morale and loyalty of the Duke's soldiers. Even if the Duke sends his soldiers to attack us, he will have to wait until the issue of the captives, which we can even intentionally delay, to be settled first. However, that doesn't mean that we fear the attack of the Duke. As long as he dares to come, we will make him run away with his tail between his legs. I, on the other hand, would like to see if the Duke will be able to weather through the loss sustained through the defeat of his army this time around. If the Northland army has to be downsized, I wonder if he can still act so brashly in the Northlands. I believe that by then he should be unable to control the other landed nobles and will find it tough to even protect himself, Lorist said with a cold smile. Next, I would like to use this period of temporary peace to reorganize our forces and give them proper training to increase their combat efficacy to prepare for the tough times to come. Shadekampf, do read out the plan you drafted for the reorganization of the family's forces to everyone, Lorist said as he nodded towards Shadekampf. Shadekampf stood up and took out a beastskin document and said, the guard squad will be reorganized to include 120 people who fit the criteria of having iron-ranked battle force. They will be equipped with a riding shield, a pike, hauberks, and chain mails, a sidearm of their choosing, a quiver of javelins and 2 mounts. The squad leader will be Pat and the vice squad leader will be Paul Obens. A squad of mounted archers will be formed with the leader and trainer being Jusk. During the recent night competition, we have recruited 29 wandering knights and 22 of them have shown themselves to be quite capable in archery. They will be added to the 120-man squad and the requirements for other recruits will be having battle force of iron rank and above, good archery skill and good horse handling. They will be equipped with hauberks, leather armor, long bows, 3 quivers of arrows, a long sword, an arm shield and 2 mounts. Loris then turned to Jusk and said, Joe, I will leave the mounted archers squad to you. This will be the main offensive unit of our forces, so you must train them well. Jusk knocked his fist onto his left chest and said, Milrod, I promise to make the mounted archers squad the sharpest blade we have in our arsenal. Shadekampf continued, a company of cavalrymen will also be formed. The company will contain 4 main squads with another supply squad with the total number of men being a full 600 people. The commander of the company will be Waxima and the only requirement for recruits would be having battle force at the bronze rank and above. They will each be equipped with a hauberk, a chain mail, a riding shield, a riding lance, 2 mounts, and 1 sidearm of their choice. The guards will also be reorganized into 2 companies. The commander of the first company is Pajik and the commander of the second is Ovides. Similarly, each company will have 4 main squads and 1 supply squad at a total of 600 people. Each company consists of 1 sword and shield infantry squad, 1 long bowman squad, 2 pike infantry squads and 1 supply squad. They will be equipped with hauberks, square shields, bucklers, pikes, longbows, long swords, throwing axes, javelins, etc. Additionally, 2 more defense units will be formed and the members will be recruited from those who don't make the criteria of the aforementioned units. Each squad will have from 100 to 120 members and they will be equipped with grey-colored leather armor, pikes, long swords, long bows, and various types of shields. Shadekampf then placed the beastskin document down before he bowed to Lorist and went back to his seat. Lorist looked at his seated subordinates and said, Did you all understand that? I hope that you all can come up with your own methods to carry out the training and reorganization and show them to me for approval. Other than that, I will be stationing one of the defense units at Maplewood's Bastide with Pajik being the sub-leader for now. This unit will be responsible for the defense of the Bastide. As for the defense unit here at Firm Rock Castle, it will be in charge of regulating order, ensuring security, patrolling, and guarding the warehouses. Ovides will be the sub-leader of this unit. Given that we don't have enough soldiers for now, begin the training even if the units are not yet filled up. I will set up another camp for new recruits at Firm Rock Castle which will be left to Shadekampf, Pat, and Paul Obens. I will be the chief instructor over there. The recruits will learn to awaken their battle force within the camp as well as basic military regulations. After they receive basic training, they will then be sent to different units depending on their own individual capabilities until the space for the units are filled up. Other than that, Supervisor Hansk will be the Chief Finance and Resource Officer of the family and will be in charge of our supplies and finances and its distribution. Butler Boris will take charge of civil and business matters, Shadekampf will manage the arsenal of the family's forces and Supervisor Keaton will manage the camp of the captives. When Old Man Bach returns, he will take over production and manufacturing while Supervisor Spiel will work on agriculture. I will be leaving the food supply and the family's sustenance to you. By the time we defeat Duke Loggins, the Northlands will no doubt fall into another period of chaos. Without the iron grip of the Northland army, the ambitious Dominion lords will start to act. We can't do much apart from preparing for the worst so that we will be able to survive during the troubled times to come and lay a firm foundation for our family's strength. This will have to depend on you all, Lorist said as he rose to his feet and bowed to his men. The rest of them got up and returned the bow as they said in unison, "My lord, we will definitely do our best to serve you." Lorist clapped his hands and said, "All right, go do your stuff. Jim and Reedy, stay back for a while." Everyone left the tent with the exception of the two. Jim said in a troubled fashion, "My lord, why didn't you give me any assignments?" Lorist laughed and said, "Haha, you must have been quite impatient just now. The reason I didn't give you any task is because I have a mission for both you and Reedy. Reedy, when we left the convoy, it was the 2nd month. And now, it's almost the 9th month already but the convoy still hasn't arrived yet. That's why I will leave the task to locate the convoy to Jim and you. Find out the why they have been delayed for so long. Jim, bring a few of the mercenaries that joined our forces over with you as well and pretend to be a group of mercenaries on a mission. Do be careful on your journey and get anything you need from Shade Camp. I've also written a few letters for Charade, Potter Fang, Els, Terman, and Yuri. Tell them I miss them. Oh, and these letters are for Elisa and Howard." "Yes, my lord. We will definitely carry out the task successfully," said the two of them as they saluted in unison. "The castle is down. We have entered the gates. It's our victory. We have won." As they let out their excited cheers, the guards tossed their sun hats high up in the air. The banners at the foot of the hill were waved frantically as the soldiers cheered for yet another one of their victories. Charade, who was mounted, looked from his vantage point at the top of the hill towards the flag of the Dominion Lord in the distant castle get lowered and replaced by that of the Norton family. However, the expression he wore was a displeased one as he solemnly said to the guard beside him, "Come, let's go back to the tent." Within the tent, Els was lying down on a soft couch and reading a night novel. His left leg was wrapped up by a huge and thick bandage. He had gotten hurt 2 months ago when he was impaled on the leg by a silver-ranked knight with his riding lance. It would take at least half a year to recover from an injury of that degree. Charade went into the tent with a gloomy face, prompting Els to ask out of curiosity, "What's wrong? Didn't we succeed in taking the castle? Why the long face?" Sigh. Charade let out a long tired breath. "I'm not happy about this at all. Even though I know this is a pit hole, we had no choice but to jump straight into it. It really feels super bad to be used by others like this." Els also quieted down at that statement. Originally, they thought that the journey through the Andanak kingdom would be a mere walk in the park. However, it actually turned out to be a road filled with countless thorns and the northbound convoy had to carve a bloody passage out with their own hands. 3 months prior, they had already arrived at Ben's citadel that was located at the border between the Red Lee's kingdom and the Andanak kingdom, which Potter Fang had conquered with his heavy armored cavalry. However, they received a piece of bad news during their stay. Charade had planned to give up Ben's citadel to the soldiers of the Andanak kingdom as that would relieve the convoy of any baggage before they resume their journey up north through the Andanak kingdom quickly. However, Potter Fang, who arrived 1 step earlier at the former imperial capital, now the royal capital of the Andanak kingdom, didn't manage to meet the third prince, Andanak I. After asking around, he found that the third prince had fallen sick and the matters of the kingdom were currently managed by his son, the First Highness. That was why Potter Fang decided to visit the First Highness, Delwick, but Delwick refused to send any soldiers to be stationed at Ben's citadel and told Potter Fang that currently, the influence of the royal family was only limited to the royal capital as many nobles of the kingdom had formed an alliance to resist and grapple with the royal family and he had no other choice and couldn't spare any help to the convoy even if he wanted to. Potter Fang subsequently went to contact his acquaintances from the Wittelian Legion and the news he got shocked him deeply. The Andanak kingdom was truly in a dire state, given that the third prince had been at his sickbed for more than a year. The First Highness who had relied so much on the stronger nobles within the kingdom had become their plaything. Among the three most reputable armies within the empire, the Wittelian Legion had been disbanded, the Fierce Gale Legion had joined the Maline Duchy, and the royal family's local defense guards only had one regiment of troops remaining and were barely able to defend the royal family with the meager amount of taxes collected from the capital. The former population of 500,000 of the capital had declined to a mere 50,000, with the once merry business districts turning into abandoned slums. Back when the empire got divided into many powers, the third prince faced the most brunt of the Ford trade union, as he was the one who was officially named by the emperor as the true heir of the imperial family. Even though the Andanak kingdom was founded on three of the most prosperous provinces of the empire, without any trade and business going on, and given the fact that the agricultural produce wasn't enough to sustain its own population, the kingdom began its steady journey to decline. Following that, the Dominion lords tightened their choking grip on their citizens to squeeze more out of them, and even fought each other to expand their territory. The third prince's Andanak kingdom was merely an afterthought after that. The First Highness's claim that the royal family didn't have power outside the capital was also true. Having received that information, Potter Fang quickly returned to Ben's citadel to discuss the state of affairs with Charade. He didn't expect that information about the resources and wealth the convoy had would actually be leaked by one of the First Highness's retainers to the alliance of Dominion lords, who turned their gazes to the convoy. Charade decided right away to leave Ben's citadel unguarded and departed with the whole convoy. On the fifth day of their departure, however, the convoy encountered the forces of the alliance at the Green Plains. The alliance that was formed by 37 different noble families had around 30,000 troops, and they had come to rob the convoy. But after their first few defeats, they changed their approach and demanded that the convoy give up 2/3 of everything they had in exchange for safe passage. Charade refused the unreasonable demand outright, and the two parties were at a stalemate. Back then, the noble alliance had 30,000 soldiers. Even though the convoy was made up of more than 50,000 people, only 15,000 of them were combatants, and they were severely outnumbered. After 20 days, conflict broke out once again. The alliance launched their attacks first, followed by counterattacks from Charade and Potter Fang. What was surprising was that the soldiers of the alliance broke formation almost instantly when the convoy soldiers charged, and given their far inferior gear, the first battle was completely dominated by the northbound convoy. With minimal casualties, they even managed to capture 17,000 enemy soldiers. Upon discovering the true might of their own troops, Charade and Potter Fang were elated. Charade instantly ordered his men to pay the noble alliance back for the trouble they have caused, and as the convoy passed through the dominions of each noble, they took the castle of those dominion lords and hung the nobles who joined the alliance publicly, and took everything they had to replenish the supply of the convoy. The attacks the convoy launched didn't deplete its forces in the least. Of the 17,000 captive soldiers, Charade had the ones who knew useful skills such as smithing, crafting, cobbling and tailoring assimilated into the members of the convoy, and had the remaining 14,000 or so men split into 4 different suicide units, which were given simple equipment and sent to attack the castles of the other dominion lords with the promise that they would regain their freedom if they were victorious. They would also be offered the chance to join the convoy on the journey to the Northlands to start their lives anew. At first, things progressed smoothly, and the castles of 2 dominion lords were successfully conquered. But it did not take long for something troubling to occur. A group of vagabonds started tagging along the convoy from behind in hopes that they would be able to receive protection as well as going to the Northlands to live the peaceful and blissful life there that Charade had so loudly proclaimed. When Charade was busy brainstorming a solution for that issue, a group of people arrived at the main camp of the convoy's forces, and their leader was the second son of the third prince, the Second Highness, Auguslo. Accompanying him was the gold-ranked female knight, Norton Glacia. Chapter 142. My apologies, Second Highness. Even though the Norton family is under the jurisdiction of the Chrisen royal family and you are one of its members, currently, you represent the royal family of the Andanak kingdom. Also, our lord has willed that we lead the convoy all the way to the family's dominion, and didn't say anything about helping the Andanak royal family solve the issue of rebellious dominion lords within your kingdom, Charade said as he refused Auguslo's request. The aim of the Second Highness in coming over with his group of 20 was to try to mediate between the convoy and the alliance of nobles so that they could come to a truce and stop battling. After all, that was the request of his most intimate and loyal subordinate, Norton Glacia. Secondly, he wanted to see if he could purchase some food supplies as the kingdom had been struck with a severe lack of resources due to the trade embargo of the Ford Trade Union. The Second Highness believed that the alliance would give him some face as he was the one who led the Wittelian Legion and the Fierce Gale Legion during the times of the Civil War and kept the first and second princes in check so that they didn't reach the imperial capital. Many of the Dominion lords within the alliance had received help from him before and thus owed him some form of favor. However, as he was on his way to the convoy, he heard that the convoy's forces managed to utterly crush the soldiers of the alliance. This news filled the Second Highness with shock as he didn't expect that the convoy's escort troops would actually be that powerful. Upon seeing Glacia's elated and excited reaction, Second Highness Auguslo started contemplating his next move. While the Second Highness had gained some stellar achievements in the military, he wasn't favored by the other nobles within the Andenac kingdom. To them, having great achievements translated to being willing to achieve anything regardless of the cost. While the third prince did rely on the Second Highness to lead the two armies to resist the assaults of the first and second princes, it had drained the kingdom of its much-needed resources and caused it to become a desolate husk of what it used to be. Additionally, the Second Highness was a rather stubborn person and nobody liked an impulsive and forceful king. That was why the nobles gave their support to the First Highness and caused the Second Highness to be exiled back to his own principality at an island near the western coast of the kingdom by the third prince, Andenac I. Being drained of resources and vitality from the constant battles of the Civil War, the Andenac kingdom could no longer sustain three large armies, resulting in the Wittelian Legion being disbanded and the Fierce Gale Legion joining the Maline Duchy to resist the second prince with their aid. The royal family's local defense guards had also been downsized quite substantially given the state of finances of the kingdom to the point that they were left with only one regiment of troops. Having lost the military power necessary to control the kingdom, the nobles no longer took the Andenac royal family seriously. Coupled with the third prince falling sick due to an unknown disease, the weak-willed First Highness got pushed around by the nobles when he took over, and that allowed the pride and arrogance of the nobles to inflate even more. They began to blatantly ignore the laws of the kingdom and oppressed the citizens, all the while forming their own private armies and dividing the territory of the royal family among themselves, which eventually resulted in the formation of the alliance for the sole purpose of putting pressure on the Andenac royal family. Having witnessed the state of the kingdom, the Second Highness resolved himself to one day unify the Christian Empire and restore the imperial family back to its former glory. It was too bad that he didn't have a reliable force of his own at the moment, and even his personal guard and the garrison soldiers within his territory numbered to only 300 people. And while his elder brother the First Highness wasn't the best at resisting external threats, it was the opposite when it came to internal threats, given the almost paranoid awareness he had towards his own younger brother, which he deemed a potential hazard to his own regime, to the point that he stopped giving any subsidies to the Second Highness, using the excuse that the kingdom was running severely low on funds. Even if he had the will, the Second Highness couldn't do much without any soldiers and power of his own. But when he saw the might of the convoy of the Norton family, he started having his own plans. The sole reason he went to the convoy was to borrow food and troops to restore stability to the Andenac kingdom by way of eliminating the noble alliance and forcing the First Highness to abdicate and grabbing the throne for himself. But Charade saw through his intentions right away and refused his request immediately. "Is Abelid the family head right now?" Glacia asked. "Abelid? Who's that?" Charade asked the beautiful female knight with a curious look on his face. Glacia's expression suddenly changed as she shouted, "Who the heck are you? Why are you impersonating the people of the Norton family?" She already had her hand to the hilt of her sword. "We are no doubt knights of the Norton family. Our lord is indeed Baron Norton." "Oh, the current Baron Norton is Norton Lorist," Charade said as he brought out his knight badge and infused his battle force into it to manifest the misty form of the roaring raging bear. Stunned, Glacia asked after she hesitated for a moment, "Lorist? Are you talking about Little Locke? That crybaby?"
The one who has snot all over his face? Wasn't he exiled to Moranti city? Pfft! Everyone within the tent burst out in laughter at hearing the childhood nicknames of their lord. Resisting the urge to laugh, Charade replied, "Yes, milady. Locke was indeed exiled to Moranti city, but he received summons from the family a year ago. Currently, he is the only person left within the direct line of succession, and he had no choice to return to the Dominion to inherit the Dominion and his title. Many of us here are friends of his back at Moranti city, and we were accepted into the family as knights by him and are on a mission back to the Dominion with this convoy. May I ask who you are and what relationship you have with the Norton family?" "What did you say? Little Locke is the only one left that can succeed the Norton family? Then what happened to Abelid and Norwisk?" Glacia asked hurriedly, before she regained her calm and realized her abrupt behavior. "Apologies, I am Norton Glacia, Lorist's elder cousin sister. My father is Lorist's second uncle, and he used to be the vice-captain of the Knight Brigade of the Empire's local defense force. I offer you my greetings," Charade said as everyone within the tent saluted Glacia. "The names you mentioned just now referred to the first and third young masters, right?" Charade asked. "It's like this." Charade told Glacia everything he knew about the state of the Norton family, causing Glacia to burst into tears. The Second Highness hugged her as he tried to comfort her. "I thought that losing my father was one of the worst things that could have happened to me. But to think that the family had gotten even worse over the years." Glacia mumbled. "Mistress Glacia, please calm your feelings and trust that the Norton family will once again return to glory under the leadership of Locke. The journey of the convoy will be an important cornerstone to restore the family, so I am afraid that I cannot accept your Highness's request, as I have to ensure that the people and resources within the convoy arrive at the Northlands safely," Charade said. "If that's the case, there's even more reason to accept His Highness's request. With the military might of the convoy, you'll be able to easily wipe out the forces of the nobles who are going against him. Just capture their bastides and take their resources so that you'll have enough to last the whole journey back. I've been to the family dominion before, and I know that it is a desolate place deprived of every kind of resource. That's why the more you bring back to the dominion, the more beneficial it will be to the family," Glacia argued. "If you agree to help me out, when I take control of the imperial capital, I will instantly raise the rank of the Norton family from a baron to a count," promised the Second Highness. "I also won't take your supplies for free. I can offer you the equipment and gear of the Wittelian Legion that was disbanded long ago in exchange for your help and supplies. I believe the Norton family will stand to benefit quite a bit from gaining these equipment." Charade started to hesitate as he couldn't think of a reason to refute the offer. While a rise in rank was nothing of note, the equipment of the Wittelian Legion was a different story altogether. Being the main offensive force of the Chrisan Empire, the Wittelian Legion used quality equipment which boasted excellent offense and defense that were crafted by the best smiths of the Empire. They were easily 2 times better than usual equipment, and the armor Charade wore was garbage in comparison. Other than that, the Wittelian Legion had 89,000 members which were fully equipped and divided into 4 regiments. Including the stuff of the supply units, Charade estimated that there would easily be 100,000 sets of gear in total. If they could obtain all the gear of the Wittelian Legion, then the Norton family would not have to worry about weapons and gear for more than 10 years. As long as they were able to form an army and provide it with those equipment, the family would unquestionably be able to reign supreme within the Northlands and develop the Dominion with the peace and security that came with it without the slightest worry about the chaos and turmoil of the lands. The Second Highness didn't have much of a choice either, as the Wittelian Legion had been disbanded and all that remained was their equipment. Even so, many sets had been used and worn out over the course of the conflict within the Empire, and the sets in good and bad condition combined only numbered around 70,000 instead of the 100,000 Charade believed it to be. Originally, the third prince, Andanakai, had planned to sell those gear for a high price to purchase the much-needed food and other resources to stabilize the kingdom. However, the Ford Trade Union was only willing to offer less than a tenth of the cost required to manufacture the gear to take advantage of the Andanak kingdom's desperation.
In a fit of rage, the third prince stopped all negotiations immediately and even cut off trade ties with the Ford trade union. The people of the trade union were also infuriated by that response, as during the past 100 or so years, the Wittelian Legion was involved in all the invasions the empire made on the Falic Plains, and they were even the biggest contributor to the empire's successes. To them, it was already very generous of them to offer to purchase the equipment at that price. They had intended to have the equipment melted down and made into a monument to commemorate the dissolution of the Christian Empire, with the insignia of the Wittelian Legion placed at the very bottom to symbolize the complete triumph of the trade union. Since the third prince wasn't willing to sell the gear, they gave up and didn't bother to convince him otherwise anyway. Without trade, the once lively imperial capital started to regress as the quality of life gradually worsened. The embargo also caused the nobles of the Andenac kingdom much distress, and some of them even lusted after the gear that was left unused in the warehouses of the empire. The Second Highness himself didn't have any other choice either, as the Andenac kingdom's finances are in the red, and he had to offer an appealing proposition for the Norton family for them to be willing to help out. After brainstorming, he came up with two methods, the first of which being granting the family more territory and land as well as a higher ranking title. That was something the Second Highness was extremely unwilling to do, as the Andenac kingdom only encompassed 3 of the provinces of the former empire, with the already limited land split between many noble families. Given that there were more than 100 noble families within the kingdom, even the royal family's territory had to be reduced. That was why he planned to eliminate the nobles that were causing trouble and only spare the ones who were loyal to the kingdom to lay the foundation for the restoration of the Christian Empire. Giving the Norton family a higher title and part of the territory taken from the purged nobles was akin to luring in yet another tiger after chasing away a pack of wolves. As the Second Highness was still unsure of the loyalty of the Norton family, he refrained from that thought to save himself some trouble. The second method he could use was to offer the equipment of the Wittelian Legion, as he observed that the convoy took their defense and security very seriously, with even the most basic foot soldier being equipped with metal armor. He thought that the gear of the mighty Wittelian Legion would prove very alluring to the convoy, and he was right. Even though Charade was able to keep his calm when he heard that offer, the 3 within the tent that had relatively high positions in the convoy stared straight at him. Those 3 were Potter Fang, Lode Wales and Mons Malak respectively. As they were former members of the Wittelian Legion and were all commoner officers, the Second Highness couldn't recall their faces even though they have met before. Upon hearing that the Second Highness was willing to give them the equipment of the Wittelian Legion, the 3 felt completely ecstatic, but they couldn't reveal their thoughts openly and could only stare hard at Charade in hopes that he would accept the offer. In the end, Charade nodded. The results of the negotiation were as follows: the convoy would use 100,000 gold forts to help fund the formation of a 20,000-strong army for the Second Highness and supply them with equipment and food. The new army would accompany the northbound convoy and cooperate with them to defeat the nobles of the alliance, and the spoils of war would be split evenly among the 2 parties for the whole period until the Second Highness ascends to the throne. The Second Highness on the other hand would agree to raise the rank of the Norton family to that of a count when he goes into power, with no change or addition to the size of the dominion. Additionally, the gear of the Wittelian Legion would be completely handed to the Norton family, and it was promised that there were no less than 70,000 sets in total, and any additional sets would be given to the convoy for free. Even though the convoy was biting the short end of the stick, given that they had to go to battle almost immediately and the Second Highness only had to make promises without actually putting anything up front, Charade agreed to the deal in consideration for Glacia's standing. Other than that, he also had plans of his own that would ensure that the convoy wouldn't suffer much losses either. Also, he felt that it was a good opportunity to get on the good side of the Second Highness and pave a way for the family's influence into the Andenac kingdom, allowing the family's trade convoys to one day be allowed passage through the territory of the Andenac kingdom to Viscount Tim's dominion at the Red Lees kingdom. Charade's plan was simple: he would use the convoy's main force in the open field battles and scouting missions, as he was confident that the armored cavalry unit of the Norton family would be able to utterly crush any enemy resistance without trouble. He also considered it to be a good chance for the soldiers to gain experience.
The battles which would cause the most casualties were the sieges, and he planned to have the convoy's ranged units aid in the effort. That way, he could minimize the casualties of the convoy's forces and also resupply the convoy with the loot they took. What was there for them to lose? After the expedition began for 2 or so months, the forces of the convoy swept past the Hanstmost province and the central province of the Andanak kingdom under Sharaid's leadership, forcing 35 Dominion lords to submit and swear their allegiance to the Second Highness in the process, and earning him the moniker of Sharaid the Demon. He also used the youths among the captives and vagabonds to form a 20,000-strong army for the Second Highness as per the agreement which was used to encircle the imperial capital, giving the First Highness no choice but to abdicate and pass the throne to the Second Highness. The Second Highness also fulfilled his side of the bargain and gave all 73,645 sets of gear of the Wittelian Legion to the convoy, and also signed the certificate of the entitlement that was testament to the elevation of status of the Norton family leader from a baron to a count, complete with the official imperial seal. On a side note, the Second Highness also hoped that the convoy would continue to fight for him and help him restore the empire. Sharaid refused the request without hesitating, and the Second Highness merely laughed it off without stirring up any fuss. But when Sharaid announced that they would be departing immediately to resume their journey back to the Northlands, the Second Highness asked for a favor. Since the convoy was headed for the final province of the Andanak kingdom, the Welbisha province, which was also the main stronghold of the Noble Alliance, which the Second Highness couldn't reach his hands into no matter how hard he tried, the Second Highness made an optimistic request for the convoy's troops to clean up the rebellious nobles as they had done during their passage through the previous 2 provinces. Sharaid shook his head and said, "My apologies, Your Highness, the convoy has already been delayed for too many times and we have to head for the Northlands immediately. As long as the nobles don't stop us on our tracks, we won't act against them for no reason." The Second Highness laughed and said, "But there is a lot of food within that province." "Well, no matter if you can't help it." In the end, the convoy parted with the Second Highness on friendly terms, and Glacia had even written a couple of letters meant for Lorist and entrusted them to Sharaid. And so the convoy continued its journey north, but Sharaid and the rest quickly felt that something was not right. By the time the convoy reached the Welbisha province, the vagabonds that followed behind them numbered more than 100,000. After making some inquiries, Sharaid found that he had been duped. As the population within the Andanak kingdom was quite dense, the food shortage that plagued it caused the citizens to wander around to forage for food for their survival. And somehow, rumors that the northbound convoy was handing out food and bringing people to settle down within the Northlands spread and caused many of the vagabonds to seek it out. Enraged, Sharaid wrote a letter to the Second Highness about the issue, to which the Second Highness responded, writing, "The Andanak kingdom has roughly 400,000 vagabonds. Due to the efforts of the convoy which freed up more land in the Hanstmost province and the central province, I have only managed to settle 100,000 of them down despite the best of my efforts. I cannot do much about the rest who chose to follow the convoy. However, if the convoy is willing to clean up the Welbisha province, the extra land might be enough for another 100,000 or so people to settle down." It was at that moment when everyone's face froze up. There was no way that they would be able to travel quick with so many vagabonds slowing them down. However, they couldn't just leave them be and ignore them, as they might be prompted into attacking and robbing the convoy out of desperation. 100,000 desperate and hungry people was no small threat. On the other hand, if Sharaid chose to feed the vagabonds, the food source that would last 60,000 people for 3 months might run out within only 1 month. The only solution was to attack the bastides and castles of the Dominion lords within the province to attain more food to feed the vagabonds, as well as help the Second Highness settle some of them down within the province. That was the main issue that plagued the convoy, which caused Sharaid much grief and frustration, as he had no option but to jump into the abyss despite knowing what lay below. Chapter 143. Looking at the 200+ new recruits training within the camp, Lorist shook his head in disappointment. They were mostly recruited from the citizens who moved over from the Kenmays family's immigrant town. Compared to the slave laborers of the Kenmays family,
their physical capabilities were far inferior as most of them were malnourished. That was because the slave laborers were integral to the profits of the Kenmei's family, so it's understandable that they were well fed. These immigrants are different in that it's already considered for them to have infrequent meals that allowed them to barely survive. After being brought to the Northlands by the Kenmei's family, the immigrants were given some farmland and small amounts of supplies before they were left to fend for themselves, and they would also be required to pay a tax after 2 years, so it wasn't weird that they couldn't even afford regular meals. It'll take at least 6 months before they can be put to good use, Lorist thought as he stroked his chin. After that, he saw the iron-ranked butler of Telesty entering the new recruit camp and hurriedly rushing towards him. The butler greeted him and said, "My lord, my mistress had requested that you go over to the construction site's base of operations. She has something she needs to discuss with you." The reason Telesty asked Loris to go over was to talk about the construction of the residential areas. Given that the main castle was constructed next to the mountain range, it was as high as 6 stories, and that allowed it to be defended easily and be exceedingly hard to attack. 3 out of 6 stories of the castle was already completed. However, there were 2 large expanses at both the mountain ranges beside the castle, and residential areas for the knights and the staff of the castle were planned to be built over there. Currently, the blueprints for the residential areas had been completed and it was awaiting Lorist's approval. The slope of the mountain range to the north of the castle was larger and had relatively more level terrain, and Telesty had come up with 2 plans with the aid of Grandmaster Siroba. The first was to construct larger houses which the land could only fit 38 of. The second was to make the houses smaller so the area could fit 58 of them, 20 more than the former plan. The slope of the mountain range to the south of the castle was steeper in comparison, and it could only fit 11 such houses at most. Lorist had to decide which housing arrangement they were going to use. Looking at the completed replica for some time, Lorist felt that he wasn't too satisfied with it. After giving it some thought, he told Telesty, "How about this? The slope to the northern side of the castle can be split into 4 levels, so construct larger houses atop the first 2 levels and build smaller ones at the lower levels. As for the southern slope, I recommend constructing multi-storied buildings, maybe about 3 floors each. I hope that the base area of these buildings can be larger and each room shouldn't be as small as the ones within academy dorms, maybe around 4 to 5 rooms. The size of the small houses in each building would do." Just as he left the base of operations, he saw Paul Obens approach him. Paul Obens said, "My lord, 2 beggars showed up and they claim to be the messengers of the convoy and requested to meet you." "Messengers of the convoy?" Delighted, Lorist asked, "Where are they?" "They are waiting outside your room," said Paul Obens as he handed over the reins of the horse to Lorist. Even though it hasn't even been 10 days since Reedy and Jim left, news of the convoy is already here. "It seems that they'll be here soon," thought Lorist happily as he rode quickly to the southern walls of the castle. Upon getting into the building, he saw 2 haggardly dressed men whose faces were completely smudged in grime, and one of them was even wrapped in a dirty bandage. No wonder Paul Obens thought they were beggars. Seeing Lorist come over, the 2 beggars burst out in tears as they kneeled down and cried, "My lord, we're finally able to meet you again." Lorist said, "You are?" "My lord, I am Rur and he is Mort and we are part of the guards for the convoy." "Have you forgotten us?" said the uninjured guard as he sobbed. "Rur and Mort, they are Elsa's subordinates. Then again, their current form looks horrible." Lorist squatted down beside a busybody guard who was doing nothing but snickering and said, "You blind fool, what are you doing sitting there and laughing like that? Go get your brothers some water for them to wash themselves. Get Shadekampf to come here as well." After washing their faces and changing their clothes, the 2 messengers looked more familiar in Lorist's eyes. Shadekampf, who just rushed into the room, recognized them right away as he was the one who used to bring the guards around to make an inventory of the things the convoy obtained. "Rur, Mort, why have you come here?" "Sir Shadekampf, we're here to pass a message." Upon the mention of their mission, the 2 started to cry again. The letter was given to Lorist and there were 5 pages in total. Charade mentioned in the letter that the battle on the Green Plains was a huge success and that Els had injured himself. The letter also described the meeting of the convoy with the Second Highness and Glacia and their agreement in much detail, as well as Charade's intention to gain the equipment of the Wittelian Legion. After reading the letter, Lorist felt both happy and perplexed. He was glad because his elder cousin sister, who was quite fat back in the day and bullied him frequently, had become a gold-ranked knight. However, he was troubled that the convoy was still caught up within the Andanak kingdom and it didn't seem that they would be arriving anytime soon. It was possible that snow would start to fall after Charade and gang cleaned up the rebellious Dominion lords of the kingdom. Given that it was already the 9th day of the 9th month, winter was coming and the snowfall would definitely make it much harder for the convoy to travel. Looking at the date of the letter, Lorist was shocked to see that it had been signed on the 28th day of the 6th month. You guys took 2 whole months to travel here. Lorist felt weird at that time frame, as he had only taken 1 month to travel from Guldo City to the Northlands. Why did it take so long for the messengers to arrive? The 2 messengers continued their sobbing as one said, "My lord, when we left, there were 12 of us. But now, only the 2 of us remain." Lorist asked concernedly, "What happened?" "My lord, the 12 of us were fully armed and had 2 mounts each. When we passed through the Andanak kingdom, we came under frequent bandit attacks, and by the time we reached the Madras Duchy, there were only 7 of us left. Within the duchy, things mostly went on fine until we arrived at Whitestone Town, which was near the Hendliff suspension bridge. Just as we were about to cross the river, we heard some merchants who came from the other side mention that Duke Loggins intended to send his troops to punish the Norton family who have disrespected him, so we didn't dare to use that route and headed for the ferry port downstream. After we crossed the river there, just as we were about to get some food and rest within a town, the garrison force of the town labeled us bandits and wanted to arrest us. As a result, only 5 of us emerged alive and we lost all our luggage and mounts. Those garrison soldiers were also frightened by our tenacity and no longer dared to chase us. Having no choice but to travel on foot, we traveled for another 5 days to the dominion of Baron Farid. Initially thinking that we could get some help from him, we didn't expect him to treat us as vagabonds and capture us while also taking all our armor, weapons, and money. After working a month of forced labor under the Baron, we were enlisted by him into his forces because he had gone into conflict with some other viscount. We were shoved to the battlefield with nothing more than a pike. After 2 days of fighting, Wayland and Aske perished and I, Mort and Gilson managed to escape in the midst of chaos. However, Gilson had gotten hit by 3 arrows and didn't make it. Ever since, Mort and I didn't dare to enter any more towns and wandered in the wilderness for 6 days before we finally arrived here," said Ruhr as he delivered his experiences while sobbing all the way. Lorist thumped on the table in anger and said, "Unbelievable! What did you say that Baron was called? And what's the name of that town?" Needless to say, the Baron was one of the new nobles that had just been entitled by the second prince. Northlanders were usually very amicable to guests, and travelers to towns would usually get aid from the townsfolk. For messengers like them, Northlander nobles would treat them to dinner like honored guests apart from providing the basic necessities like accommodation and supplies. Naturally, they stood to benefit from getting news from outside the Northlands from visitors, and some more generous nobles might even give some money to reward them for the information. Ever since the entitlement of the new nobles at the Northlands, the atmosphere and culture there had degraded. When they lacked resources, the new nobles would impersonate bandits to pillage others, and if they didn't have enough citizens, they would kidnap people from nearby villages. Many old landed nobles of the Northlands were currently in conflict with the new nobles because of those issues. During the knighthood competition, one noble who participated was recognized by some to be one of the bandit leaders who robbed another noble family's merchant convoy. So, Baron Farid, hey, Lorist thought as he looked at the map and found the dominion of the new Dominion Lord, which was only 2 days of travel away from the Firm Rock Castle and next to Count Spensate's dominion. As for the town that Ruhr mentioned, it was under the jurisdiction of Viscount Darwolf, and that town may be an immigrant town that was constructed only recently, given that the members of their garrison were merely ruffians that dared to prey on messengers. That town was slightly further away and it would take 5 days to travel there by horse, so Lorist made a mental note to settle them at a later date. Ask the guards outside to get Nightjisk and Nightwaxima to come here, Lorist instructed Shadekampf. What's the status of the convoy right now? Is Els recovering from his injuries well? Lorist asked Rur and Mort. Rur replied, during the Battle of the Green Plains, our forces' losses were low and less than 1,000 of the soldiers were killed or injured. Had Sir Els been fine, he would have led us back on our mission to deliver the letter. Back then when we were at Ben's Citadel and preparing to send some information here the first time, Sir Els had volunteered to be part of the messenger team, but he later changed his mind when Sir Potterfang returned. Wait a second, you said that a message was sent back when the convoy was still at Ben's Citadel. That's right. Rur replied, before he recalled something and asked, don't tell me that you didn't receive the first message and didn't see any of our messengers. Lorist merely shook his head. Rur and Mort looked at each other with expressions of surprise. Rur continued, My lord, they left 1 month before our departure, and Sir Charade's message contained a report on the status of the convoy as well as the news Sir Potterfang received at the imperial capital. The leader of the 12 messengers was Krimmer, and he's one of the guards that my lord may remember. However, if they haven't arrived yet, then based on our experience, they might have got into some trouble. If they're alive, we'll find them. Even if they're dead, we'll locate their corpses. Nobody will be able to get away scot-free for harming the messengers of the Norton family. I will definitely make sure you lot have a satisfactory answer to this, Lorist said as he ground his teeth. No wonder he felt that Charade's letter seemed to not be extensive enough, given that the rest of the information had been in the previous letter he sent, which had disappeared along with the first group of messengers. Brief me on how the convoy is doing. It isn't mentioned in these letters, Lorist said. Rur and Mort began to explain what happened with the convoy after Lorist had left. What? The convoy now has more than 4,000 carriages and 50,000 people? And the escort force has grown to 15,000 strong. Lorist was so surprised that he almost jumped in shock. No wonder the convoy was able to take out more than 30,000 soldiers of the Noble Alliance, and even received a request from the Second Highness to help him root out the rebellious nobles of the kingdom. Lorist now understood why Charade was so confident in accepting the request of the Second Highness. The convoy's strength had actually grown so much that they could play a pivotal role in deciding the future of a whole kingdom. It seemed that Lorist did not have to worry about the safety of the convoy. Given that it had already been more than 2 months since the letter was written, the convoy had probably completed the assignment given to them by the Second Highness. At that moment, Jusk and Waxima reported their arrival before they entered the room. Lorist pointed to the dominion of Baron Farad on the beastskin map and had Rur and Mort tell the knights about their experiences, causing both of them to fume with rage. This noble is truly shameless. Waxima said. My lord, we must give Baron Farad the retribution he deserves. Nobody should ever be allowed to treat our messengers like that, Jusk proclaimed. Heed my orders. Bring the mounted archers squad and a cavalryman company to that dominion and hang this Baron Farad at the entrance of his bastide. Burn his castle down and make a huge wooden plaque to explain why we did all that. Perhaps the new nobles would stand to learn something about the traditions and customs of the Northlands as well as the regulations between nobles from the Baron's mistake, Lorist instructed. Your will is our command, my lord. We will exercise it with utmost precision, said Jusk and Waxima in unison as they saluted. Don't leave just yet. This time, you will have to make your passage through the dominion of Count Spenside. I will write him a letter so he doesn't misunderstand the reason our forces are approaching his dominion. Also, Rur and Mort said that there was a group of messengers before them that never managed to arrive here. Make sure to ask around to see if you can also get some information about them. Understood, my lord, Jusk and Waxima replied. Rur and Mort then stood up. Mort said, My lord, please allow us to accompany them. We want to bring the bodies of our comrades home. You've just arrived after a long journey. Are you sure you can handle it? Lorist couldn't force them to stay either, as their reason was extremely compelling. We can handle it, my lord, Rur said. How about this? Rest for a day and depart tomorrow. I will also check Mort's health for a bit, and if you are fine, I'll allow the two of you to go together and even let you be the ones to personally hang Baron Farid. I'm sure you'd be happy to do that. Shadekampf. Bring 20 guards with you and tag along to help them find the bodies of their heroic comrades. We will have a funeral for them and bury them at the martyrs' graveyard at Firm Rock Castle when their bodies are sent back, Lorist said. Yes, my lord, replied Shadekampf. The martyrs' graveyard was built on a hill opposite the Firm Rock Castle's main building. All family soldiers and guards would be buried there when they pass on, so that future generations can easily honor them and pay their respects there. Thank you, my lord, mumbled Rur and Mort emotionally. Chapter 144. By the time Jisk and Waxima brought their men back, 6 days of the expedition had already passed. Lorist was currently taking a walk on the walls with Baron Kimura, who had hurriedly rushed over from far away. The reason for his visit was to negotiate the release and ransom of the captured gold-ranked knight Hennard and the other 10 plus of silver-ranked knights. Kimura, is my hearing getting worse, or did you mistakenly tell me a wrong number? I really can't fathom that a gold-ranked knight's ransom would only be 100 imperial gold coins. That's not a ransom, that's just humiliation to the gold-ranked knight in question, as well as an insult to the Norton family. There's no way I will accept the price offered by the Duke. Lorist was also quite shocked, as he had even prepared to negotiate for a higher price. But never would he have thought that the Duke would offer such a ridiculous figure. If word of that laughably low sum truly spread out, then Knight Hennard would have no other choice left to him but to commit suicide. As an example, during the knighthood competition, defeated knights had to offer up their mounts, armor, and weapons to the victors or pay an equivalent ransom. Normally, those were worth somewhere from 30 to 40 gold fords, which was equal to 100 to 150 imperial gold coins. However, the case with the Duke's knights was that they were captured as enemies on the battlefield as opposed to being defeated in a friendly competition. If a silver-ranked knight was taken captive on the battlefield, all the belongings he carried with him would belong to the victor by default, and if he wanted to regain his freedom, he had to first buy his equipment, mount and attendants back. If the price of all that was 50 gold fords, it would be multiplied by 2, and the resulting 100 gold fords would be the ransom that had to be paid separately for the knight's freedom itself. In conclusion, a silver-ranked knight would have to pay around 150 gold fords in total to regain his freedom, attendants, mounts and gear to be allowed to leave. The one who captured the knight might even host a banquet to get to know the knight better before sending him off. Additionally, if a captured knight had a noble title, he would have to pay another ransom that is fitting of the status of the title, as true nobles were worth far more than quasi-nobles like normal knights. This was an agreed-upon convention on the battlefield, and no noble would dare to violate it. But the main point was that it only applied to silver-ranked knights. Few gold-ranked knights would actually end up being captured on the battlefield due to their far superior battle prowess. In terms of battle force, gold-ranked battle force would last longer on the battlefield and had superior attack, defense, and endurance. It wasn't possible to subdue a gold-ranked knight unless a huge sacrifice of troops was made or the knight was caught off guard by surprise. The best method to deal with a gold-ranked knight was to use another gold-ranked knight. Battles between two gold-ranked knights would always become the focal point of the battlefield, and unless one was far superior than another in terms of technique, the loser would usually end up dead, with the victor heavily injured and not faring much better. Then again, gold-ranked knights being held captive was not without precedent. The foreign duchy's gold-ranked knight Baizia was a prime example of this, as he had collapsed unconscious after sustaining injuries from fighting against the forces of the Red Lee's kingdom and became the captive of the first prince. Duke Forand had to offer 3,000 gold fords as well as a precious treasure sword to be able to sway the first prince to release the knight, and that incident was frequently mentioned among the nobility for some time. Duke Loggins's offer of 100 imperial gold coins only converted to roughly 30 plus gold forts, and that made Lorist very troubled. Even though Hennard wasn't captured on the battlefield and was instead apprehended while he was drunk, it wasn't like Lorist asked for 1,000 gold forts in exchange for his freedom. But at least 500 to 600 gold forts would be fair, right? After all, the ransom was in a sense the measure of worth of the gold-ranked knight. This wonder of a duke really has no brains. Offering a price like that is really just an act of digging his own grave. If word of this got out, who would still be willing to serve him? What the heck is going on? The more Lorist wondered, the more curious he got. Kimura, please don't joke around with me, all right? This is crucial to the pride and dignity of the knight, and it isn't something that should be treated lightly. I don't believe that Duke Loggins is that uninformed to be able to make that laughable offer. Lorist told Baron Kimura solemnly. Apart from showing a bitter smile, there was nothing Baron Kimura could say in response. 10 days prior, Viscount Kenmays made a visit to the mansion of the Duke at Gildusk City. He brought with him the corpse of Knight Shivani as well as news of Knight Hennard's and the other silver-ranked knights' capture and the loss of contact of the Duke's 4,000-strong army, which shocked the entirety of the citizens of the Duke's dominion, causing the word to spread all over the Northlands. In a fit of rage, Duke Loggins once again smashed up his just cleaned-up study and shouted maniacally that he wanted retribution and cursed loudly at the Norton family. He even swore to kill off everyone who was related to the Norton family. Baron Kimura and another gold-ranked knight, the vice-leader of the Northland army, Bitson, expended great effort to calm the Duke's rage and got him to start plotting another expedition against the Nortons. By the time the Duke calmed down and started to plan, all three of them were dumbstruck as they found that they no longer had enough soldiers they could mobilize to mount an attack. It was quite shocking that the once 20,000-strong Northland army, which had been reduced to only have 16,700 plus people left, could only mobilize 5,000 plus men of 2 regiments. Given that the 4,000-strong troops were already completely defeated, there was no way another 5,000 could make that big of a difference, was there? There were many reasons for the inability of the Duke to deploy more troops. The main one was that the Northland army could be considered to be a relatively small army in that there were only 21,000 members that were split into 2 divisions. Additionally, the Northland army wasn't optimized for full-scale open-field battles and was instead modeled after a defense army. The southern part of Duke Loggins's duchy had a capital city, a citadel, 3 bastides, and 7 towns, as well as the entry at the suspension bridge. These places had to be defended to ensure the security of the duchy, especially the capital city, the Hendlif suspension bridge as well as Frest citadel near the bridge. Those 3 locations were crucial points of defense against the forces of the second prince, and every one of them only had a regiment of troops, which was just enough to keep those places secure. The other factor was due to the Duke wanting to save his military costs. After the formation of the Northland army, he had disbanded the various garrison forces all over his dominion because he felt that the Northland army was more than enough to keep the dominion in check and could be used to fill the place of the garrison forces of the towns and bastides, thus saving him more money. Additionally, he believed that no dominion lord in the Northlands that caused him trouble would ever require him to mobilize the entire army. Usually, he only needed to send 2,000 soldiers to take care of such minor insurrections. Now that over 4,000 of his soldiers were wiped out, it was like he had gotten a waking slap straight to his face as he realized that he didn't have any means to retaliate against the Norton family. The other problem was that of the 5 gold-ranked knights that served the Duke, Knight Tobik had been injured by Lorist and needed over 1 year of rest to recover. The most accomplished Knight Shivani had died on the battlefield, Knight Hennard had been taken captive, and only 2 gold-ranked knights remained. Knight Aordam was tasked with defending the Hendlif suspension bridge and the Frest citadel. The vice-commander of the Northland army, Bitson, was busy defending the capital of the Dominion. Even if the Duke deployed his troops, there was nobody suitable to lead them. As he pinched his nose to stop the blood from flowing out, the Duke instructed Baron Kimura to negotiate for the release of Knight Hennard and painfully took out 400 gold forts for the ransom. As for the silver-ranked knights and the captured soldiers of the Northland army, he felt that they could wait until his troops defeat the Nortons and free them later. Knight Bitson however felt that 400 gold fords was far too less and the Nortons definitely wouldn't release Hennard for that kind of sum and requested the Duke to raise the ransom so that they may get Hennard back as soon as possible and have him report what he had witnessed from the battles within the Norton family's dominions so that they may be able to better prepare themselves. But the Duke insisted that 400 gold fords was already the most he was willing to pay. As the three of them continued to discuss the matter, the butler of the mansion reported that one of the attendants of Knight Shivani had returned with a report about the happenings throughout the expedition. The attendant of Knight Shivani looked really haggard. He explained that he had experienced much trouble while crossing the Morgan Hills with his comrade due to having met a magical beast, a black-back iron-toothed leopard, during their travels. His comrade had sacrificed himself to kill the beast while he managed to escape the mountain range after many other life-threatening encounters and made it back to Gildusk City in one piece. Even though he was injured and worn out, he still fulfilled the task given to him by his master out of loyalty and made his way to the Duke's mansion immediately to pass the silver tube which contained the letter to the Duke immediately. Duke Loggins took out a stack of rolled-up beast skin documents from the tube and started reading. Knight Bitson and Baron Kimura were both rather interested with the contents of the letter, but since it was in the Duke's hands, they had no choice but to wait patiently. As for the attendant who delivered it, he was sobbing in a corner after hearing about his master's death. The things that happened next would forever be ingrained within the psyche of Baron Kimura. He saw the Duke's face redden with rage as both his eyes seemed to be about to fall out of their sockets with steam seemingly gushing out of his nostrils. All of a sudden, the Duke totally lost it and started rampaging about. This wasn't like his usual fits. This time, he was stomping all over and hurling anything he could get his hands on, including the tables within the meeting room, as he cursed at both Knight Shivani and Knight Hennard. Those two bastards! I want to kill them so badly. I want to tear their corpses into 1,000 pieces. How did the two of them manage to lose all that gold? My 300,000 gold fords. My gold coins. Shivani, it's all their fault. Why didn't they send my gold coins back first? Hennard. Why did he fuck up his job in protecting the gold? My money. My money. Baron Kimura was completely dumbstruck. Seeing the beast skin documents fall to the ground, he picked them up and hid at a corner where he would be safe from the airborne objects hurled by the Duke and started reading. Knight Bitson also joined him to take a look. They quickly came to understand why their lord reacted the way he did. It's all your fault, Shivani. If you had merely reported the decimation of the army, then that would be the end of that. Why did you have to tell the Duke about the massacre of the Wild North town citizens and the amount of wealth they had there? You even specified that it amounted to roughly 300,000 gold fords. For that kind of wealth to have fallen into the Duke's hands only to be taken away again. How else would he react but freak out completely? Perhaps because he was not able to resist hearing his master being berated by the Duke so senselessly, the attendant spoke out and said, Lord Duke, Knight Shivani has already sacrificed himself heroically on the battlefield. The Duke, whose bloodshot eyes had been completely clouded by the wealth that had escaped his grasps, turned to look at the attendant as he started rambling unintelligibly, causing everyone within the room to feel a chill down their spine. Died on the battlefield? He thinks that his mistakes will all be rectified with his death? Even if he's dead, I won't spare him. He lost all my money, my 300,000 gold fords. He has erred greatly. He must pay for his mistakes. Men! Men! Roared the Duke loudly as his voice echoed throughout the halls of his mansion. Destroy Shivani's family completely right now. Confiscate all their goods, exile his family members and feed his corpse to wild dogs. He actually dared to lose my 300,000 gold fords. My lord, you can't do that. Knight Bitson and Baron Kimura said in shock and unison as they hurriedly attempted to stop the Duke's order. I can't? Why not? It's Shivani's fault. Why didn't he transport the gold back first and insisted on attacking the Norton family's castle? Why did he bring the 300 longbowmen with him away from Wild North Town and caused the town's defences to weaken, thus allowing for the ambush to succeed and causing my gold to fall into the hands of the enemy? Why did he give up after only one failed attack at Wild North Town after it was captured and retreated even though he had 1,700 soldiers under him? He actually sat on his arse and witnessed the gold being taken away by the enemy. How could he have done that? Tell me, if he wasn't at fault, then who is? Shouted the Duke back to the two of his subordinates, causing the both of them to be completely speechless. And you? Said the Duke as he turned his attention back to the poor attendant. You are a shameful deserter and a coward just like your master. You have betrayed my trust and lost my gold. My men! Hang him right away! Hang him this instant! The attendant who had labored tirelessly to complete his mission was completely shocked by the loss of the Duke's temper and didn't even make a sound as he was dragged outside. Baron Kimura could only feel his heart shudder as his whole body shivered from the sheer terror. He suddenly realized that the Duke before his eyes now looked more foreign than ever. When a guard entered the mansion again to report that the attendant had been hanged at the flagpole outside the mansion, the Duke started to calm down. Kimura, go to the Norton Dominion tomorrow and tell them that I intend to pay the price for Hennard's and the silver-ranked knight's ransom. Remember, Hennard's ransom will be only 100 imperial gold coins and the silver-ranked knights would be 10 imperial gold coins each. Said the Duke while his eyes remained bloodshot with rage. Baron Kimura's expression changed as he said, "Me my lord. That's still far from enough." Duke Logan said in an eerily calm voice that caused Knight Bitson and Baron Kimura to shiver in fear, "Tell the Norton family that I won't be spending a single copper coin more for those sinners' release. The reason I want to pay their ransom is not because I want to help them regain their freedom but rather because I want them back here so I can punish them thoroughly. They shouldn't have lost my gold coins." After that, Baron Kimura stepped out of the Duke's mansion in a daze and saw the corpse of the attendant that was still hung up high. As he turned back and exchanged his gaze with Knight Bitson, the two of them stood there without uttering a single word. Finally, Knight Bitson broke the silence and whispered ever so quietly, "The Lord Duke has truly gone insane this time. You better look out for yourself. And you might want to tell Hennard that staying as a captive of the Norton family is far better than coming back here." Chapter 145. Atop the castle, Baron Kimura looked at the distant group of people approaching with the knight leading it holding up the banner of the Norton family. "Is that the army of your family?" asked Baron Kimura. Lorist merely nodded. "What have they set out for?" he asked again. Lorist laughed and said, "They went to teach the newcomer nobles of the Northlands a lesson on the customs of the people here. One noble actually dared to capture and give trouble to the messengers of the family, so I had my soldiers hang that guy in front of his own castle." "And who may that be?" "Some guy called Baron Farad." Baron Kimura furrowed his brow in thought before he said, "I know that guy and he's very good at horse breeding. Originally, he was the breeder of the second prince and he even saved his life once during their second attack against the Maline Duchy. After that, he was made a baron and sent to the Northlands. That guy is rather stubborn and the moment he arrived, he attacked the nearby Baron Slater and even killed all his family members before taking over the Dominion." Lorist gave a surprised look at Baron Kimura before he asked, "Why did Duke Loggins leave him be without doing anything about it? Isn't he supposed to be in charge of the Dominion Lords of the Northlands?" "Well, Baron Farad was a noble entitled by the second prince so it wouldn't do the Duke any good to antagonize him," said the Baron as he shook his head. "The Duke said that since the old noble of the Northlands don't really treat him with respect, he'll lord over the new ones. As long as they pay their taxes to him, he wouldn't give them any trouble. That way, the second prince won't have anything to pick with the Duke as well. So the Duke does fear the second prince after all." Lorist said as he chuckled. "No wonder even though everyone in the Northlands know the Duke's ambition of forming his own duchy, he hasn't made any concrete moves just yet. So that was the reason. With that small, little gut of his, there's no way he's gonna achieve anything great." Baron Kimura no longer continued to speak. He regretted running his mouth too much and allowed Loris to guess the truth of the situation without too much trouble. Kimura, forgive me for being candid about this, but as nobles, we have to have the behavior and pride befitting of one. I'm sure you understand as well that the values the Duke holds is considered a violation against the traditions of nobility, and I really find it hard to understand the Duke's intentions. Can you enlighten me about them? Loris asked as he once again changed the subject to the ransom of the knights. Sigh. Actually, the Duke isn't planning to pay the sum as a ransom for their freedom but rather as a reward for apprehending criminals. If a criminal who escaped from Count A's territory was captured at Viscount B's territory, Count A can send someone to Viscount B's dominion to bring the criminal back for punishment. At the same time, Count A had to pay Viscount B a fitting bounty as a sign of gratitude, and that was an unspoken convention among the nobles. Wait, what did you say? A reward for handing back the criminals? What does that even mean? Don't tell me Duke Loggins thinks that Knight Hennard is a criminal. Loris cried out in surprise. Baron Kimura merely nodded bitterly. Loris widened his eyes as he said, "That's far too ridiculous, right? Isn't this just the Duke trying to save himself some money on the ransom by exploiting this tradition? I've long heard that the Duke was quite the miser, but he actually used this method to free his gold-ranked knight? Does he think that others are idiots? Nobody in their right mind would label someone a criminal just because they lost in the war. It's true. The Duke truly thinks of Knight Hennard and the other silver-ranked knights as criminals, and the reason he sent me here was to bring them back for their punishment," said Baron Kimura as he stared to the ground, seemingly wanting to bore a hole in it and jump inside to hide his embarrassment. "I can't believe this," Loris said as he shook his head. "Unless, your Duke has truly gone insane. It's just not right for anyone to be labeled as a criminal just because they lost in a war. Sigh, I guess I better make it clear. It's only a matter of time before word of the Duke's actions spread across the Northlands anyway. I was bound to be humiliated the moment I was sent here. I only hope that this young lord of the Norton family will refuse to release Knight Hennard, for it will be far worse for him to return to the Dominion as a criminal than to stay here as a captive," thought Baron Kimura. The Duke's actions against the family members of Knight Shivani had completely stoned the hearts of his men to the point that even the Baron himself lost all confidence and hope. It's not because he was defeated. He is going to be punished for losing the money of the Duke, Baron Kimura said. Hey? They lost his money? What does that mean? Loris asked as he got even more puzzled. Baron Kimura snickered cynically before he continued, "Didn't they take over Wild North Town already and gathered up the 300,000 gold fords worth of wealth only to lose it to you?" The Duke was extremely mad at that fact, and he thinks that the 300,000 gold fords of wealth already belonged to him, and losing it was tantamount to causing him to lose his money. That to him was unforgivable. That's why the Duke sent me here to bring them back to punish them. Good soul! What kind of reasoning is that? Loris finally came to a realization. He asked, "How did Duke Loggins know about that sum?" "It's all Knight Shivani's fault. After failing to take back Wild North Town, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to make it back to the Dominion and decided to write a letter about the details of the battles in your Dominion and sent his 2 attendants back to deliver it. Only one of the attendants survived the trip and managed to pass the letter to the Duke. Shivani really shouldn't have written about the gains they got in Wild North Town." The Duke was enraged upon seeing it and started to blame Knight Shivani and Knight Hennard for losing the gold that could have been his because they didn't focus on sending it back first. Not only did the Duke hang the attendant by labeling him a deserter, he also exiled the family members of Knight Shivani and left them to starve on the streets without any belongings whatsoever. That's... Loris was completely flabbergasted at what he had heard. He did not have a single doubt that the Duke had gone completely insane. Understanding what Loris was about to say, Baron Kimura continued, "The Duke even ordered the corpse of Knight Shivani to be tossed into the wilderness to be fed to wild dogs. However, Knight Bitson had already secretly sent someone to sneak the body away and give it a proper burial. We will also secretly take care of Shivani's family members and help them leave the Northlands when the Duke forgets the matter and is no longer paying any attention to it. Your Duke is truly the incarnation of greed itself. Given his almost maniacal fixation on wealth, he'll definitely want to vent his frustrations on the family members of Knight Shivani. While he isn't doing it now, one day he might think of selling them to the slave traders. You had best help them move away from the Northlands as soon as possible, Lorist said. That was indeed within the realm of possibility. The Duke who had lost it no longer cared about the opinions of others, and if he truly did that, the Northland army was bound to crumble from the chaos. Fortunately for the Duke, the presence of Knight Bitson still managed to hold the army together. However, it was only hanging by a thin thread that could snap at any moment given the rumors that were spreading around, which caused the army's morale to drop significantly. As the commander of the army, Knight Shivani had always acted rather righteously and he was beloved by his subordinates. Many soldiers felt that the Duke's treatment of Knight Shivani was ridiculous and were already at their boiling point. If the family members of the knight were really sold to slave traders, then it was possible for the soldiers to even revolt. "O Lord Duke, do you have anything in your sights other than money? Without the Northland army, no matter how much money you have, you won't be able to keep it safe." Baron Kimura nodded towards Lorist gratefully for the warning and decided that he should head back to the Dominion quickly so that he can help the family members of Knight Shivani move as soon as possible. "I think what happened to Knight Shivani was truly a shame. He was a magnificent leader. Even though we were enemies, I have to agree that he is a stellar gold-ranked knight. He had already did all he could. The true irreversible mistake was made when the Duke sent his soldiers against us and gave Shivani an enemy he could not defeat. Originally, he didn't have to die, but for the sake of asking me to spare his subordinates and atoning for his failure to the Duke, he decided to put himself in harm's way when he duelled me and upheld the pride of a knight till the very end. I deeply respect him for doing that, and he is a true, chivalrous knight," Lorist said. "If anything, the only mistake Knight Shivani made was pledging his allegiance to a madman like the Duke. Sane people can never reason or converse with the insane, especially the paranoid ones. Duke Loggins is an embarrassment to all the nobles of the Northlands, and he had dug his own grave this time. I believe that even now, he is still obsessed with the 300,000 gold fords that were never his in the first place and is dreaming of getting it from my hands." Lorist laughed as he pointed at the soldiers who were entering the castle and told Baron Kimura, "These are the forces of my family. If the Duke wants the money, he will have to ask them for permission first." Looking at the soldiers from the walls, Baron Kimura felt conflicting emotions assailing him and didn't say a word. After receiving news that 4,000 plus Northland army soldiers had lost, they thought that the Norton family forces must have sustained heavy casualties as well. However, Baron Kimura discovered that the Norton's forces seemed to have increased even more after visiting Firm Rock Castle. From the walls that were fully staffed by patrolling guards and the sight of the new recruits who were practicing military drills, all of them were fully equipped and armed with metal armor. The most surprising part was that the Norton family was still able to send out soldiers to deal with the noble that had did ill to their messengers. Baron Kimura could only laugh cynically as he was forced to admit that the Norton family's power was going to be a huge hurdle even for someone like Duke Loggins. Jusk, Waxima, and Shadecamp ascended the walls followed behind by Rear and Mort. "Milord, we have completed your assignment and hung Baron Farid at the front of his own castle," reported Jusk after he saluted. "How are the casualties?" Jusk shook his head as Waxima started to laugh out loud. The two of them looked rather delighted. "Milord, we didn't have any casualties." Shadecamp stepped to the front as he reported. "Well, apart from a few soldiers who injured themselves when they fell from horseback because they still weren't used to being mounted. Sir Jusk said that they would only get used to riding after falling a couple more times, so it's nothing to worry about. Everything went perfectly well." "Tell me what happened in detail," Lorist instructed. "Milord, when we arrived, Baron Farid was leading a few hundred men to fight against a nearby noble, Viscount Skim. Jusk and Waxima ordered the soldiers to intercept the Baron's forces immediately and crushed them within an instant.
As Baron Farid attempted to escape, Jisk used an arrow to kill his mount from afar and managed to capture him. He was quite the feisty guy and even said that he was a favored subordinate of the second prince and warned us to watch our backs. We ignored him and took over his castle before Rur and Mort personally hung him from a wooden rack. Sir Waxima also erected a wooden plaque beside it and stated the reason he was put to death, Shadekampf concluded. Lorist nodded with satisfaction as the mission was completed without any casualties with the best possible outcome. "Milord, that Baron Farid was actually quite a poor guy. We ransacked his whole castle and only found 300 imperial gold coins. On the other hand, his stable was rather plentiful and there were more than 400 fine horses there as well as 2 herds of goat and tens of cows. An interesting fact is Baron Farid had constructed his own castle at another noble's dominion because his own dominion was in fact a desolate place devoid of any resource. It was only later that Viscount Skim told us that Baron Farid had occupied the dominion of Baron Slater and everything within the dominion belonged to the Slater family in the past. Viscount Skim also said that Baron Farid also kidnapped his subjects from their villages to force them into labor for the construction of his castle, so we returned the citizens of the Viscount back to him. The rest who remained were the former subjects of Baron Slater, but we weren't able to find the Baron himself and we heard that his whole family had been eradicated by Baron Farid. That's why we brought the citizens back here along with their livestock and left the castle and its inhabitants to the discretion of Viscount Skim," Shadekampf said. "Good, you did very well. Have you found the bodies of the messengers of our family?" Lorist asked. "Yes, we have. We brought them back after we cremated them and put their remains into urns," Shadekampf replied. "All right. We'll have a burial for them at the martyrs' graveyard tomorrow morning. Rur and Mort, you two should really get some rest now that your task is complete." "Thank you, milord," said the 2 messengers gratefully. "Also, Shadekampf, get Pat to escort Knight Hennard and the other 10+ silver-ranked knights over here. Baron Kimura, let's settle the issue today. We'll wait within the room for now." "After you," Lorist said. After that, Pat brought the knights to the walls and entered Lorist's reception room, filling it to the brim. Knight Hennard was delighted to see Baron Kimura as he quickly called out, "Sir Kimura, did the Duke ask you to come to pay our ransom?" Baron Kimura responded by making a forced smile. Lorist clapped his hands to call for the attention of the others before he said, "I apologize, but I have to tell you all some bad news. I believe that the ransom offered by Duke Loggins is completely unacceptable, so I refused Baron Kimura's request." The whole room erupted into chatters right away and a silver-ranked knight could even be heard saying, "You see? I knew the Duke would be stingy and offer a low price for our ransom." Some even said, "Lord Norton, tell us how much you want. If it's okay with you, we'll make up the difference for ourselves." Some of them made a wild guess and said, "I think the Norton family must have asked for a ridiculous price." Knight Hennard approached Baron Kimura and asked him in a low voice how much the ransom offered by the Duke was. But the Baron merely stayed quiet. "Please quiet down, everyone," Lorist said. The room returned to its former tranquility with everyone's eyes trailed on Lorist. "To clarify, the reason I refused the Duke's request is because the price offered is a complete insult to knights like you as well as our family. Can I ask how much the Duke offered?" Knight Hennard interjected. Lorist looked at him before he pointed directly at him and said, "Yours is 100 imperial gold coins and theirs are 10 imperial gold coins each." "What did you say?" Knight Hennard was so shocked that he almost jumped with the rest of the knights being stupefied as they thought, nobody would accept that kind of price. "I'd also like to mention that the money offered was not as a ransom for your freedom but a gratitude fee for sending you lot back to him as criminals," Lorist said. Knight Hennard's eyes turned bloodshot as he turned to Baron Kimura and asked, "Is what he said true?" Baron Kimura nodded with much reluctance. "Why? What crimes did we commit? Are we considered criminals just because we became captives?" Knight Hennard bellowed as his voice turned hoarse with rage. "Becoming a captive is not a crime.
But the Duke believes that you are at fault for losing the wealth at Wild North Town to us, which was worth about 300,000 gold fords, and cannot forgive you no matter what. He thinks that the 300,000 gold fords worth of wealth already belongs to him. Baron Kimura, should I continue or do you want to say it yourself? Lorist said as he turned to the Baron and feigned a smile. Baron Kimura looked at Lorist with a complicated expression as he replied exasperatedly, "Let me tell them the rest." He understood that if Lorist was allowed to continue, he might intentionally infuse some provocative statements as he explained away. It was better for the Baron himself to tell it as it was and let the others understand that the Duke had only made those rushed decisions because of his anger. "Sigh, I really didn't want to make this visit, but the Duke forced me to come here, so I had no choice. And so Knight Bitson thought that it was better for you guys to stay with the Norton family as captives instead of returning to the Dominion. When the Duke regains his calm, we will once again come to negotiate for your release." That was the only way the Baron could have consoled the knights. "There's no need to negotiate anymore. I plan to restore their freedom without collecting a random as an act of opposition to the despicable actions of the Duke. He only wants money and is willing to throw away even his pride and standing as a noble for it. But the Norton family believes that a knight's pride and dignity is not something that can be infringed upon so lightly, and I don't want to receive any more insulting offers from the Duke. That's why I hereby proclaim that you are all free to go. You can collect your mounts and belongings later, and if you have any attendants, you can also tell us about them for their release. It's already getting late, so I request that you gentlemen stay for one more night before leaving tomorrow." Lorist then took out a sack filled with coins and said, "Baron Kimura, here is 100 gold fords. Please pass this to the family members of Knight Shivani. This is my way of showing respect to a true knight like him. I hope you can help me out with this." Baron Kimura looked at Lorist before he finally let out a long sigh as he received the sack and said, "Lord Norton, you've won completely and thoroughly. I will definitely pass this on to his family members on your behalf." Chapter 146. The coming of fall during the 9th month blanketed the Morgan Hills and Black Forests with a new coat of gold. Lorist stood at the southern gates as he sent off Baron Kimura. Occasionally, the freed silver-ranked knights would show up before Lorist to pay their respects before following their attendant to the side to wait for the rest of their comrades before leaving. Baron Kimura looked at the silver-ranked knights that gathered in the distance with a solemn expression. Eventually, he could no longer resist and said, "Your move was truly a stroke of genius. Even though I already know that the knights would stir up a storm for the Northland army when they return, I was unable to come up with a suitable contingency plan even after pondering over it for the whole night. Sigh, the Lord Duke has truly made a huge mistake this time. Without the suppression of the Northland army, I'm afraid the Northlands would fall into another period of instability and chaos." Lorist laughed lightly as he said, "The time of peril has long descended upon the land, and it's only a matter of time before the Northlands become embroiled within it. On my journey back from Moronti City to the family's dominion, I've seen much of the artifacts of war, from hungry peasants, rising bandit groups and homeless vagabonds. I initially thought that with the natural borders the Northlands has, it would remain the haven for the people in chaotic times like these and would be able to stay unified throughout. But I was wrong. After arriving here, I discovered that the Northlands was faring even worse than the outside world and is rife with conflict and wars. You can even seemingly hear the cries of and sufferings of the people carried by the distant winds that blow by." Lorist stopped smiling and continued, "As the Duke of the Northlands who has formed the Northland army, Duke Loggins had the responsibility to pacify the Northlands and restore peace to it by unifying the nobles here and make this place to be the exemplar for the other nations across the continent. But what did the Duke do? He used the Northland army as the instrument of his reign of terror and even waged wars with it to expand his wealth. Even though he took so much resources from other Dominion lords, what did he use them on? All of it was used to fund his luxurious and wasteful life of debauchery without even benefiting the Northlands in the slightest. Sometimes, I feel that it truly is laughable that the Duke even has ambitions to form his own duchy. While having grand ambitions is a commendable thing, his fault was in his lack of courage and self-awareness. Who would ever truly support him in his endeavors? Even if the nobles of the Northlands are currently loyal to the Duke, it's only because they fear the Northland army. Nobody likes an incompetent, self-centered, and morally bankrupt person lording them around. Now that your Duke has truly run into our family and crippled his own army as a result, he should have been trying his best to console his troops and buy back the freedom of the captives and learn from this lesson. But what did he do instead? His heart and mind is filled with thoughts of nothing but gold coins, to the point that he angered even the knights who had sworn fealty to him. Did he really think the money was his? What an unreasonable, heartless, stubborn, and unrighteous fellow! Baron Kimura, is such a person really worthy of your loyalty and service? I believe that if he were given a choice between a bag of gold coins and your survival, he'll definitely choose the former without hesitating even a bit and leave you for dead. I really feel that you're worth more than that, Baron Kimura. You are a talented person. While the Duke has definitely given you your current position and privilege, it's only because you're of use to him and not because he appreciates your true capabilities and potential. Also, you are right in that I have benefited from releasing Hennard and the other knights so that they can mess with the Northland army and cause the Duke to be unable to pose any threat to the Norton family in the future. Without the Northland army, I'd like to see how that Duke of yours plans to get the money he craves so much from my hands. You should know that the funds are the spoils my family got rightfully from the result of the conflict, so I will definitely use it on developing my dominion. While the outside world is filled with chaos and strife, I will make the Norton family's dominion a haven on this land of suffering. Developing a dominion requires more than just money. Talented people and resources are equally as important, interjected Baron Kimura. Having been listening to Lorist's lecture for so long and being unable to counter any of his points, he had to find some way to vent his frustrations. You only have money, but you don't have the ability to convert that money into resources that you can use. What you need most right now is a way to establish a trade route with the outside world and a peaceful environment that will allow you to foster your dominion. Otherwise, no wonder how resolute you may be, your words will remain as only empty promises. Lorist nodded and smiled before he said, "You're right. I am currently trying my best to build that safe environment that my dominion requires to flourish." He turned to his back and pointed to Firm Rock Castle before he continued, "You can already see it for yourself. This is the fruit of our recent efforts. Even though we were at war, I've never stopped the construction of the cornerstone of my dominion's safety. Gold coins are useless if I can't convert them into resources, and the family does lack an established trade route. But don't forget that merchants are beings who are inherently drawn to profit. When word of the family requiring goods and having more than enough money to pay for it spreads out, the merchants will naturally come knocking at our doors to make trade. I believe that as long as we continue to work hard, we will definitely be rewarded for our efforts." At that moment, Knight Hennard with his 2 attendants and 4 servants left the southern gates of Firm Rock Castle and arrived before Lorist and nodded to Baron Kimura. He saluted Lorist and turned around before he lightly prodded his horse with his boots, causing it to let out a soft neigh before it rode towards the path in the distance. The rest of the silver-ranked knights also started to follow behind with their respective attendants and servants. Baron Kimura let out a sigh before he said, "I should take my leave now. I only hope that they won't cause too much trouble when they return." Lorist laughed out once again and said, "The Northlands is like a dam at its breaking point." Duke Loggins, who had been serving as the dam wall, thought that he could go on standing without any worries. "The hole I just made on that dam is only a small defect, as for when it will collapse into rubble, even I don't know the answer to that. Since we're going to part here, let me give you some advice. If things don't go well for you, prioritize your own safety. The doors of the Norton family will always be open to you." Having received such a frank invitation, Baron Kimura was shocked. Feeling the urge to say something, he resisted it and got back up on his horse and waved to the 4 guards who had escorted him to Firm Rock Castle and rode towards them quickly. As Lorist ascended the castle walls slowly, he saw Jisk leaning on the crenels of the walls as he looked at the cloud of dust rising in the distance as a result of the mounts of the people who were traveling away. Aren't you going to train your troops today? Lorist asked.
Nope, I let Pete handle it, Jusk replied. Pete was one of the knights who had joined the Norton family after the knighthood competition. His full name was Peak Poolist and he was one of the more famous wandering knights of the Northlands. Being only 25 years old, he had already reached the 2-star silver rank in battle force training and was also the winner of the archery section of the knighthood competition. Shadekampf only managed to successfully recruit him after telling him of the presence of Jusk, a gold-ranked marksman, who was serving the family. Jusk had once praised Pete in front of Lorist, saying that Pete was the second most talented person in archery, only inferior to himself, to which Lorist said sarcastically, "Soul, are you really praising him or are you just praising yourself?" Jusk sighed as he passed over a thick beast-skin document. "What's this?" Knight Hennard handed it to me before he left without saying anything else. Lorist opened that document and saw a hand-drawn map with details like bridges, castles, bastides, cities, and towns with rows of other text at the side of the map. The longer Lorist studied it, the wider his eyes got before he finally laughed out loud. "Isn't it merely a military planning map? What are you so happy about?" Jusk asked. "No," Lorist said with a tone full of admiration. "Joe, look. We no longer have to worry about the Duke sending more troops to attack us. The Suspension Bridge, the Citadel, and the capital of the Northlands, Gildusk City, all require 3 regiments of troops in total to defend, while the 3 bastides and 7 towns require at least 10 companies. Hehe, I didn't think that the Duke would also use the Northland Army as a makeshift garrison force for his territories. I really have to hand it for him for thinking of such a method. Of the 20,000 soldiers of the army, more than 4,000 have been wiped out by us. Now that he only has around 16,000 left, deducting the 12,500 soldiers he needs for the defense of his territory, he can only send around 5,000 soldiers at most. Could the 5,000 soldiers really accomplish what the previous 4,000 couldn't? Even though I bet that the Duke would definitely not be satisfied with this turn of events, even if he were to decide on sending out more soldiers, he would still need someone to lead them. I don't have to worry about Hennard going back to serve the Duke now that he has done this. Heck, he might even backstab him for a change. Tobik would still need another year at least to recover, and the other 2 gold-ranked knights of his won't be able to leave their posts either. Haha, the Duke couldn't touch our family even if he wanted to," Lorist said. "Then we won't have to be going into battle anytime soon, right?" Jusk asked. "Perhaps. The Kenmays family have already turned their attention to the eastern Northlands and have also expressed their desire for peace with us. You also know that the Duke's situation looks quite dim, as Hennard and the other knights will definitely try to rile up as much trouble as they can when they get back. The Northland army might even revolt with all the recent incidents, and the Duke will definitely have lots of stuff to settle. Before restoring the situation of the Northland Army soldiers, he definitely wouldn't be able to start more expeditions against us. If nothing out of my expectations happens, we should have a period of peace in the near future. But that doesn't mean that we can relax, and Viscount Kenmays must still be holding a grudge at the fact that his money had been taken by us, so he definitely wouldn't let a chance to cause us some trouble slip by. As for Duke Loggins, being a madman, there's no telling what he would do based on our common sense. Perhaps he might even rally up the whole of the army without caring about his own dominion to launch another expedition against us for the sake of mere gold coins. That's why we have to always be alert and prepared just in case something goes wrong. Also, Joe, I am thinking of leaving Firm Rock Castle for some time. I can only be at peace if you are in charge of this place," Lorist said as he looked at Jusk. "Where are you planning to head to?" Jusk asked. "I was thinking of going to seek out the convoy. Ever since I read the letter delivered by Ruhr and Mort, I've been rather worried that something else has happened to the convoy after they sent the letter, and have been losing sleep at night because of that. I can't help but feel unsettled by all that, so I plan to use this period of peace to seek them out," Lorist said as he looked into the distance. "Then who are you going to bring with you?" Jusk asked again.
Lorist gave it some thought before he said, I guess I'll have Pat come along with me. Everyone else is busy with their own tasks. I can only have Pat come after having Paul Obens take over his duties at the new recruit camp. That won't do, Jusk said as he shook his head. With only Pat and you, there are only 2 people. That's far too dangerous. Think about it, Rur and Mort initially traveled in a group of 12 and only 2 of them survived the journey. How about this? I'll agree to your request to stay here to guard the place, but you must bring the mounted archers squad with you. Only with Pete leading them will I be able to rest assured. If you refuse, I will start packing my luggage right away to tag along with you. Lorist said frustratedly, all right. I will bring the mounted archers squad. Well, you should understand that with my skills, I shouldn't run into any trouble anyway. Don't you think that bringing the whole squad along is a little too high profile? Jusk said solemnly, my lord, the outside world is rife with dangers and if you travel in a pair, you'll definitely attract a lot of unwanted attention. However, if you bring the mounted archers squad with you, then trouble will actively try to move out of your way. Only with that will you be able to make a swift and uninterrupted journey and find the convoy quickly enough. Lorist nodded and said, fine, you've convinced me thoroughly. Instruct the guards to notify the mounted archers squad to make preparations for departure tomorrow. Outside Nadga's city, which was located at the border of the Andanak Kingdom and the Madras Duchy, were tightly packed tents and the main camp of the northbound convoy was in the middle of those tents. Everyone within the large tent looked crestfallen and sullen. Why did the Madras Duchy refuse our request for passage? They even sent the Iron Guard Legion to secure the border to prevent every single person from entering. Charade said to the rest of his comrades within the tent. Potter Fang gave it some thought before he replied, I don't understand it myself. Nadga's city is only 50 or so kilometers from the border of the Madras Duchy and we should have been able to cross the border after passing through Lichtana Citadel. But when our vanguard arrived there, we noticed that the forces stationed at Lichtana Citadel were on high alert as if an enemy invasion was about to happen. The defense troops at the Citadel forbade our entry and a few days after that, the Iron Guard Legion was mobilized to secure the border. When we sent someone to inquire about the matter, the Iron Guard Legion's commander sent an officer who said that the convoy will not be allowed to enter the Madras Duchy under any circumstances. Charade was incredibly troubled by that matter. In actuality, everyone knew the reason why the convoy was refused entry into the duchy, but they didn't mention it to save Charade some face. The reputation of Charade the Demon had long spread far and wide ever since the convoy's voyage through the Andanak Kingdom, which resulted in the deaths of more than 80 Dominion lords followed by the eradication of their families. It was only natural that the Madras Duchy would reinforce the border the moment they heard about Charade's approach. Other than that, the 100,000-plus vagabonds that followed behind the convoy were akin to locusts that would sweep everything clean in their wake. We can't even enter if we pay a toll fee? Charade asked as he clung onto the slightest glimmer of hope left. Potter Fang looked back at him and shook his head. What if we only send a few across? Can't we form a merchant convoy in the name of the royal family of the Andanak Kingdom to send in tens of carriages? It's pointless. The officer from the Iron Guard Legion already mentioned that they are planning to seal the border off completely for no less than a year and a half. Don't mention merchant convoys, even smaller groups of people won't be allowed entry, Terman interjected. Sigh. Charade turned to an accountant he had recently promoted and asked, how much food do we have left? Sir, after sweeping the whole of the Welbisha province clean, the food we have will be able to last the convoy and the vagabonds for 3 months at most. However, it's already the 9th month and winter is coming in another 1 month or so. Many of the vagabonds lack the necessary clothing to survive the winter, and if we don't make preparations to weather through the season, the old and weak will freeze to death en masse when the snow starts to fall. Replied the accountant respectfully. Pass these instructions down that the family soldiers' treatment will not change and every member of the convoy will receive 3 meals a day, but the amount will have to be rationed. As for the vagabonds, they are allowed only 2 meals a day, with each person getting 1 bowl of porridge per meal. It's fine as long as they don't starve to death. When the convoy is able to move, we will feed them just enough so that they have sufficient energy to travel along with us. Potter Fang, increase the surveillance of the vagabonds and instantly quell any trouble the moment you see it. Also, have the vagabonds collect some firewood and dig pits in the ground to start preparing for winter. Additionally, we will have to send some men out to purchase more food and clothing just in case. Charade's hatred for the vagabonds that followed the convoy was deep-seated. Had it not been for them, the convoy would have never fell into such a predicament. Perhaps they might even have arrived at the Northlands by now and met up with Lorist. Originally, he thought that bringing the vagabonds to the Northlands as human resource would be a good thing, but now Charade hated himself for his greed and tendency to overthink things. Couldn't he have waited for the convoy to reach the Northlands first before sending people out to bring the vagabonds in? It was primarily his fault that the convoy ended up in so much trouble. It's not good, Sir Charade. Dulles of the Caro Ballista unit cried as he entered the tent. Taking ragged breaths, he continued, Edma and Womp both went to join the Second Highness and brought 2 companies of family soldiers with them. Edma and Womp were both the old students of the Dawn Academy and were acquaintances with Lorist, Terman and Charade. They currently held the positions as company leaders within the forces of the convoy. Ever since the convoy's forces started eradicating the nobles of the Welbisha province, the Second Highness followed behind them with his own force of 5,000 to help some of the vagabonds settle down. Had it not been for him cleaning up all the trouble, the convoy would have far more than 100,000 vagabonds following behind them now. However, after the Second Highness found that Potter Fang and several others used to be ex-officers of the Wit-Elian Legion, he had frequently visited them at the convoy to try to recruit them, but Potter Fang and the rest refused his advances. On the other hand, Charade's father-in-law was moved by the offer and privately asked Charade himself to join the Second Highness's side, only to end up being severely reprimanded. In the end, Charade only had to say if Milord Lorist finds out about this, to cause Englich to shiver in fear and kneel down to plead for forgiveness immediately. Since the Second Highness wasn't able to recruit the higher-ranking officers of the convoy, he proceeded to turn his efforts to the former students of the Dawn Academy, and within but a month, 7 of them had already defected to his side. However, this instance today was going too far, as the 2 members left with the 2 companies of soldiers which were placed under their command. What kind of bullshit is this? Deploy our forces and have them surround Nadga's city. If the Second Highness isn't willing to return the soldiers of our convoy, we will declare war with him immediately and turn back to the imperial capital and fuck up the entirety of the Andanak kingdom. Roared Charade as he smashed his fist onto the table. Chapter 147. Charade was truly enraged, but no one within the tent took his words seriously. The act of surrounding Nadga's city to threaten the Second Highness could be considered an act of treason and was not something that can be joked around with. Everyone understood that the Andanak kingdom's ruler was the true heir of the imperial family, so the Second Highness could be considered a superior noble of the Norton family. Unless Charade was willing to forsake his status as a knight of the Norton family and attack Nadga's city as a common aggressor or bandit, he wouldn't be able to deploy any soldiers for that purpose. Terman, write a letter to the Second Highness and request him to send our family's soldiers back. Otherwise, if word of this gets out, I believe that the reputation of the Andanak royal family will definitely suffer, Potter Fang told Terman. All right, I'll be on it now, Terman said as he got up and left the tent. All right, it's settled. This is nothing too serious and there's no need to get that mad over it. I suspect that it's merely Edma and Womp's fault for being overeager, and the Second Highness doesn't know about this matter either, since this incident will damage the reputation of the Andanak royal family more than it will ours, Potter Fang told Charade. Potter Fang was correct. As a superior noble, the Second Highness can instruct the Norton family to some degree, and things like borrowing soldiers or resources were always within the realm of negotiation. Even if he did poach the ex-students of the Dawn Academy, it wouldn't be much of a problem either, as they weren't sworn knights of the Norton family. In the first place,
they only agreed to head to the Northlands with the convoy, and whether they wanted to pledge their allegiance to the Norton would come after their arrival. That's why the Second Highness had all the right to recruit those men, and they can't be blamed either for joining him for the better incentive. However, the troops they brought with them were the soldiers of the Norton family, and the Second Highness must have some screw loose if he chose not to return them. On the Grindia continent, revolt is one of the biggest taboos among nobles. A junior noble who directly went against a senior noble without just cause would automatically be ostracized by other fellow nobles whether he was punished or not. And should that really come to pass, there was no way that the noble family would ever rise back into power. For example, the family of the Pegasus, the Phelim family, had joined an alliance of 7 families to go against Chrysan IV for the sake of the silver moon-shaped stone, but they weren't considered to have revolted, and the descendant of the Phelim family, Baron Phelim Chalvode, was even praised and encouraged to restore his family. The reason for that was simple: what the Phelim family did was not considered revolt, because the reason they were at war with Chrysan IV was because they refused to offer up the silver moon-shaped magic stone to the Chrysan imperial family, and Chrysan IV was the one who waged the war to try to forcefully obtain it in the first place. The alliance of the 7 noble families were just fighting in self-defense. Even though they were defeated in the end, Chrysan IV did not announce them as traitors, because in the eyes of the other nobles, the New Moon War was merely an act of bullying by Chrysan IV against the few unlucky noble families. When a senior noble was powerful enough, the junior nobles had no choice but to do the very minimum required of the senior nobles' instructions. However, when the power of junior nobles exceeded that of the senior nobles, they could outright ignore the instructions of the senior nobles because of a simple clause: if the junior noble felt that the senior noble's actions or instructions harmed the interests of his own family, he could refuse to carry out the instructions of his senior noble. That was the sacred right of every noble, and senior nobles couldn't infringe upon it no matter what. However, charade's near declaration of war would be exempt from the clause and be considered an act of treason. Similarly, it was a huge taboo for a senior noble to obtain the resources or men of a junior noble without the latter's agreement, and that action itself would incite the scorn of the other junior nobles and cause them to leave the senior noble en masse. Now that the strength of the northbound convoy surpassed that of the Second Highness, the Norton family could turn their backs on him and join the side of the first or second prince without any repercussion. If that were to happen, it would already be too late for the Second Highness to show any regret. In conclusion, antagonizing the convoy was an act that only an imbecile would dare to dream of doing. Additionally, the Second Highness did not lack troops at the moment, as he could simply recruit more vagabonds into his army, given that the kingdom's arsenal had quite a substantial amount of gear left. It truly was far from worth it to antagonize the convoy over 2 small companies of soldiers. Terman raised the tent flap from outside and said, "The Second Highness is here." Charade said in an annoyed voice, "Ask him to buzz off. I don't feel like seeing him." Even if he didn't, Charade still had to meet the Second Highness. Even though Charade was the chief of the northbound convoy, he was still a family knight of the Nortons, and the Second Highness was the senior noble of the Norton family. Unless Lorist was here, nobody could stop the Second Highness from entering the tent, especially when he had Norton Glacia following beside him. The Second Highness had come to apologize for the issue regarding the 2 companies of soldiers and even graciously returned them. However, the more Charade looked at the Second Highness, the more disgruntled he became, as he thought that most of the troubles the convoy now faced was thanks to him. Even though Charade was usually a calm and rational man, he was toyed around by the Second Highness's ploys and only noticed it after he was exploited. Potter Fang, on the other hand, made an open objection to the Second Highness's act of poaching the members of the convoy at perilous time like that. Even though the members who were recruited were not the family knights of the Norton family, they held important positions within the convoy. Their departure would create a lot of trouble for the convoy. While Potter Fang was not against the Second Highness recruiting talented people from the convoy, the least he could do was to tie up loose ends first and allow them to accompany the convoy back to the Norton family dominion before asking them to serve him. The Second Highness also expressed his apologies for that matter and said that he was too rash because talented men were truly hard to find and the Norton family's convoy had an unexpected number of them. To restore the glory of the Chrisen imperial family, he said, he had to recruit as many talented people as possible. That was why the people within the convoy was too tempting for him to resist. However, he promised that he won't allow the troops of the convoy to join his side and also agreed with Potter Fong's suggestion to let the ones he recruit accompany the convoy back to the Northlands first before allowing them to start serving him. In the end, there was not much Potter Fang could do as only a few including him, Terman, Charade, the injured Els, and the patrolling Yuri had been accepted by Lorist as the knights of the Norton family. The likes of his old acquaintances from the Whitelian Legion like the gold-ranked Lode Wales, the 3-star Silver Mons Malak, who was in charge of the vagabond camp, and the gold-ranked mercenary, Chino Friyar, the gold swordsman Englich who filled in for Els temporarily, the captain of the Karo Ballista unit, Dulles, the captain of the Herbalist unit, Lundmord as well as the rest of the former students of the Dawn Academy who formed the backbone of the convoy's forces were not yet Norton family knights. So, there was nothing that could be done if they were recruited by the Second Highness. To the ambitious former students of the Dawn Academy, the status of a knight of the royal family was far more alluring than that of a family knight. Even though the state of the Andanak kingdom despite all the work the convoy has done under Charade's leadership was still rather indeterminate given that apart from the sea to the west of the kingdom, it was surrounded by enemies on all sides and the embargo the Ford Trade Union placed on it was also quite problematic. However, with greater risk comes greater reward, and joining the Second Highness now represented a chance for them to gain achievements for themselves and hopefully be elevated to the status of nobility by way of those achievements. Should that ever happen, they would be able to stand on equal grounds as Lorist and have higher status than most normal people. Fortunately, most of the men who were poached by the Second Highness were only average at best. For instance, Edma and Womp were merely company captains and the more accomplished former students had already been promoted to become regiment captains, thanks to Charade's keen oversight on the staffing of the convoy. With more than 20,000 soldiers, 5,000 carriages and more than 60,000 members in total, coupled with the 100,000 plus vagabonds that were following behind, it was plain to see that the rather desperate circumstances of the convoy had forced many to adapt and improve themselves till they were fit to be appointed for a higher post in the convoy. The Second Highness also came for another reason, he wanted to know when the convoy would start travelling north again. Charade told the Second Highness without a shred of hesitance that the convoy had been forced to stop as the Madras Duchy forbade its entry by securing its border with the Iron Guard Legion. It was possible that the convoy would have to weather through winter at the Andanak kingdom and find another way to pass when spring comes next year. That's why Charade hoped that the Second Highness could supply them with more food and clothing so that the vagabonds tagging behind the convoy would be able to survive the winter. However, the Second Highness refused that request and frankly told the rest of them that the Andanak kingdom cannot afford to bear the burden of sustaining more than 100,000 vagabonds. Even though he had collected half of the spoils the convoy got from wiping out all those noble families from the former two provinces, the recruitment drive for the Second Highness's forces had sapped much of his resources dry. As for the spoils the convoy obtained from the Welbisha province, Charade didn't offer any of it to the Second Highness and most of it went to the sustenance of the vagabonds instead. Currently, the convoy had only one choice and that was to attack the Madras Duchy to get enough resources to sustain its livelihood. According to the Second Highness, if there really wasn't a way, the convoy could engage in a path of slaughter and perhaps even fan the vagabonds' rage and use them to attack Lichtana citadel. Even if 100,000 vagabonds couldn't take over the citadel by themselves, they would be able to at least wear the soldiers of the Iron Guard Legion down to their breaking point. By that time, the convoy only had to give the Madras Duchy a little shove with its own forces to be able to conquer the citadel and allow the convoy to continue their journey towards the Northlands unimpeded. Upon hearing that, everyone within the tent felt their hairs rise. While the Second Highness said that with a casual tone, the moment any of them thought about sending the 100,000 vagabonds to face off against the Iron Guard Legion,
they couldn't help but imagine a mountain of bloody corpses that would surface as a result. With the obviously phenomenal death count that the vagabonds would suffer, even an abyss wouldn't be able to fit all the corpses of the vagabonds that would die from the conflict. Even Charade the demon felt a chill run down his spine when he imagined the fearsome possibility. "No, there's no way we can do that," Potter Fang said as the first one who made his objection heard. Even the ruler of the Red Lee's kingdom, the first prince, who was known for his mercilessness and brutality, only conscripted vagabond youths to become enemy fodder. If the convoy were to force even the women and children into a siege, the name of the Norton family would forever be tarnished across the whole of the Grindia continent. Not only would they be stigmatized by the other nobles, they would also be scorned by the commoners. 200 years of proud family history would spiral to ruin just like that. The Second Highness waved his hands in futility and said, "Well, I don't have any better solution than that. You can either try to besiege Lichtana Citadel or starve to death while waiting for winter to pass. If you really don't intend to utilize the vagabonds, the least I can do is to offer 10,000 of my men to aid your convoy in taking the citadel. However, this battle won't be an easy one as the Iron Guard Legion is famed for their defensive tactics. Back then they managed to hold out against my Lord Father's 60,000 soldiers for more than half a year with only 8,000 troops. Now that their numbers have been expanded to 28,000 people by Duke Madras and given the fortifications of Lichtana Citadel, occupying it with only 20,000 from the convoy and my 10,000 soldiers is practically an impossible task." It was true that if things continued like this, the convoy would be stranded there and be unable to head up north, and the supplies they had could only last them and the vagabonds for 3 to 4 months at most. By then, the convoy would no doubt implode and disintegrate. On the other hand, if they picked another route, they would have to enter the Iblaya kingdom. With the vagabonds being a huge burden on the convoy, there is no doubt that they'd be sitting ducks on for the second prince's ambitions. Additionally, the Iblaya kingdom state was even more chaotic, and the second prince's plundering had deprived most territory within the kingdom of food and other resources, causing the convoy's future to be even more uncertain. The 3 months of additional travel during which they wouldn't be able to resupply as well as having to defend against the attacks of the second prince was nothing short of a one-way road to death. So, changing routes was out of the question. The best route to head to the Northlands was still the route through the Madras Duchy, which had a distance of around 650 kilometers. If the convoy traveled 15 kilometers per day, then it would only take them 40 to 50 days to reach the Northlands. The only issue was the securing of the Madras Duchy's border, which stopped the convoy and the vagabonds from crossing it entirely. If they did not use the method the Second Highness suggested, even with the support of his 10,000 troops, they weren't confident that they would be able to occupy Lichtana Citadel, which was defended by the famed Iron Guard Legion. As the realization settled upon those present within the tent, the atmosphere within turned solemn and heavy. At that moment, the flaps of the tent were pushed apart as Yuri rushed inside with an excited expression as he said, "Guys, guess who's here?" Following behind Yuri were Reedy and Jim. The moment Charade saw Reedy, he was utterly delighted and asked, "Rei Reedy? You're here? Where's my lord? Our lord misses you all very much and has instructed me to bring you a couple of letters while also checking on your status. Oh, and this is Jim, a former silver-ranked mercenary who has been recruited into our ranks by our lord. Come, Jim, let me introduce you to the others." Reedy brought Jim around and introduced him to everyone within the tent. However, when he saw the Second Highness Auguslo and Glacia, Reedy was confused as he didn't recognize the two of them. Terman hurriedly informed Reedy of the identities of the two, one being the Second Highness of the Andanak Kingdom and the other being Lorist's elder cousin sister, causing Reedy and Jim to hurriedly bow and salute them. Reedy, and, Jim, save the pleasantries for later. Wasn't the border of the Madras Duchy sealed up? How did the two of you make your way here? Charade asked impatiently. Oh, it's all thanks to Jim. We heard that Charade the demon caused the border of the duchy to be sealed up. However, Jim knew some folk at the fishing village near Egret Lake who helped the 7 of us cross the lake with their fishing boats, replied Reedy with a face full of smiles. Charade blushed in response as he didn't expect that his reputation had already spread so far. You came in a group of 7. That's right. The other 5 are guards of the family who used to be mercenaries. That's why we traveled under the pretense of traveling mercenaries and made our way here without much incident. Right after crossing the lake, we bumped into the light cavalry scouts of Sir Yuri who brought us back here, Reedy replied. Reedy, is my lord doing well these days? What about the situation of the family dominion? Potter Fang asked. My lord is doing great. As for the situation of the dominion, well, it's a long story. Ever since we followed my lord back to the family dominion, all sorts of developments unfolded. It all began like this. Chapter 148. After 5 days of traveling with the mounted archers squad, just before Lorist arrived at the ferry port near Metropolis River, he arrived at a field where 2 Dominion lords were facing off against each other in a battle with around 200 troops on both sides in total. Well, using battle to describe this situation is indeed a little too much. At most, it's only a village-scale skirmish. Only 4 to 5 men were mounted and the troops they led were mostly farmer soldiers who were dressed rather raggedly and only equipped with farming tools. As the neutral side, Lorist was prepared to enjoy the show from the sidelines. But it was a shame that the 2 Dominion lords didn't share the same sentiment as they merely trash-talked each other instead of going straight into battle. Getting more impatient, Lorist thought, just start fighting already and make way for us to pass. What's the point of sitting there and doing nothing and being in the way like that? Isn't that like going to the lavatory and occupying it so that others can't use it? Pat, go ask them if they're going to start fighting or not. Otherwise, demand them to make way for us to pass. Had it not been for the 5 carriages full of supplies he brought along with him, Lorist would have chosen to cross the wilderness instead of taking the main path. But it just couldn't be helped as the mounted archers' arrows and the rest of the food and camping gear for the 100+ people as well as the hay for their mounts had to be brought along. It was only thanks to Shadecamp that they were able to stuff all that into 5 carriages. Lorist couldn't help but lament that he only needed 2 rucksacks and mounts if he traveled with only Pat and regretted agreeing to Jisk's proposition to bring the mounted archers squad with him. The squad that was led by Pete only had 97 people instead of the usual 120 of a full squad. However, due to the rest of the supply carriages, Lorist had to bring along another 20 guards. Since Ruhr and Mort were so willing to tag along, he appointed them to be the captains of the guards to manage the security of the supply carriages. Pat came back with a troubled look and said, "My lord, they want us to continue to sit here and even said that they would come to collect a toll fee from us after they settle their differences." Hey! Lorist looked back at the 5 supply carriages and realized that the 2 idiotic Dominion lords had mistaken his group to be a guard escort for a merchant convoy. Solution. They want to collect toll from me? Lorist said as he smiled. Pete, bring the mounted archers with you. I'll give you 10 minutes to chase them away. Capture 2 of them and ask them what they're fighting over, ordered Lorist calmly. Yes, my lord, said Pete, before he whistled to signal for the mounted archers behind him to get into 2 neat formations and led them to begin the charge. As they approached the spot where the 2 Dominion lords and their men were, the mounted archers stopped their horses and drew their longbows wide. Without delay, Pete gave the order to fire and sent out a volley of arrows towards the 2 factions. The 2 Dominion lords were completely befuddled as merchant convoys usually didn't interfere with battles like that. As the volley of arrows blanketed their troops, all hell broke loose with cries of pain and agony resounding throughout the battlefield. Pat had ordered his men to fire 3 volleys in total and whistled once more to instruct them to put away their bows. Subsequently, they drew their swords and split into 2 groups that charged towards both factions. As expected, the soldiers of the 2 factions crumbled instantly and the 2 Dominion lords were the first to ride away as they saw the mounted archers approaching. The soldiers they left behind fared even worse as they melted into an undisciplined mess. Our mounted archers are truly quite formidable. They managed to defeat a few hundred people without even incurring a single casualty. No wonder my lord requested for their formation at that time. Pat praised. Before he finished, an audible thump could be heard. Turning his head back, Pat saw that Lorist had actually fallen from his mount. Surprised, Pat asked, "My lord, what's going on?" Lorist wiped the dust off his face as he stood back up from the ground. Waving his hands, he said, "I'm fine. I slipped off the horse cause my legs weren't in the stirrups. By the gods, that isn't the mounted archers I had in mind." When he saw the troops in action, he was so shocked that he actually fell off his horse. "Those are not mounted archers. They're just bowmen on horses. How did that idiot just train his men?" Pete brought a few captives over and reported, "My lord, according to them, this path is frequently used by merchant convoys and Viscount Darwolf set up a customs point nearby to collect toll. The two Dominion lords near here also wanted a part of the profit and decided to set up another customs on this path for themselves. However, this path is at the border of the dominions of those two nobles and both of them insisted that the area belonged to them. The battle that was supposed to occur back then was to be used to decide which family would own that area. Well, it's too bad that their settlement had to be disrupted. Then again, it's their fault for picking the wrong place and barring my way. When was the customs point further ahead formed? How many guards are there and what is their estimated battle strength?" Lorist asked the captive that seemed to be a squad captain given his wearing a half-body leather armor that most of the other captives weren't equipped with. "Since half a month ago, my lord," replied the captive quickly. "There is a squad of garrison soldiers stationed there and they were originally part of the garrison of Viscount Darwolf's newly built town. Just recently, they were also appointed to guard the customs point and collect toll. I really don't know how formidable they are, but they're quite well equipped with some of them even having metal armor." "Metal armor," recalled Lorist suddenly, before he called out, "Ruhr, Mort, come over here for a bit." "Ah, my lord, when we passed by this place and were about to enter the town next to the customs point to get some rest, the garrison soldiers came to apprehend us and even called us bandits," Ruhr said. "Pete, bring your mounted archers squad and capture all of the garrison soldiers there. Pat, accompany Ruhr and Mort over there to see if they are indeed the garrison soldiers that attacked them. If they are, hang them at the customs point on the spot," Lorist instructed Pete and Pat. He was not prepared to witness another performance of the so-called mounted archers. "All right, my lord. We'll head out now," Pete said. What do we do with these captives?" After hearing that question, the captives all started to shiver. The moment they heard Lorist instruct for the garrison soldiers to be hung, they felt that their fates had been set in stone. "My lord, please have mercy," said the captives as they kneeled and cried for Lorist's forgiveness in front of his mount. "Just release these guys. You there, go to the carriages and get some bandages and medicine for them so that they can help fix up the injured ones over there." "Let's go," Lorist said. Just as they were a few kilometers away from the customs point, Lorist and the rest of the carriages were greeted by a scene of the corpse-filled ground with a few other captives who were clutching the back of their heads with their hands and kneeling on the ground. Ruhr and Mort were currently constructing wooden frames with the help of a few other mounted archer troops. Lorist noticed that a few of the archers were bandaged up. Seeing Pete and Pat coming over, Lorist asked, "What's wrong? Are there any casualties?" "Just 6 lightly injured men. It won't be a problem and they'll recover in another 10 days. It was mainly due to some of the enemy guards who had been hiding within the building. They got hurt when we were trying to flush them out," Pete replied. "My lord, we finally managed to get the ferries on the other side of the shore to come over," Pat said. Lorist took a look around the area that he had once traveled by during his initial journey back to the Northlands and noticed many changes. The main thing that caught his attention was the ferry port, which had 2 additional ferries. Over there, a group of half-naked boatmen were giving their best at cranking the windlasses to help the ferries dock at the bank of the river. it seems that Baron Silas had earned quite a bit of money from the service and even added 2 new ferries to accommodate the increased demand. Just now when we were fighting off the garrison soldiers, the boatmen all jumped into the river in fear and we spent quite a bit of effort to call them back. I promised to give them 1 imperial silver coin each. Pat said. Lorist nodded and thought that the boatmen did indeed deserve a tip given how hard they worked. Back then, the place was but a piece of desolate land. But after only half a year, a town had already been built on a hill in the distance. However, the town seemed rather tightly fortified and numerous people could be seen wielding weapons and pointing towards the customs point. It was apparent that the battle at the point had alerted the garrison troops within the town of the presence of Lorist's forces whom they believed to be enemies. They were currently doing their best to prepare for the imminent attack. Ruhr and Mort had already erected tens of tall wooden frames and were hanging the captives by force. After only a few were hung, the rest of the captives frantically begged to be spared and some of them even started running in the direction of the town in desperation. However, Pete had long been prepared for such a possibility and ordered his dismounted archers to fire a volley of arrows in the direction of those who tried to escape and turned them into human porcupines. The soldiers on the walls of the distant town started shouting and screaming out loud at what they had just witnessed. Lorist however ignored all the fuss and was currently lecturing Ruhr and Mort. "Are you guys idiots? Not only did you not tie them up, you didn't keep the rest at a spot where they couldn't see the wooden frames and hanged their comrades in front of them. Even pigs would try to escape after seeing that. What do we now given that they're all dead? Whatever, just hang their corpses up anyway. They actually dared to rob my messengers, I wonder how they got the guts to do that. Pete, make a plaque and carve the reason why we put these men to death on it." "Understood, my lord." On the opposite bank of the river, another squad of armed guards showed up. Given that they had just witnessed the spectacle over at the other side, it was only natural that they would be on alert. "Pat, bring some men across the river first and tell Baron Silas that an old friend has come to visit to calm him down for a bit. I will pay him a visit later after I cross the river." "My lord, I think you should just cross the river now," Pat said. "There's no need," Lorist said as he pointed at the town in the distance. "Those people over there seem to be up to something. I'm prepared to go teach them a lesson." The 100+ men and the 5 carriages took more than 3 hours to be ferried across the river. Lorist was one of the last people to be transported across. Just as the ferry was approaching from the other side for the last remaining 8, more than 100 soldiers within the town on this side of the bank exited the town gates and rushed towards them as they brandished their blades and spears with the intent to kill. Lorist's javelins and the arrows of Pete and his men instantly skewered more than 20 of the bravest soldiers of the town who rushed at the front. Following that, Lorist and Pete got mounted and raised their riding lances as they charged into the remaining group. After the flurry of thrusting spears and slashing swords, only 30 lucky men of the original group managed to survive and ran towards the town again with their tails between their legs before shutting the gates entirely. It seemed that they wouldn't come out anymore no matter what. That was refreshing, Pete said as he waved his lance around to shake off the fresh blood that coated it. "Let's go. The ferry is approaching," Lorist said. "Pete, back when I was at Moronti City, I read a book that mentioned that during the Dark Ages that followed the fall of the magical civilization, a type of mounted archer unit emerged. Those archers were able to fire their arrows from horseback and could even shoot backwards while their horses rushed forward to eliminate any enemies that dared to give them chase. Anyone that fell into their sights would never be able to escape and they never engaged the enemy up front. Instead, they were skirmishers who rode their horses near their enemy's flank and used hit-and-run tactics to harass them until the enemy formations crumbled. Lorist was using this opportunity during their time on the ferry to impart upon Pete what he believed mounted archers should be, just like the Mongol mounted archers he had read about in his past life. They could regroup and disperse at will and their mobility allowed them to show up on the battlefield or vanish within moments. In one instance of those legends, they even managed to obtain victory over an enemy which had 10 times their own numbers after 4 months and didn't have many casualties. Every time their enemy sent out a group of soldiers to pursue them, they would entrap them and lead their enemies along as they shot from afar until they wore the enemy numbers down. According to the books, that tactic was called kiting because it was much like how a person would pull a kite along and never getting close to it. My lord, I understanding what you're trying to say. You want a mounted archer unit that can do all that, right? Pete asked. Lorist nodded happily at Pete's quick understanding. However, it's a shame that it is not possible with our troops. The mounted archer unit that you described can only exist in legends and it's not possible to pull off in real life, Pete said regrettably. Why? Lorist asked with a surprised tone. My lord, firstly, we don't have suitable bows for that purpose. While the bows that some nobles use when they hunt can be shot from horseback, the firing distance is not far and can only reach around 40 meters ahead because they're relatively weak, don't fire with much force. While that is sufficient for hunting animals like turkeys and rabbits, it's completely useless against magical beasts or soldier formations. Of all the bows available to us, the one with the strongest force and the farthest firing distance is the longbow. It can fire arrows that hit targets 100 meters away and even pose a threat to gold-ranked knights. Even though the bow itself has weaker tension than a hunting bow, hunting bows can only shoot as far because of the heavy arrowheads that are used to hunt magical beasts. Pete continued to educate Lorist about archery. The longbow is recognized by most, if not all, as a bow that is able to fire the fastest and deadliest arrows, which makes it one of the most crucial ranged attacking methods for offense and defense alike. However, it's not suited to be used on horseback even if the horse is not moving because it's exceedingly hard to draw it and maintain balance on the horse at the same time. Sergisk had spent huge amounts of effort to even make sure that our men can fire when their horses are stationary. Of all of us, only Sergisk can continually fire arrows on horseback without falling off, while the rest of us would lose balance after only 3 shots. Additionally, if we don't use longbows, we won't be able to match the enemy's firing distance, and if we approach them too much, we would be attacked instead and be unable to retaliate. That's why, to form the ideal mounted archer unit that Milord had described just now, the first problem that has to be solved is creating a type of bow that can be used on horseback that can also rival the firing distance and strength of a longbow. Other than that, we also lack the horses that can perform like those used by the mounted archers you described. Of all the horse breeds on the Grindia continent, none of them would be able to fit those criterias, Pete explained. Lorist mumbled in puzzlement. Pete continued, My lord, the mounts of the mounted archers you read about must be robust and have excellent endurance and stamina. They must also be able to recover their energy quickly to be able to run long distances, as well as being agile and reactive enough to be able to travel on both flat and mountainous terrain to be able to escape enemy pursuit. They must also be hardy enough to be able to resist cold and hot weather, as well as having high resistance to diseases. Perhaps the most important requirement they must have is to be able to consume huge amounts of feed and also digest them at a quick speed. No horse on all of Grindia is capable of that. Is this guy talking about the Mongol horse? The horses the Mongols used were quite common across the Eurasian continent, but to think that Grindia doesn't have this kind of breed. That's just a real shame, thought Lorist with much frustration. Pete further dulled Lorist's hopes as he said, My lord, look at our mounts. These Northlander horses are different from other breeds and they can be considered to be the more balanced type among their kind. While they are easy to raise and take care of, they are far from being able to serve the role of those horses used by the mounted archers you talked about. Also, the reason 3 out of 5 of our carriages are filled to the brim with grain and oats is because we are worried that we won't be able to find enough feed during our journey. If we don't have enough, the horses would lose weight, and when coupled with a long-distance journey, these Northlander horses would end up completely useless. If the mounted archers that you mentioned rode Northlander horses, each rider would have to bring at least 7 to 8 mounts with him so that he would always have a fresh mount to switch to and loads of horse feed to be able to maintain the horse's physical condition. Using the battle you mentioned as an example, 2 regiments consisting of 2,000 riders would require at least 10,000 Northlander horses. While Xeno horses and Bollygali horses are better for long-distance trips and have great endurance, the way to feed and maintain them is even more complicated than that of Northlander horses. Lorist had no choice but to admit that Pete made quite a few good points. Lorist wanted to form mounted archer units after all, not horse breeders. Even if each rider could take care of 8 horses on his own, there was also the problem of them being mistaken as a horse merchant. Stroking his nose, Lorist suddenly felt rather embarrassed as he had made the decision to form a mounted archer unit without even understanding the basics of archery and horsemanship. Had it not been for Pete's explanation, he might have blamed Jisk for not trying hard enough to make the unit of his dreams. It was primarily the fault of the knight training course instructors back in the Dawn Academy who always said that knights should be brave and courageous during a charge and that using a bow is an act of cowardice. That had caused Lorist to neglect archery training almost entirely to the point that he could only use javelins to attack enemies at a distance. Oh well, I guess after I settle most of the pressing matters and have enough time, I can go find some people to start research on whether we can make bows that are shorter than long bows that they can be used on horseback. I'm only worried about whether its firing range and strength can compare to that of a longbow though, pondered Lorist during the rest of the journey. One a special breed of horses native to Mongolia. See, Wikipedia. Chapter 149. When Lorist arrived at the western bank of the Metropolis River, he noticed Baron Silas standing at the port wearing the golden threaded extravagant plate armor that he had gifted him the last time they met. The insignia of Baron Silas's family had already been engraved upon it, a rhombus-shaped icon of a gemstone could be seen in the center of the armor. The moment the Baron saw Lorist, he broke into a smile. Having not met him for more than half a year, Lorist noticed that the Baron had gotten a little fatter. Originally, the plate armor was a little too big for the Baron. However, some fatty meat could be seen protruding from the opening at his waist. On the other hand, the Baron had quite a bad memory as he had forgotten what Lorist's name was. Naturally, Lorist didn't take any offense as he understood that it wasn't easy to remember the name of someone whom one didn't get to meet often. I'm called Norton Lorist. As an old friend, feel free to call me Locke, Lorist said. Ah, that's right, you're Baron Norton. I recall that you've gifted me with a nice carton of wine before. Baron Silas said with delight. Lorist was completely speechless. Pointing at Baron Silas's armor with his horsewhip, Lorist reminded in an unsatisfactory tone, Baron, that armor you're wearing is given to you by me. Don't tell me you forgot. Blushing with embarrassment, the Baron seemed to finally recall who Lorist was and said, Hee, old brother of mine, I'm really sorry about that. It's because far too many nobles come to visit and this one is always busy receiving them as guests. I'm also getting a little old and you know what that does to one's memory, so I hope you bear with me. Back then you brought a convoy through here to get to your dominion to inherit your title, right? You look far better than you were back then. I'm sure that things have been going well for you. Hee, it's all right. Your business also looks like it's flourishing. You even got 2 new ferries. As they always say, money will come knocking if you're at the right place and at the right time. Lorist said as he laughed. The Baron shrugged and said, those 2 boats weren't purchased by me. Oh, right. Just now I saw you and the rest fight on the opposite bank. Did you get into trouble with the garrison soldiers of Viscount Darwolf's customs point? It's nothing serious. The soldiers at the custom point dared to rob my messengers because they took a fancy to their metal armor. It's fortunate that 2 of them managed to get back to report what happened. On the way here, I figured I might as well clean up scum like them by hanging them all to death, Lorist said candidly without batting an eye. Baron Silas clapped his hands in admiration and said, Great. It's only right that those fools who don't know what's best for them to be taught a lesson. A few months back, Viscount Darwolf even sent his men here to demand me to share half of the transport fee for the ferries to him and threatened that he would seal off the banks from the other side if I didn't. Did he think I was an idiot? That Viscount only occupies half the area of the opposite bank and I can easily move my port to another spot. Naturally, I refused his demand and changed where my ferries docked. It would only take the passengers a little more time to reach the main road anyway. Then why was it switched back here? Lorist asked, as the current port was the same one he used back then. Baron Silas pointed at the two new boats and said, "You've noticed the new additions to my inventory, right?" After noticing that I ignored his demands, the Viscount commissioned for someone to build him two new boats to set up a new ferry port to compete with my business. However, when the ships were complete, he realized that more than 50 kilometers along the western bank of the river was within my dominion and he had no place to dock his ferries. In the end, he sent someone to negotiate for him to have a share in the profits of the dock in exchange for investing the two ferries with me. Even so, I didn't give him the slightest damn, and in the end, he had no choice but to gift the ferries to me so that I would move the port back to the original location. That way, he can also profit a little from collecting a toll at his newly formed customs point over there. Old friend, you should know that I am quite lacking in academic and martial disciplines. My only redeeming point is my generosity and eagerness to help to others." Hearing his plight, I decided to accept his ferries and move my port back to the old spot. However, many merchant convoys came to complain to me that the Viscount is getting more overboard with the toll as of late. I've been long worried about something like that happening, as it would deter merchants from using my ferry service. How would I survive then? Just as I was about to send someone to warn them, you came over and taught them a lesson. How fortunate! To show his welcome and accentuate his friendship with Lorist, Baron Silas gave him a hugely generous discount of 5% off for the ferry service. However, he wasn't able to invite Lorist back to his bastide for a meal, as he had no choice but to stay put at the port. That was because many merchant convoys would use his ferry service to cross the river for a rather huge sum of money, and he was willing to sit there and collect the sum himself rather than let his subordinates handle it in fear of them embezzling his money. Since that was the case, Lorist decided to set up camp on the spot and depart the next day. He also invited the Baron to have dinner with him, to which the Baron gleefully accepted. He even had his servants bring a few bottles of fine wine over. With the tables and chairs were laid alongside the river bank, scales of sparkling silver could be seen blinking within the river due to the light of the silver moon, giving the scenery an almost ethereal quality. Lorist felt that enjoying his meal there was an extremely soothing and tranquil experience. It's no wonder that Baron Silas mentioned that he was satisfied even though he only had normal bread every night at the port. The cool breeze from the river washed away the heat and drought brought upon the land during the day. Even though it was already autumn and cool breezes blew rather often, the heat of the sun was not one whit inferior to that of summer. After bathing by the river and refreshing himself, Lorist donned nothing more than a loose robe and dined together with Baron Silas. Since it wasn't a formal banquet, the Baron didn't mind Lorist's casual appearance. Instead, he expressed his envy for Lorist's healthy and lean physique. "Back when I was studying at the imperial capital, I also had a figure like yours. Those days were good. We would leave the academy after class and mess around all over the place to hook up with beauties." Baron Silas rambled non-stop as he started to recall the good old days of his youth and misadventures. "I apologize for letting you see such an embarrassing side of me. When one gets old, one can't help but reminisce the days of one's youth," said the Baron apologetically. After all, it was only his second time meeting Lorist, so he felt that it was slightly inappropriate for him to be talking about himself on such friendly and informal terms. "It's fine. Your stories were rather interesting as well. Everyone has a tale or two of their rowdy youth that they'd love to share," Lorist said as he raised his silver cup to toast the Baron. Baron Silas downed half the cup before he asked, "By the way, why have you brought so many men with you this time? Would you mind telling me about it?" "Well, Viscount de Bretim is a good friend of mine whose dominion is in the northwestern part of the Red Lees Kingdom. His family has always had business relations with ours and we have been trading with him using the produce from the Northlands for other resources that we need." Lorist recited out an answer he had long prepared beforehand. "The Red Lees Kingdom? Where is it? I feel like I'm forgetting something."
said the Baron as he scratched on his head. Still unable to figure out what was on the tip of his tongue, he ordered one of his attendants to bring him a beast-skin map. Upon seeing it, he recalled the thing he was struggling to remember. "Aha, brother, I think you have to take a detour around here. Look, the route starting from Vanade City all the way to the Lichtana Citadel at the border of the Andanak Kingdom has already been completely sealed off. Apart from army supply convoys, other merchants or people are forbidden to use this route." Lorist took a look at the map and there was indeed a red line along the path from Vanade City to Lichtana Citadel. The border between the Andanak Kingdom and the Madras Duchy was also colored red. What's going on? Did the duchy go to war with the Andanak Kingdom? Why has the border been sealed off as well? Lorist asked. No, it's something more fearsome than war. Brother, have you heard of a man called Charade the Demon and his misdeeds within the Andanak Kingdom? Baron Silas asked as he lowered his voice mysteriously. No, I haven't. You should know that my dominion is located within the Northlands that has always been rather isolated. News of the outside world hardly travel all the way there within a short period of time, Lorist said as he shook his head curiously. Feeling troubled, he thought, Charade the Demon couldn't possibly be referring to that fatty, right? What did he do to cause such a big stir to the point that he was labeled a demon? Charade led an armed convoy and even gathered more than 100,000 vagabonds as he rampaged through the Andanak Kingdom while spreading his poison throughout all 3 provinces within the kingdom and paving out a path of blood in his wake. Like locusts, the people of the convoy killed wherever they went as well as pillaged and devoured whatever they set their sights on, leaving behind only a piece of desolate wasteland. Of the 130-plus noble families within the Andanak Kingdom, less than 50 of them remain thanks to the effort put in by the Second Highness. The other nobles have all been sent to the gallows by Charade the Demon. Right now, the Andanak Kingdom is practically completely sapped dry. That's why the demon turned his sights on our Madras Duchy. It's fortunate that Lord Duke Madras noticed the threat early on and sent out the Iron Guard Legion to secure the borders to stop Charade the Demon from entering our duchy. If he does get in, it'll be over for all of us. Thinking back at the fate suffered by the Andanak Kingdom, it truly would be a fearsome nightmare if the same were to happen here. Baron Silas continued his embellished account of the rumors he had heard from the merchant convoys that crossed the river, which painted Charade as a green-faced, fanged demon boasting a huge size of 3 meters in height and breadth, complete with horns on his head and a demonic tail sprouting from his hind. The worst part was that Baron Silas actually believed that Charade had to consume at least 99 human hearts during every single one of his meals coupled with hot sauce made from fresh human blood. Resisting the urge to laugh out loud at hearing the Baron's description of Charade, Lorist thought that even if Charade morphed into a demon like that, he still wouldn't lose all rationality and go on a rampage. However, as it was the first time Lorist heard of news of his convoy from another party, he looked at the red line on the map with worry as it meant that the convoy was prevented from advancing towards the Northlands. The more he thought about his friends a TTHE convoy, the lesser he smiled. How long has the blockade been enacted? Lorist asked. Unhappy that Lorist had interrupted his imaginative story, Baron Silas replied, it should have been around 1 month already. 30 days more or less. Then is there word on when it will be lifted? Lorist asked again. I don't really have much of a clue about that. The merchant convoy that came along yesterday was originally on its route to trade within the Andanak Kingdom and they stayed at Vanade City for more than 10 days. After hearing that the blockade would be around for at least a year and a half, the merchants decided to turn back and return. I say, brother, if you're heading to the Red Lee's Kingdom, you'll have to take another route. First, get to Vanade City and head to the Farkle Duchy from there. After that, travel through the Handra Duchy to arrive at the Foreign Duchy and you can enter the Red Lee's Kingdom from there. However, that route is more than twice the original distance you have to travel and you will be passing through war-ravaged lands, so there are many variables to look out for, Baron Silas said as he looked at his map. That's right. That was why I was worried that the blockade would be upheld for a long time. This is the route that we've always used,
if we use another, we won't be familiar with it and our safety would also be put at risk. That's far too much trouble, Lorist agreed as he nodded. Actually, I believe that staying within your own dominion is much safer. In times like these, it's quite dangerous to bring your merchant convoy outside even if your family's soldiers are capable. Things can still go wrong one way or another, Baron Silas said as he sighed. Lorist shrugged his shoulders and said, well, unlike you, I don't have such a profitable service which allows you to earn money just by sitting still and collecting transportation fee. My dominion is in the Northlands and without making trading trips like these, I wouldn't have any income at all. I'm not in the position to sit still and do nothing, am I? Baron Silas raised his wine cup again and said, then, here's a toast to your safe journey and the profits you will make from it. The two of them continued to make merry before they parted. Upon returning to his tent, Lorist asked Pat, hey, do you remember the flag and family insignia Tim gave us? Did you bring it along? Surprised, Pat said, we should have brought it. I remember Shadecamp putting those two items in a chest somewhere. He said that with those two items we will be able to pretend to be Mr. Tim's men when we need to do something that is inconvenient for our family. Lorist nodded and said, spread the word to everyone to not refer to themselves as soldiers the Norton family but rather escorts for the merchant convoy of the Debris family. Also, hang up the flag Tim gave us on the horse carriage. What's going on, my lord? Pat asked. Charade and the northbound convoy have gotten into some trouble. The Madras Duchy actually blockaded their borders to stop them from entering. I have a feeling that they already know that the convoy belongs to us, the Norton family, and I worry that trouble will find us if we travel so openly without hiding our identities, explained Lorist. Chapter 150. Vinade City was the largest city of the Madras Duchy and was also the main business hub with the largest collection of goods and resources available for purchase. The main reason for its prosperity was its incredibly strategic location between the main highways from various locations. To its south was the Andanak Kingdom, to the north was the Northlands, to the east was the Farkal Duchy and the Shabaj Duchy, and to the west was the capital and centre of administration of the Madras Duchy, Shaliski City. Being conveniently located at the centre of all those places, Vinade City flourished as the trading hub of the Madras Duchy. Lorist and his mounted archers squad had travelled for 5 days straight and covered around 500 kilometers of ground to arrive at the city. Right now, they had no choice but to stay within the city for a day or two to gather some news and information as well as let the horses rest, since they had worked hard to travel up to 100 kilometers of distance every day for 5 days straight and were already reaching their limits. After renting a campsite at the southern suburbs and settling the mounted archers down, Lorist left Pete in charge and brought Pat and 5 other guards to enter the city and look for an inn. The last time when Lorist brought Ovidius and his smaller convoy to the Northlands, he had stayed outside Vinade City for only 1 day and left in a hurry after Shadecamp bought the necessary supplies. This was Lorist's first time entering the city. Compared to Moranti City, where he had stayed for 10 years of his life, Vinade City wasn't all that big. However, the mercantile atmosphere there was not one whit inferior to that of Moranti City, as evidenced by the narrow streets that were filled up with stalls on the side with crowds so dense that brushing against others while walking through the streets was but a common occurrence. The incessant bargain calls of the stall owners made Lorist feel that he had returned to the familiar Moranti City. Perfume Beauty Inn was located at the southern district of the city along with many other high-class inns. It was also a favored gathering spot for nobles and big merchants. Even though the cost of the services provided was rather high, it was still able to attract a healthy number of customers. Lorist reserved 4 rooms within the side building of the inn. After taking a bath, he sent 2 of the guards to inform Pete of his place of residence within the city and brought Pat and the 4 other guards downstairs for a meal. They occupied 2 huge tables and listened to the conversations around them as they enjoyed their food. After listening for a while, Lorist was rather disappointed because even though the merchants were talking about how the road to the Andanak Kingdom was sealed off, it was mostly filled with complaints and guesses of when the blockade will be lifted. The rest of the conversations were mostly about the goods they were trading and whether to return the way they came. Lorist continued to eat and raised his head occasionally. After a while, he noticed that Pat was looking at the spot behind him. Surprised, Lorist turned back to look before breaking into a smile. Behind him was a small lounge where many elaborately dressed women sat. From time to time, the guests of the inn would pick the ones of their fancy and negotiate a price for their services before they brought them into their rooms. Hee, you're feeling the urge? If you'd like to do it, you can go pick one. It'll be fine as long as we leave by 11 tonight, Lorist said as he looked at the sand glass on the counter and continued, it's only 7 right now, and 4 hours is plenty of time. With a blushing face, Pat said, I wasn't. I was just curious so I looked. You really don't want to? No, I have to protect Milord by staying by your side, Pat said as he shook his head resolutely. It's really safe here and we're just a merchant convoy. Nobody here recognizes me and as merchants, if you don't pick a woman when you're at an inn, you'll stand out even more. Look at those other 4. The moment they saw the women, they fell into a daze. If you really don't want to have some fun with them, you can accompany me out on the street for a stroll. I was thinking of getting a few more detailed maps for our travels. Give the guards 1 gold ford each to pay for the services of the women so that we look and behave like normal merchants, Lorist said. Pat handed the 4 guards 1 gold ford each, causing their faces to redden with excitement. Pat reminded them to not expose their cover and told them to leave the inn by 11 at night, to which the 4 guards nodded fervently. Had Lorist not been there, they wouldn't have held back and would be rushing to pick one woman to accompany them for the remainder of the night. Lorist then left the inn along with Pat and visited 2 night markets and bought a few maps and travel journals when he reached the bookstore. What surprised Lorist was that the bookstore actually had the blueprints of the fortifications of Lichtana Citadel for sale. The owner of the bookshop said casually that after the blockade was put in place to restrict entry for people outside, Lichtana Citadel became a hot topic for many, and some who liked to theorize about battles would buy one of those blueprints and discuss how the citadel would be defended or attacked. This fortification blueprint is replicated directly from the one within the archives and it's a bestseller. Mister, would you like one yourself? Asked the owner of the bookshop. All right, I'll have one too so that I can think of the best way to attack the citadel when I have nothing better to do, Lorist said. Well, the citadel is only an inanimate structure. The real defenses are managed by the guards who are alive and adaptive. As long as the Iron Guard Legion is there, the Lichtana Citadel will not be conquered, said the bookshop owner proudly and confidently as he rolled up the blueprints along with the maps and handed them to Lorist. Lorist merely nodded at the owner's remarks. When he returned to the inn, Lorist holed himself in his room for 2 whole days as he analyzed the terrain and maps of the path from Vanade City all the way to Lichtana Citadel. He also instructed the server of the inn to find him a guide who was familiar with the route to the Farkle Duchy so that he may better understand the situation over there. On the other hand, he had the guards visit the many inns within the city to gather more information about the situation of the blockade without drawing too much attention. To the servers of the inn and the other merchants staying there, Lorist was merely a noble of the Red Lees kingdom who was worried about how he would return home. On the 3rd day, Lorist checked out of the room and returned to the southern suburbs where the camp of the mounted archers was located. At night within the tent, Lorist gathered Pete and Pat to plan for the journey to come. We will be leaving tomorrow morning and will be heading west along this road towards the Farkle Duchy. This is a mountainous area with rather complicated terrain and I've heard that bandits would show up near that area. However, ever since the border was closed off, this route has been seeing quite a lot of traffic from mainly merchant convoys, and the Madras Duchy also stationed a regiment of garrison soldiers there to police the area and maintain its security. So, there has been no news about bandit encounters for a month or so. It will take us about half a day to arrive at the small mountain village here. According to the information I've gathered, a company of garrison soldiers is stationed there because there is a path near the village that stretches through the forest to a hilly area. Over there, the path forks into 2 new roads, one of which leads directly to Lichtana Citadel and the other to Egret Lake. We have two choices at the moment. First, we can choose to cross Egret Lake to reach the Andanak Kingdom. I'm just worried that we won't be able to find a ferry when we reach there, and our numbers, horses, and carriages would definitely pose a problem. Fortunately, the paths along the way is wide enough for all of us to travel on. The other choice is to use the path heading to the citadel and make our exit through there. Lichtana Citadel is constructed upon the Litten Mountains that stretch all the way to the coast at the west, and that is a route we won't be able to use. At the eastern slope of the mountain on which the citadel stands is the route connecting the two nations. That path is sandwiched between a few small hills, and it is around 500 meters away from the citadel. The hills are called the Bread Hills by the locals because they resemble small pieces of puffy round bread right out of the stove of an oven. There are reports that a military base is built there with a regiment of Iron Guard Legion soldiers stationed to guard it from both sides of the path. Further ahead the Bread Hills is the Egret Lake, which is around 50 kilometers wide. That is the natural border between the Andanak Kingdom and the Madras Duchy. However, apart from the route through the hills, the rest of the place is covered by a huge forest. I didn't hear anything about a second path leading to the lake. Currently, quite a number of tower outposts have also been erected at the 500-meter stretch between the Litten Mountains and the Bread Hills to completely secure the border. Pat told me that the base at the Bread Hills is also equipped with 10 proper ballistas just like those at Lichtana Citadel, which have a firing distance of up to 300 meters. Even if the tower outposts are destroyed, the citadel and the base can still cover that path with their ballista fire. That's why, we will not use this path unless worst comes to worst. If we do, we will definitely be paying a huge price at our own expense. When we arrive at the village in the mountains tomorrow, we have to make sure to inspect the security of the patrolling guards and check whether we can slip by the place without being noticed. If we truly can't, then we have no choice but to cross it by force and abandon our mounts and carriages to cross the lake. During noon, Lorist brought his men to the village and was allowed entry after showing the badge of the Tabri family to the garrison soldiers there. Outside the village, 3 merchant convoys could be seen parked there as their men had their lunch. After finding an empty spot, Pete instructed the mounted archers to start cooking. The villagers also brought out their homemade liquor and food and offered them up for sale. It seemed that the blockade had unexpectedly given the village a huge boom in business, as the villagers had profited quite a bit from the merchants who were willing to purchase their hunted or picked goods, thus putting smiles on all the villagers' faces. After having lunch and resting for about an hour, Lorist instructed his men to pack up and prepare to depart. That was actually a secret signal to make battle preparations, as there was no way they would be able to slip by the path that was defended by a squad of garrison soldiers unnoticed. They were about to barge their way through. As they were packing up, loud noises poured out from the gates of the village as a squad of proud garrison soldiers marched out with 8 captives who were dressed like mercenaries. Pat went over to look and his expression stiffened all of a sudden. Heading back to Lorist, he said, "My lord, bad news. The captives are actually Reedy, Jim, and the rest." "Hey? What did you say?" Lorist asked, shocked. He turned to look and saw that the captives who were restrained and tied up were indeed Reedy and Jim. Jim's shoulder was even bleeding. It seemed that they were not apprehended without a fight, as the rest of the men who dressed like mercenaries seemed injured as well. The company leader of the garrison soldiers emerged from a wooden hut with unkempt clothing as he muttered and complained. 2 crimson-red kiss marks could still be seen on his exposed chest, and it was obvious that the apprehension of the captives had disrupted his pleasant time. The company leader looked at the crowd of people who were taking interest and told the squad leader something before ordering Reedy, Jim, and the other captives to be locked into a nearby stone building. Lorist walked up to them and asked with a curious voice, "Hey, Captain, what's up with these captives? Are you catching slaves?" "Slaves your ass!" cursed the company leader, before he suddenly recalled that he was talking to a noble. Even though Lorist wasn't a noble of the duchy, he was, after all, a viscount, and his status far exceeded that of the company leader. Quickly adjusting his clothes, the man said, I pay you my greetings, Lord Viscount. These men have actually attempted to sneak past the border by crossing the Egret Lake. They were captured as per the Lord Duke's orders. How do you plan to deal with them? Sell them to slave traders? They look like healthy young men and I think they would fetch quite a good price, Lorist said. Darned noble, to think that you're also a part-time slave trader, thought the company leader before he said, we don't engage in slave trade. People who sneak through the border like that will be given a trial during the night and beheaded in front of a crowd. Look, my lord. The tree to the east is where the heads of such people are hung. Lorist only just noticed a huge tree at the east of the village where no less than 30 heads were hung. It's such a shame, and to think I was going to offer a good price for them. Lorist said as he made a disappointed expression. Please forgive me, Lord Viscount. We can do naught but obey the orders of the Lord Duke. I'll have to take my leave now and I wish you a swift journey as well, said the company leader as he saluted before he left. Lorist walked back with a dark expression and told Pete and Pat, think of an excuse for us to stay here until the night. Inspect the defenses of the village during the afternoon and we will act at night to wipe them out and rescue Reedy, Jim, and the others. Pete said, my lord, why don't we just attack now? Lorist shook his head as he said, we can't, there's too many people right now. There are already about 6 merchant convoys nearby and we will not be able to prevent news of our assault from spreading out if that's the case. The guards near this area will be able to react instantly the moment they hear about our attack and surround us completely. We only have a squad of men while this place is defended by a whole regiment of soldiers. I don't wish to sacrifice the lives of hundreds just for saving the lives of a few men. However, during the night, the convoys will have left because there's only half a day's worth of travel from here to Vanade City. Most of the people coming to this village wouldn't be staying for the night. That way, we won't have to worry about alerting the rest of the soldiers in the area when we wipe out the enemies here. Within the hut the company leader entered was the most beautiful woman of the village who was a young widow. Usually, many young men of the village would flock around her, but they stopped doing so after the arrival of the company leader. Just as he was about to resume his quality time with the woman, he heard his door being banged on loudly once again. What the heck is going on this time? Roared the company leader in rage. His formerly erected member had been startled into limpness from the sudden banging on his door. Captain, the Lord Viscount who was talking to you just now fell off his horse just as he was about to leave and seemed to have broken a few bones. Now, they can't leave because the Viscount is out cold. His men have already sent someone to Vanade City to look for a herbalist and the rest want to set up their camp within the village, reported the guard outside. Haha, that's great news. That cursed slave trader Viscount got what was coming for him, said the company leader happily. Make sure to inform the men to behave within the village. I will visit the Viscount myself during the night. If there's nothing else, stop interrupting me and scram. After that, he lowered his head and said to the lustful widow beneath him, now, precious. Help me up again with that wonderful mouth of yours.